एवरीवन गुड इवनिंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। आज है 17th ऑफ दिसंबर 2024। वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव एनालिसिस। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का एनालिसिस। फिलहाल के लिए क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे तो अपने सपोर्ट पर ही है। कल के लेवल में कुछ चेंज नहीं हुआ। मार्केट आज ओपन हुआ था, कल का एक छोटा सा जो एफईजी था उस पर जहाँ से थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक आया था, उसी एरिया से थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक आया, फिर एक न्यूज आ गई थी, मार्केट सीधा फॉल कर गया था। नीचे सपोर्ट पर ही है, बाइंग किया हुआ है तो होल्ड कर सकते हो। टारगेट ज़्यादा बड़ा नहीं है, टारगेट वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट ओनली फ्रॉम हेयर टू हेयर। ये क्योंकि जो आपका एफईजी का एरिया है तो एक्सपेक्ट रहेगा कि मार्केट उसको रिस्पेक्ट करे। बाकी अगर ये ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट कर गया 5940 के नीचे तो फिर ये बड़ा फॉल करना चाहिए, तो दैट इज़ अ लास्ट सपोर्ट आप कह सकते हो। मैंने कल ही बताया था, अगर ये होल्ड नहीं होता है तो फिर ज़्यादा चांसेस है नहीं प्राइस के पास ऊपर जाने के। सो दैट इज़ द लास्ट लेवल यू कैन एक्सपेक्ट। मार्केट रिस्पेक्ट कर दे इसको, नहीं तो फिर वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट अ बिग फॉल अगेन। So 5,949 50 is a last support area on this range. इस रेंज पे लास्ट सपोर्ट एरिया ही है। बाकी कल वो सेलिंग का टारगेट था, फाइनल टारगेट आज अचीव हो ही गया सेलिंग वाला। नाउ लेट्स सी क्या रिकवरी करता है मार्केट या फिर और ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट करके डाउन ही जाता है। बाकी ये लेवल अगर होल्ड नहीं किया तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग बड़ा फॉल आना चाहिए। सो दैट इज द लास्ट सपोर्ट एरिया फॉर मेजर सपोर्ट एरिया कह सकते हो, बिकॉज ये नीचे वाला लेवल भी है एक सपोर्ट का वैसे तो 5880 वाला, बट वो मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो चुका है। तो अगर होल्ड नहीं किया तो फिर मुश्किल हो जाएगा क्रूड ऑयल के लिए। गोल्ड को देखोगे तो गोल्ड भी अपना ब्रेकडाउन कर चुका है। कल का सपोर्ट एरिया था, मार्केट सपोर्ट लिया, रेजिस्टेंस से फॉल किया था। ये भी ब्रेकडाउन पर ही है 2643 के। अगर ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट करता है तो इसमें भी एक सेलिंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, ये सपोर्ट ब्रेकडाउन ऑलमोस्ट कर दिया है इसने शायद। हाँ, ब्रेकडाउन तो हो गया, रीटेस्ट अगर करता है तो सेलिंग होगी। बाकी बैंक निफ्टी भी मॉर्निंग से फॉल ही कर रहा था आज। बैंक निफ्टी इज आल्सो फॉलिंग फ्रॉम द डे हाई। अच्छी प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आई है, ऊपर मेजर रेजिस्टेंस बन चुके हैं, रिकवरी ज़्यादा लगती नहीं है बैंक निफ्टी में भी। बाकी देखते हैं कुछ अगर और न्यूज आती है। इन गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। पवन जी गुड इवनिंग, गुड आफ्टरनून। अनिता यादव जी नेचुरल गैस भी बताओ, नेचुरल गैस भी देख लेते हैं। वेयर इज द नेचुरल गैस? ओके, दिस इज फॉरेक्स चार्ट, एमसीएक्स चार्ट। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस को देखोगे, नेचुरल गैस कल के ही लेवल है, कुछ चेंज नहीं हुआ। कल रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से सेलिंग आई थी, आप लोगों को याद होगा। मार्केट ने वो रीटेस्ट लेवल था, सॉरी, रीटेस्ट लेवल से सेलिंग दी थी, याद है। एंड फिर वहां से मार्केट में एक अच्छा मूव देखने के लिए मिला था। मार्केट थोड़ा सा उसी रेंज में फंसा हुआ है अभी भी, कोई और लेवल अभी भी क्रिएट हुआ नहीं है, तो कल की लेवल है इन नेचुरल गैस सेम। बाकी रीटेस्ट वैसे कल कर चुका है, फिर से रीटेस्ट करेगा, इसके चांसेस कम है। ओपनिंग भी देखोगे तो मॉर्निंग पे फ्लैट ही हुई थी, एंड उसके बाद साइड ही चला गया, तो लेवल कल के ही है, कुछ चेंज नहीं हुआ। ओके, स्क्रीन नहीं दिख रही होगी, एक सेकंड में स्क्रीन भी लगा देता हूँ। जस्ट गिव मी अ मोमेंट। विच वन, कौन सी स्क्रीन है इसकी? हाँ, ये है। ठीक है, कल की लेवल है फिर वो। कल याद होगा वो एक रीटेस्ट लेवल था, वहां से सेलिंग आई थी मार्केट में। मार्केट थोड़ा बहुत फॉल किया था। बीच में एक एफईजी था, वो पहला वाला वो ब्रेक कर दिया था, दूसरे एफईजी तक आया नहीं प्राइस। ब्रेक करके जाता तो और मजा आता, बीच में रुक गया था। तो मार्केट उसी लेवल पे फ्लैट ओपनिंग थी। लेट्स सी क्या प्लान कर सकते हैं, कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस तो बना नहीं है अभी तक। So, थोड़ा सा ना एक बार थोड़ा नेचुरल गैस में वेट करेंगे, क्या मूव करता है मार्केट, किस तरह से मूव करता है मतलब। थोड़ा सा बिकॉज इस लेवल पे इस रीटेस्ट के अलावा और कोई रेजिस्टेंस है नहीं। बाकी परसों फेड का रेट कट है तो ध्यान रखना, इम्पोर्टेंट डे है उस दिन। शर्मा जी गुड आफ्टरनून। लाइव स्ट्रीम इतनी जल्दी कैसे? कैसे ऐसे ही? एक्चुअली मैं थोड़ा सा अवेलेबल नहीं हूँ, अराउंड 5 PM टू अराउंड 6:30 के अराउंड। तो वहाँ पर मैं अवेलेबल रहूँगा नहीं स्ट्रीम पे, इसलिए पहले ही कर दिया लाइव स्टार्ट। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन अभी नहीं होगा, अभी फिलहाल लंदन सेशन ओपन है। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन शाम को 6:30 के अराउंड ओपन होता है। Don't forget to subscribe the channel
News when you
guys,
want
and
it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Stephen Carroll.
And I'm Valerie Teitel. Ukraine has claimed responsibility for the assassination of the head of Russia's radiological, chemical, and biological defense troops in a bomb explosion in Moscow early Tuesday. Lieutenant General Igor Kirilov and his assistant died when a device planted on a scooter detonated near the entrance to an apartment building. His death comes just one day after Ukraine's security service had accused him of ordering the massive use of banned chemical weapons against Ukrainian troops. The killing is a rare example of a targeted assassination of a top military official since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and will no doubt be seen as an embarrassment for the Kremlin.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump says Ukraine needs to reach a deal to end the Russian invasion. The US president-elect also criticised the Biden administration's decision to allow Kyiv to use US-made weapons to strike deeper into Russian territory. Here's some of what Trump told reporters at his Florida home.
Got to be a deal. No, got to be a deal. Too many people being killed. That is a war that's too many people. Got to make a deal. And Putin has to make a deal too.
Trump's comments come as 12 European countries are set to announce plans to check the insurance policies of Russian tankers. The controls are being imposed to deter the shadow fleet of uninsured or underinsured vessels that move millions of barrels of Russian crude around the world in defiance of Western sanctions.
Traders trim bets on rate cuts from the Bank of England next year after wage growth accelerated in the 3 months to end of October for the first time in more than a year. Average UK earnings, excluding bonuses, rose by faster than expected 5.2% from a year earlier, exceeding all economists' expectations. Meanwhile, private sector regular pay growth also came above estimates, increasing to 5.4%. Bloomberg's chief UK economist Dan Hansen says the above inflation rises come before the tax rises hit next April.
I think one of the stories sort of moving into next year was how firms adapt to this rise in national insurance. Will it be prices that they increase? Will it be jobs that they cut? But part of that story about inflation being above target is the assumption that at least some firms will pass that rise in labour costs through to prices.
Hansen there reflecting on the inflation hurdles coming next year for the Bank of England. Markets are now pricing in a little over than 2 rate cuts in 2025, with traders expecting the Bank of England to hold rates on Thursday's meeting.
Exclusive analysis from Bloomberg shows the majority of Britain's biggest listed companies will account for less than 3% of the revenue raised by Labour's increased payroll tax. James Woolcock has the story.
Prime Minister Keir Starmer promised to target those with the broadest shoulders when he came into office. However, Bloomberg Intelligence has found that Chancellor Rachel Reeves's plans to raise up to £26 billion a year from a hike to national insurance will be hitting firms that depend on British workers rather than the UK's biggest companies. Bloomberg's calculations found that a group of 88 FTSE 100 businesses will pay just 2.4% of the total amount the Treasury is hoping to raise. That Bloomberg reporting comes as Reeves signalled that any further shortfall to government funding will be dealt with by spending cuts. That's ahead of the next update from the budget watchdog in March. In London, James Woolcock, Bloomberg Radio.
China's foreign ministry says the country's actions have all been above board after the Chinese businessman at the heart of spying allegations was named by the High Court in London. Yang Tenbo, who acted as a business advisor to Prince Andrew, has been banned from the UK on national security grounds, but he insists he's done nothing wrong. Speaking yesterday, Prime Minister Keir Starmer defended his approach to relations with Beijing.
It's important to engage. Of course we have to challenge where we must, but it's better to engage to challenge than to stay aside, as it were. Important to cooperate where we can on issues like climate change. I'm very pleased with the engagement and the progress that we've made.
The latest developments have put pressure on Starmer's plan to boost ties with Beijing and spark demands for tougher restrictions on China's operatives in the UK.
China is said to be keeping its growth target of about 5% for next year and raising its budget deficit to 4% of GDP. The Reuters report comes after the top leaders, including President Xi Jinping, held a yearly economic conference in Beijing where they were expected to set goals for 2025. Both reported targets are in line with economists' expectations after policymakers stepped up pledges to increase government spending and economic policy support.
The Bank of France has cut its 2025 growth outlook to 0.9% as the country's political upheaval drags on. The 0.3 percentage point downgrade to GDP shows the damage being caused by the collapse of the government. Engie chairman Jean-Pierre Clemendeau is one of the business leaders sounding the alarm.
This situation impacts business confidence. I hope again that we will have in the next few weeks more certainties and that this will allow the business cycle to restart.
That was the Engie chairman speaking to Bloomberg there. The French parliament unanimously voted through a bill to keep the state functioning as the fourth prime minister this year looks to form a new government.
Those are your top stories on the markets. The Stock 600 is down by 0.3%. On Wall Street, S&P E-minis are also 0.3% lower. The 10-year Treasury yield up 2 basis points to 4.41%. That's news when you want it with
गाइस एंड डेटा की अगर आज बात करोगे तो 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग देन 7 पीएम पर आपका रिटेल सेल्स और को रिटेल सेल्स का डेटा है गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करेगा एंड देन 8 पीएम पे यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग तो इन टाइम फ्रेम पर थोड़ा ध्यान रखना मार्केट थोड़ी वॉलेटिलिटी प्रोड्यूस करेगा ऑब्वियसली है बाकी जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया फटाफट से लाइक जरूर कर दें गाइस डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल एज वेल सब्सक्राइबर भी रुक गए हमारे तो पता नहीं क्यों जिन लोगों ने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया है फटाफट से सब्सक्राइब करें शेयर करें नेचुरल गैस क्या फिर से रीटेस्ट करता है बिकॉज इसके अलावा यहाँ पर कोई और लेवल तो है नहीं जिस पर कुछ देखें फिर ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस है वो काफ़ी दूर है वहां तक तो जाते जाते बहुत टाइम लग जाएगा बीच में कोई ना कोई नए लेवल मार्केट नहीं तो क्रिएट करने की कोशिश करेगा तो वी विल सी आफ्टर दैट 15 people are watching, only 8 likes. बाकी लोग भी कर दो like. Ukraine kills top Russian general in Moscow, it accused of chemical weapon crimes.
If you've been paying attention to financial markets over the last few years, you almost certainly have heard people talk about private credit. Very simply put, this is when a company borrows money from a fund rather than from a bank or by selling bonds in the public markets. Private credit has been around for years, but it really got a boost after the financial crisis of 2008, because that's when tighter regulation on banks pushed borrowers to seek other sources of financing. Since then, it's grown really quickly. Private credit assets are now around $2 trillion, according to the OECD, more than twice what they were a decade ago. And for context, that's equivalent to about 12% of all corporate bank loans. So this week on The Big View, we're going to delve into private credit. It's what we do at Reuters Breaking Views. We tap our best sources around the world to bring you fresh insights into the biggest stories on global business and finance. I'm your host, Peter Thalassen. Blue Owl Capital, one of the two private credit. It's what we do at Reuters Breaking Views. We tap our best sources around the world to bring you fresh insights into the biggest stories on global business and finance. I'm your host, Peter Thalassen. In a moment, we'll hear from our guest this week, who is Mark Lipschultz, the co-CEO of Blue Owl Capital, one of the largest US non-bank lenders. But first, I'm delighted to welcome Jonathan Guilford, who is a Breaking Views associate editor in New York and also our in-house expert on all matters related to private credit. Jonathan, good to see you.
Hey, Peter, great to be here.
So, Jonathan, you've been following this industry for a long time and writing about the players in it and kind of what they're doing. And I think you also actually done a podcast with Mark Lipschultz before. But tell me, what is it about this industry that is kind of interesting to you right now?
Sure. Look, I come from a background of covering M&A for a long time. And so what was interesting to me at first was just a bunch of private equity guys were suddenly eating their own banker's lunch. You had the Lev Fin desks at JPM or Morgan Stanley or Goldman or whatever. And all of a sudden they had to worry like, oh, there are these big pools of capital sitting inside what I typically think of as my clients. And now they are able to kind of fill a need among, private equity firms, among companies doing kind of niche, weird little buyouts. I'm not in that market anymore. What's happening here? And then that kind of grew further and further, right? And that's sort of what we usually, for the past few years, have been talking about when we talk about private credit. It's this thing that we dub direct lending that is a direct competitor to really a bank's Lev Fin desk, and it's kind of serving a lot of private equity firms as they do deals. I mean, that's changed a lot in the last few years. We're really talking about a much larger, more comprehensive set of investments now that pull in insurance, they pull in, kind of asset-backed finance. It's this much, much broader set of things people are talking about, and it's like part of a much bigger media conversation about how the financial system is changing now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the interesting things. I mean, I definitely remember in sort of 2020, 2021, sort of immediately after COVID, when the banks were under all sorts of strain, and suddenly these direct lenders were getting involved and writing really quite big tickets, and yeah, as you say, sort of easing the banks out of sort of financing buyouts and stuff like that. But then, since then, we've had them talking about doing asset-based finance, really kind of taking on a lot of these other sort of functions that you would normally associate with banks. So that's really interesting to explore. Tell me just a little bit about Mark Lipschultz. What is it about him that makes him a particularly good person to give us a view on this whole industry?
I mean, like Mark has been through really a lot of the stages of the evolution of the industry. He sat at Goldman, he sat at KKR, and now he sits at Blue Owl, which itself expanded through merger and listing years ago. I mean, it's really, he has a very, very good front seat to what's been happening here, and kind of bringing this conversation full circle from where we were 2 years ago when we chatted, when, as I said, a lot of the conversations was really still about that narrower idea of direct lending. it's interesting to see how much that has changed, and also how much all of these firms now have to think about sort of broader systemic questions about how they go to market and how they design their funds, such that, they're solving like these really nettlesome questions about, oh, how much liquidity do I offer my investors? Do I want to try and tap the individual wealth market? Am I mostly thinking about insurers? Am I mostly thinking about traditional LPs? Like, there's a really, really interesting set of questions that have come up in that interim. And Mark is just kind of, he is one of the people at one of the largest US private credit shops really having to deal with that every day.
Okay. Thanks, Jonathan. Let's listen to your conversation.
Okay, Mark Lipschultz, it's great to have you back on the podcast. Thanks so much for joining us.
Great to be here and great to be back.
So it was roughly 2 years ago that you and I last chatted on this podcast. And in the meantime, I think there's been sort of a big picture shift in what people talk about when we talk about private credit. Back then, a lot of the conversation was revolving really around kind of straightways direct lending. It's become a sort of bigger and more complicated market that everybody is focusing on right now. Could you maybe step me through kind of, I guess the question is, what is private credit and what is that now? How has it changed and how Blue Owl stands within that?
Well, it's an outstanding question. You're absolutely right. The world of private credit has evolved pretty materially over the last 2 years, maybe in an accelerating fashion. I think it actually mirrors a broader and longer term trend, candidly, which is this continued evolution of the private marketplace as a complement to, some might argue, a substitute for or a competitor for. You can pick the word you prefer. But it's really been a 30-year arc, and I think we talked about this some last time, on this migration from a world dominated by public markets, and the public markets sort of always being available, and the private markets being these highly opportunistic on-again, off-again partners. If I go back to when I joined the LBOs, as they were then called.
ब्रेकडाउन तो कर चुका है, रीटेस्ट करता है तो एक सेलिंग वापस कर सकते हो, नीचे फिर एक सपोर्ट आपका 2628 के अराउंड है। कल की लेवल है, कुछ चेंज नहीं हुआ है सिल्वर में, नथिंग चेंज्ड। डेटा है तो ध्यान रखना, थोड़ा सा इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा शेड्यूल फॉर टुडे। गोल्ड, सॉरी, क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस में भी कल के ही लेवल है, कुछ नए लेवल अभी क्रिएट नहीं हुए। सो यस्टरडेज लेवल इज देयर। करते रहो guys, don't forget to like the stream.
Applicable in private markets. And I also think, frankly, it reflects the most important trend of all, which is, look, private markets in many instances work. They work well for the user of the capital, and they work well for the investors.
Putting it in purely mercenary terms, right? I was speaking with someone in the market recently, and they were saying, like, look, we are reaching the point now where if you're sub, say, $40 billion in AUM, like getting through to the other side, like developing that capacity to, have that sophistication to offer checks of a reasonable size such that, big blue chip borrowers are going to care about dealing with you. Like that's really the cutoff, which sort of surprised me given that we still have so many of these firms floating around that are smaller than that. I mean, does that sound overly simplistic to you? Does it sound realistic? Like, because obviously Blue Owl has been pulling in like a ton of new capabilities by acquiring some smaller firms recently. Is that what's driving it?
Yeah, I don't think it's oversimplified. I mean, I would put it more in the category of, sort of Occam's razor, right? The easiest explanation is likely the best one. And I think that is the easiest explanation, which is it turns out to be relevant to have the capabilities and the depth of capital and variety of solutions that a user needs. Yeah, you need to be, substantially larger. And I don't know what the magic number is, and I'm sure there's a magic number, but it is much larger than any of us would have likely thought 5 years ago. And it does attach very much to the Blue Owl acquisition strategy. There's something that, and if I had to pick another magic number, only by observation, not that I can give any theory behind what I'm about to say, but there seems to be something that happens around $10 billion of AUM where there's kind of a bit of a fork in the road, which is you go from being a bit more of and they used to be a pretty sizable firm, right? $10 billion is not a small startup organization by any measure.
Right.
But it used to be you could be just a monoline, kind of niche focused investment firm at that scale. And at that moment in time, now what's become clear is you have to sort of, from there, to get bigger, you have to develop operational capabilities. And I mean, legal compliance and reporting. You have to develop fundraising capabilities around the world. You have to be able to tailor products and structures to meet the bespoke needs of whether it's large scale LPs, institutional scale, or individual investors, wealth products. And at that point, you end up finding, I think, that the people in these $10 billion firms have to decide, do they want to keep spending their time really being focused on what they're great at, which is being investors, or do they really want to spend their time trying to be business builders? And let's just use your number, try to cross the chasm from 10 billion to 40 billion. So when we were lucky enough to have Atalaya, for example, join us to develop the asset-backed strategy as in combined form with Blue Owl, I think it was very much about, hey, these people are the best in the business at investing and have to decide, should I spend my time and energy trying to build the business, or should I keep being the best at actually delivering for LPs? And they said, listen, I can join a platform like Blue Owl, put all my time and energy back into the investing piece and leverage the ability to scale off the back of a Blue Owl. And that allows us to, I think, be a win-win solution, right? That allows the LPs to do better because they get the people like Ivan Zinn and others who have been doing this for 20 years can spend all their time and their experience investing in the LP capital. And the Blue Owl team can help support the scaling and also share intellectual capital ideas origination across the whole platform.
Right. And what I kind of wonder is whether that tells us anything about the state of these two emerging, because I think maybe this is overly simplifying it, but if you break down the kind of the big trends that people are thinking about in private credit, right, it's still direct lending is still kind of the core of a big part of the business. And then alongside that, you have asset backed, which is, developing that kind of, people talk about this as everything from like investment grade replacement through to kind of more interesting esoteric niche stuff. But that's the kind of debt that like really attracts people looking for the safety of securitization. And then you have a bunch of other pieces like, kind of infrastructure, real assets, et cetera, in another bucket. I mean, just starting with the first one there, like what does that, I guess, drive for consolidation that we're basically getting at? Tell us about the status of direct lending, because obviously you talk about dispersion in management capability, sophistication, and we do see dispersion in, say, credit quality metrics, not in defaults mainly, because that's not really the way this market works, but certainly in terms of credit support people are looking at, or in terms of interest coverage ratios of portfolio companies. Like, is there a spread there? Are there people who are going to be stressed as we go through to the back end of this credit cycle now that interest rates seem to be?
Yeah, you are seeing a dispersion.
Carly G, crude oil call ups on hold. What should I do? Put the SL on system. Details is go details is. का व्यू ओवरऑल तो व्यू बेरिश ही चल रहा है फिलहाल के लिए। मार्केट 2-3 दिन से रेंज में रुका हुआ है, अब कहीं ना कहीं तो ये जरूर जाएगा। ऊपर का रेजिस्टेंस भी ब्रेक नहीं हुआ है, ये लास्ट सपोर्ट मान के चलो, अगर ये भी ब्रेक हो गया तो फिर ये बड़ा गिरना चाहिए। नीचे वैसे एक सपोर्ट है जरूर 5880 मैंने बता दिया, बट वो भी इतने बार टेस्ट हो चुका है कि अब मुझे लगता नहीं वो होल्ड कर पाएगा। तो फिर ये लास्ट सपोर्ट ही बचता है हमारे पास 5830 840 वाला। क्रूड को भी देखोगे तो ये एफईजी पर ही रुक गया है। एफईजी बना हुआ है यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा, उसके ऊपर जा ही नहीं रहा ये। There's a very small एफईजी ओवर हियर, ये चेक कर सकते हो। वहीं से रिजेक्शन ले लिया एफईजी से। लास्ट सपोर्ट है कि स्ट्रॉन्ग, अगर नहीं होल्ड किया तो फिर गिरना चाहिए काफी अच्छा। चांस से राजियां ले सकते हैं, बट थोड़ा संभल के, व्यू थोड़ा सा बेरिश ही चल रहा है, ऐसा स्ट्रिक्ट रखना। नेचुरल गैस ऊपर जाएगा क्या, आई डोंट नो। ऊपर एक रीटेस्ट था कल, वो रीटेस्ट कर चुका है, तो वही एक रेजिस्टेंस है। उसके अलावा और कोई रेजिस्टेंस यहाँ पर है नहीं। तो अगर ये रीटेस्ट रिमूव हो जाता है यहाँ से, तब फिर ऊपर स्पेस है। ऊपर कुछ सच रेजिस्टेंस बना नहीं है, कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस बनाना पड़ेगा प्राइस को, तभी गिर पाएगा वापस। यहाँ पर है, ये है ना एफईजी, यहाँ पर देखो ये 5970 से लेकर 5979, दैट इज एफईजी एरिया इन क्रूड ऑयल। ऊपर निकलना है तो इसके ऊपर क्लोज करना जरूरी है। न्यूज़ की वजह से प्राइस सीधा ही चला गया, यहाँ पर भी कैंडल सीधा ऊपर इक्वल टू हाई बनी थी, देख रहे हो? एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट पे जो कैंडल बनी थी उसके ऊपर सारी कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई, ये भी नहीं है, ये भी नहीं है। दिस इज द कैंडल जो लेवल पे आई, जिस पे नॉर्मली बाइंग होती है, वही ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बन गई। इट मींस ट्राई जरूर कर रहे थे सपोर्ट को ब्रेक करने का, बट होल्ड कर गया प्राइस किसी तरीके से। ऊपर जाना है तो सस्टेन होना जरूरी है, नहीं तो
And that dispersion is creating a really interesting market structure that is driving the very, consolidation or kind of big getting bigger point that you so I think interestingly put your finger on. So you look at a business like ours, and I'm not saying this to to talk glowingly about Blue Owl, but to make a point, which is our running loss rate has been 7 basis points a year. Our default rates are is well under 1%. The idea that you're going to outperform us, and it's not just us. There are a couple other wonderful scale firms, and the idea that you're going to outperform in credit is just it's not realistic as an ambition. We have the resources, the processes, and again, I'm not saying this complacently. We wake up every day to fight this fight and do it well, but you're not going to outperform us on credit. So what is the proposition? So you can try to get nichier and nichier and nichier, but at some point, as a credit investor, let's keep an eye on who do we all work for? We work for the LPs. I mean, all of this is mechanics and structures and complexity, but it all gets down to delivering a really compelling return for a very moderated risk, right? Lower risk, better. I mean, that's the heart of all of these, whether it's investment grade substitutes or non-investment grade substitutes. And so if we've got the credit part and the engine really working, what are you seeking? If you go all the way to a super niche strategy, you might want those people investing dollars in that niche, but why would you want to allocate money to that niche when 6 months later, okay, that niche isn't the place that has the compelling risk return? So again, I do think this leads us back to scale, which is sure there are some incredibly interesting niche strategies, but I think the investor is best served by having those capabilities ultimately reside inside of a more generalized, and I don't mean it to be all things to all people, but within the world of private credit, having multiple capabilities. I don't see the point of investing in a NAV loan fund, and I'm not denigrating the strategy. I love the strategy, but we do NAV loans. We've been doing them before it was an idea to call it a NAV loan strategy. We'll do them when they're compelling. We can do them with our insurance platform. We can do them in our direct lending vehicles, depending on the nature of the loan. And there'll be times when that's a really good idea. But there's times when that's not a good risk return. So why would I tie up dollars in just NAV loans? I should give it to someone who's good at NAV loans and other things.
I'm kind of curious. That intersects interestingly with a thing I wanted to push on, which is about kind of the plumbing of the fund system. But just for the sake of listeners who might not be super familiar with the subject, can you maybe just give us like a little capsule description of what a NAV loan is?
Absolutely. And I do apologize on my propensity to maybe use terminology. I will endeavor not to do that because, of course, we use these ridiculous acronyms every day, and so it's all so familiar. So a NAV loan, and it's one of an example to the point you've been driving toward of this continued evolution of private capital solutions. A lot of times they face off against the private equity market just because those are sophisticated power users of capital, right? So it often may live there. So a NAV loan is part of this private equity ecosystem. In fact, maybe let me describe the arc of the private equity ecosystem, because there's credit that shows up in multiple places in this ecosystem. So a firm goes and raises, fund number 5, a PE firm XYZ.
Right.
And every PE firm then immediately starts with one kind of credit, which is a subscription line. A subscription line, which is an IG, investment grade form of credit, is just an advance facility where you take these commitments that this PE firm has, and they say, gee, rather than have to call capital every time we make an investment, or quite frankly, even so we can let people hold on to their capital for longer before we have to put it in the ground and start earning that IRR on it, we will borrow money that is essentially secured by the right to call commitments. That is a bank or a non-bank would say, well, sure, if you've raised $1 billion of commitments from big institutions around the world, of course we'll lend you hundreds of millions of dollars in advance of you just calling to pay that back. Like that's easy. That's good credit. So you start in a really easy place, but credit instantly enters the equation, and almost every private equity firm uses that today. 20 years ago, they didn't.
Right.
So this is kind of part of the evolving ecosystem. Then you start buying companies. And in each of those companies you buy, you will use credit, right? You will put in equity, and then you will use what we are calling the classic private credit, the classic direct loan, to finance the purchase. So you'll put up, simplify it, someone will put up half the money in equity, and they'll borrow half the money from a private lender. So then there's credit shows up in that place. Now we go forward and we build a whole portfolio as a PE firm of investments. So now we have 20 different portfolio companies, and we now have invested our $1 billion. And we say, okay, well, now I got to think about exiting. Well, one thing I could do is now I've invested $1 billion. And in fact, if I've done my job well, it's worth more than $1 billion. And I may not be ready to sell the companies yet, or all of them, but I could go and borrow against the whole portfolio. So I can say, well, listen, I now have $1 billion I invested. The $1 billion, according to my mark to market, it's worth $2 billion. We could debate what we all think it's worth, but that'll be part of the analysis of the lender. But in any case, let's say the PE sponsor thinks it's worth 2. It doesn't matter. Pick a number. Let's suppose we all thought, well, it's definitely worth 1.5. You've successfully invested. Would someone, appropriately and logically have a good loan, making leveraging you $400 million against that portfolio so you can return that to your investors while you then sell companies as is opportune? Absolutely. So that's a NAV loan. So a NAV loan, just to follow that whole track, is the other side of a subscription line. It is as I start to take money back out of my funds after I've made the investments and started to experience success and want to get money back to my investors, even if I'm not ready to sell each individual company.
Right.
So all those places intersect in the world of private credit, and we can throw one more in it. The GP itself is saying, oh, okay, I need money to put my commitment in for the next fund I'm going to raise. I wonder where I should get that. Now, I could get that from Blue Owl's GP stakes business. In fact, that would be one common form. We do that. It's big business. Or likewise, in that arena, we'll lend people money to their GP. So there's credit. None of it overlaps. So I don't say this to get people either confused or concerned about the interlace, but rather to say credit infuses this system in so many different steps. And a NAV loan, net asset value, which is what that stands for, the net asset value of the fund, is one place it shows up. And I think you want people like us, if you're an LP, I think it strongly favors people that have multiple capabilities to say, well, there's different times where different parts of that will present the right risk return. That's when you should make those loans. When it's not a good risk return to be in a NAV loan, well, then don't do it.
I did just wonder. So obviously that implies this whole system of plumbing around not only the way that credit provision to your customers is working, but also for yourselves, right? Because there are also, subscription lines and NAV loans and et cetera that happen on private credit funds as well. And I think a lot of the kind of simplistic criticism of direct lending in its early days, focused on like, oh, what are the parts that we can't see? What do marks look like, et cetera? And that has kind of continued to work its way through. And I think we see from the trailing performance that, obviously something has been figured out here. And so people have moved on to the next thing. And I think you see the new generation of, I guess, generic free-floating worries that people have about the private credit system is, oh, but what about like just the proliferation of products and the growing complexity? And I mean, I know from my own reporting that people are now talking about like hybrid products between that, start as a subscription line and become a NAV loan, or we're now seeing kind of continuation funds for credit vehicles, even though they're, amortizing assets and whatnot. So like, I think there is like a lot of complexity, which is maybe bewildering to the outside observer. You kind of touched on the point here. You said you don't feel that these are overlapping elements of credit. I was wondering if you could just pull at that thread a little bit. Like, what is it that you would say to someone who's looking at this and saying like, man, this is a lot of different products, like slipping in at like a lot of different places along the life cycle of, $1 of equity goes into the system?
The US financial system is incredibly innovative. And that is, without question, by and large, not to say uniformly, by and large, an incredible positive. I mean, one of the many strengths of the US economy, and we're seeing it, continued strength, increasing, probably dominance of the US economy at this moment around the world, is partly a reflection of having these incredibly deep, innovative capital marketplaces. And part of that, the private market's a good example of an innovation that is meeting both an investor need and a user of capital need. Now, to your point about complexity, I really like the way you phrased the sort of free-floating anxiety, because that's kind of what it is, right? People, they say, well, what are you concerned about? Well, I don't know, which by the way, I respect that answer, actually. I don't know. I just have some concern. Those people that's a great group of people because we're happy to sit with them, talk through the products, talk through the ecosystem. The ones that are I think, less constructive are those who say, oh, well, that's a real problem. That's scary. Now, a lot of that's very self-serving by competitors who are losing business to this private market. So, we understand that. That's just the nature, again, of a competitive market, perhaps. Some are people that I think where it's less productive is where it's coming from, some sort of policymaker view, just because they sort of want more fingers into the system. I just don't think that's particularly productive because it's likely just to slow the flow of capital, and we need the capital. The key question, and I totally understand regulators asking this, and we work really well and happy to invite regulators to work closely with us too, regulators or anybody else that wants to understand the business, which is to say, look at the source of the capital. The real question to ask is the stability of the funding. Look, we may or may not be making, as an industry, great loan decisions. I think we are as an industry, and I'm highly confident we are as Blue Owl. But of course, there'll be some good decisions, some bad decisions. That, if funded with a very stable pool of equity capital, is just a investment challenge that will result in some investors doing less well than they hoped or expected. The real question to get to, and this is where I think one can get really excited about this whole evolution of the private markets, is, are there dominoes that can fall? Is there an interconnectedness that causes a small infection to become a big one? That's the bank problem, right? That's Silicon Valley Bank. If you get people nervous and it turns out you have one-day assets that are essentially invested in 10-year loans, that's where your problem comes from. And the power of the credit market and the private credit market, and I really say this not to oversell it, but with a lot of confidence, this is a healthy dynamic. We have permanent capital. We have capital that never goes away in the bulk of our funds. are business development companies, BDCs.
Okay, look at the candle in crude oil that is open equal to high right now. Let's say it will break their high or it will give the breakdown. Current candle दिख नहीं रहा होगा थोड़ा सा, but ये open equal to high बनी है फिर से 5950 ओपन 5950 हाई है. ब्रेक करता है तो बेटर रहेगा. ओपन इक्वल टू हाई नहीं बनना चाहिए. ट्वेंटी पीपल आर वॉचिंग 18 लाइक्स. बाकी लोग भी लाइक कर दो फटाफट से. जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. कम ऑन गाइस, लाइक करो सभी लोग. US crude inventories likely dropped half as much previous week. Wow. Crude oil price is on disappointing Chinese economic data. इन्वेंट्री वैसे कल आएगी क्रूड ऑयल की, आज तो नहीं है. क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री शेड्यूल फॉर टुमारो. चल कैसे हो, छोटे छोटे सपोर्ट बना के बैठा हुआ है नीचे.
Pursuing those opportunities versus the peer set.
So there are three core investor groups, and I'm just going to call it exactly what you said. One was the traditional group, which was the institutional investor.
Mm-hmm.
The second is the individual investor, right? The private wealth channel, as I think is probably the most common parlance. Some people might say retail. The products really haven't gone.
Today, French military aid starts to arrive in cyclone-battered Mayotte. Israel aims to double its population on the occupied Golan Heights. Trump's transition team wants to cut off support for electric vehicles. And why Canada's border crackdown pledge is easier said than done. It's Monday, December 16th. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, every weekday. I'm Carmel Crimmins in Dublin.
When you hear LSEG data and analytics, what do you think of? Comprehensive data you can trust, exclusive access to Reuters News, industry-leading analytics and unique insights. Discover new possibilities with LSEG data and analytics.
Scenes of devastation in the French Indian Ocean territory of Mayotte, where hundreds or even thousands are feared dead after it was hit by a powerful cyclone. The storm brought winds of more than 124 miles per hour, ripping apart the makeshift shelters where many people live. Aerial footage shows the wreckage of hundreds of homes on the islands, which have become a focal point for illegal immigration. It's the strongest storm to hit the islands in more than 90 years. John Ballos lives there and told us he feared for his life. On Monday, rescue teams continued the search for survivors, with authorities warning a precise death toll was difficult to ascertain. Israel's government has approved a plan to double its population on the occupied Golan Heights, which it captured from Syria in 1967. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says strengthening the Golan is strengthening the state of Israel following the fall of the Assad regime. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE have condemned the decision. Abu Muhammad al-Golani, Syria's de facto leader, has said Israel is using false pretexts to justify attacks on Syria, but says he is not interested in engaging in a new conflict. Mayan Lubel is in Jerusalem.
Well, Israel's announcement on Sunday was mainly a declarative move. Israel saw the regime of Assad falling. It's not a bad thing for Israel, but at the same time, the Israelis are suspicious of Syria's new leadership.
Is the return of Donald Trump to the White House significant here?
So Israel annexed the Golan Heights in the 80s, and that was a move that remains unrecognized by most international powers. But during Trump's first term in office, he recognized Israeli or declared support for Israeli sovereignty over the Golan. So it's quite possible that Israel has Trump in its mind when it makes such a declaration.
Israel is closing its Dublin embassy due to what it describes as the Irish government's, quote, extreme anti-Israel policies, including recognition of a Palestinian state, as well as support for international legal action against its war in Gaza. South Korea's Constitutional Court has begun reviewing the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol over his botched attempt at martial law. The court has up to 6 months to make a call on whether to remove him from office or reinstate him. Prime Minister Han Duck-soo has stepped in as interim leader until the court rules. It's nearly a given for investors that the Fed will cut interest rates by 25 basis points when it meets this week. The more pressing question is, will rate cuts continue next year? Howard Schneider covers the Fed in Washington.
There's a lot of uncertainty about what's coming around the pike with the Trump administration coming in. Are you going to get tariffs that lead to some price increases? Are you going to get rounds of massive deportations, as they've said, to expect that pull workers out of jobs and send them back to a home country? Does that lead to wage pressure? So along with the rate cut, the messaging is important. I would expect it to be open the door at least to the possibility that they're not going to cut again in January. They don't want to set an expectation that they're just going to keep going lower, lower, lower with all this uncertainty and with inflation as sticky as it's been.
President-elect Donald Trump's transition team is recommending cutting off federal support for electric vehicles and charging stations. That's according to a document seen by Reuters. The new focus instead will be to strengthen measures blocking imports of cars, components, and battery materials from China, the world's biggest EV market. Chris Kirkham has the exclusive.
What this document shows is that the Trump transition team is really looking to undo sort of the Biden administration's federal investments in EV and EV infrastructure overall. This sort of the supply chains that are necessary to produce batteries for EVs are also pretty important for the military and for the defense industry. And a lot of it has to do with these critical minerals. Lithium is one, graphite is another. And a lot of this supply chain is controlled by China. What the Biden administration was trying to do was get the United States to, sort of have its own domestic supply chain that could fuel EV batteries. And really what this document shows is that the Trump administration is sort of doubling down on wanting to cut off China but also they're basically saying that the supply chain for EVs, we want to really redirect that away from EVs and into these defense priorities and what they call critical infrastructure priorities.
Will this impact Elon Musk?
Yeah, that's a big question mark in all of this. Electric vehicles are not Elon Musk's only business, and so there could be ways that SpaceX might also benefit from some of this critical infrastructure. He's walking a tightrope kind of between the United States and China because Tesla has an enormous business in China and a big production facility in China as well.
So what would this all mean for the EV industry in the US?
Losing the consumer subsidy for EV purchases is going to have a huge impact on EV sales in the United States. And so will the lack of federal money for charging infrastructure. Charging is often cited as, kind of like a top reason that people are hesitant to purchase EVs. So if an EV becomes more expensive and there's not as much movement on charging infrastructure, that's really going to set back the transition to electric vehicles.
Trump transition spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt said when he takes office, Trump will support the auto industry, allowing space for both gas-powered cars and electric vehicles. Canada has promised Donald Trump a border crackdown. But as our reporter Anna Mailer-Paperny learned on a recent ride-along with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, preventing crossings along the world's largest land border is complicated.
We're a few hundred meters. If you look over here, this is pretty unfriendly territory.
It was dark, it was cold, there was blowing snow, and what we saw was the challenge facing police trying to stop migrants from crossing. As RCMP Sergeant Charles Poirier told me,
they can cross in the fields, they can cross through the forest, which is very dangerous, by the way. And like you can see, it's probably now -5-ish, and there's still water everywhere, so the water is cold as well.
They can arrest people who cross northbound into Canada, but they can't arrest you for looking like you're about to cross into the United States. More than 23,000 people were apprehended by U.S. Border Patrol near the northern border in the 12 months ending in October of 2024. But it's still far smaller than what we're seeing at the Mexico border, where about 1.5 million people were apprehended by U.S. Border Patrol in the 12 months ending in October.
So what are officials in Canada actually able to do to prevent these crossings?
Well, they can beef up border patrols. They can use cameras and sensors, drones and helicopters. But at the end of the day, Sergeant Poirier told me, even if they were everywhere, they still couldn't stop everyone. In addition to the border patrols, we see residents taking matters into their own hands. I spoke with one man. His name is Terry Rowe. He lives in Champlain, New York, about a mile from the Canadian border. And he's installed CCTV cameras on his property to watch the wildlife.
And then we started picking up, other than wildlife, migrants coming south.
And he says he's seeing more people crossing northbound than in the past.
And I think it's going to pick up.
This is something that Canada is bracing for, anticipating that some people, fearing Trump's threat of mass deportations, might flee the U.S. and try to enter Canada.
In today's ever-evolving markets, to gain the edge in your business, you want effortless access to the data you need, where and how you want it. LSEG's Data Universe offers unmatched breadth and depth of trusted data and news, offered seamlessly with a flexible, open approach that's led by you on the cloud or on premises. Experience the advantage of unparalleled historical data and a choice across the latency spectrum powered by market-leading technology. Together, let's explore a data universe of possibilities. LSEG Data and Analytics.
For today's recommended read, a story about President Bashar al-Assad's final hours in Syria. He confided in almost no one about his plans to flee. And don't miss our special weekend episode, where we hear
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with legal news involving Donald Trump. The president-elect has failed to convince a judge to set aside his conviction in the New York hush money case on presidential immunity grounds. New York State Justice Juan Merchan rejected Trump's argument the trial was tainted by testimony and other evidence that should not have been allowed under a July Supreme Court decision granting presidents broad immunity from criminal charges. Bob Van Voris is a legal reporter for Bloomberg News.
Judge Merchan ruled that Trump had failed to preserve most of the objections to the evidence that he objected to, meaning that the judge is unable to rule on it because he didn't, object at the time. He ruled also that even if he had preserved those objections, they would not fall within the immunity.
Bloomberg's Bob Van Voris says it's unclear if the case will proceed to sentencing as the president-elect continues to challenge the verdict. In May, a Manhattan jury found Trump guilty of falsifying business records to conceal a $130,000 payment to former adult film actress Stormy Daniels before the 2016 election.
Meanwhile, Nathan, Trump spoke to reporters for over an hour at his Mar-a-Lago, Florida club, covering a wide range of topics. He says Ukraine needs to reach a deal to end the Russian invasion.
Got to be a deal. No, got to be a deal. Too many people being killed. That is a war that's hard. Too many people. Got to make a deal. And Putin has to make a deal too. What deal?
Hours after Trump spoke, Ukraine claimed responsibility for the assassination of the head of Russia's radiological, chemical, and biological defense troops in a bomb explosion in Moscow.
Another topic the reporters brought up, Karen, was drones. White House officials are still trying to ease concerns about the thousands of sightings in New Jersey and other parts of the Northeast. National Security spokesman John Kirby says there's no reason for alarm.
Our assessment at this stage is that the activity represents commercial, hobbyist, law enforcement drones, all operating legally and lawfully, and or civilian aviation aircraft.
White House spokesman John Kirby says the FBI followed up on 100 tips out of the more than 5,000 it's received in recent weeks. President-elect Trump says he thinks the White House knows more than it's saying.
They know where it came from and where it went. And for some reason, they don't want to comment. And I think they'd be better off saying what it is. Our military knows and our president knows. And for some reason, they want to keep people in suspense.
The president-elect says he doesn't think it's the enemy, but he suggested his New Jersey golf course could be a target, saying they're flying very close to Bedminster.
Well, Nathan, President-elect Trump also discussed immigration at his Mar-a-Lago news conference. He threatened legal action against the Biden administration for selling unused materials from his border wall with Mexico.
We're going to have to rebuild it, and it'll cost double what it cost years ago, and that's hundreds of millions of dollars.
The president-elect was also asked if he's had preliminary talks with Venezuela and other countries about his promised mass deportation of millions of immigrants. Trump said, quote, they'll take them back. Bloomberg News has learned Trump's transition team has begun back-channel talks with Mexico and El Salvador about taking in undocumented migrants. Advisors involved in the effort include incoming National Security Advisor Mike Waltz and Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller.
Karen, President-elect Trump also talked about his pick to lead the Department of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
I think he's going to be much less radical than you would think. I think he's got a very open mind, or I wouldn't have put him there. He's going to be very much less radical. But there are problems. I mean, we don't do as well as a lot of other nations.
The president-elect spoke as Kennedy kicked off meetings with Senate Republicans ahead of his confirmation hearings. Senator Mark Wayne Mullin said after their meeting he plans to vote yes and that Kennedy supports the polio vaccine, in his words, 100%. Kennedy also met with Florida Senator Rick Scott and has more meetings this week with Lindsey Graham of South Carolina and Senate Finance Chairman Mike Crapo.
Nathan, the CEO of TikTok, met with Trump at Mar-a-Lago on Monday, just weeks before the popular video app is expected to be banned in the U.S. over national security concerns. The private meeting came just hours after Trump suggested he'd somehow try to reverse the ban to save TikTok, which he used to reach young voters on the campaign trail. Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. There were two Monday Night Football games, including Minnesota's 7th win in a row. It was easy over Chicago, who's now lost its last 8. Vikings won 30-12 and a 12-2. They're now tied for first in the NFC North with Detroit. The Falcons ended a 4-game losing streak. They won 15-9 in Las Vegas. The Raiders are tied with the Giants for the worst record in the NFL. Patrick Mahomes' ankle injury suffered Sunday as a mild high ankle sprain may not be able to play the Chiefs' next game. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And that's news.
सिल्वर में देखो अभी लेवल बनाया ही नहीं है प्रसाद जी, थोड़ा वेट कर लेते हैं सिल्वर में, फिर देखते हैं। फिलहाल जो अभी आए हैं नेचुरल गैस बिल्कुल ही साइडवेज पड़ा हुआ है, रीटेस्ट कल कर गया था, नेचुरल गैस उसी लेवल पर है। नीचे थोड़े बहुत छोटे छोटे सपोर्ट हैं जहां पर रुक रहा है प्राइस। ऊपर निकला तो कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस है नहीं, देखना पड़ेगा कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस क्रिएट होगा तो। क्रूड ऑयल भी साइडवेज हो गया है सपोर्ट एरिया पे, लास्ट सपोर्ट मान सकते हो, अगर नहीं बाइंग आई ब्रेकडाउन हुआ तो फिर अच्छा खासा फॉल होना चाहिए। गोल्ड और सिल्वर की अगर बात करें, इफ यू लुक एट द गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर, गोल्ड ऑलरेडी आई थिंक ब्रेकडाउन कर चुका था, अभी थोड़ी देर पहले मैंने बताया था। रीटेस्ट के बाद इसमें सेलिंग चल रही है। नीचे हमारे पास एक सपोर्ट अब 2628 के अराउंड है, बीच में एक एफईजी भी है, शायद प्राइस वहां पर रुकने की कोशिश करे। एफईजी एज वेल इन, ठीक है, थोड़ा सा बड़ा एफईजी है, ये पूरा ही एफईजी जोन है, तो इसमें कहीं रुकने की कोई बहुत कोशिश जरूर करेगा प्राइस, तो ध्यान रखना थोड़ा सा। सिल्वर को अगर देखोगे, इफ यू लुक एट द सिल्वर, सो सिल्वर में कल के लेवल है, कुछ खास चेंज हुआ नहीं है। एक सपोर्ट था, आई थिंक ये ब्रेक हो रहा है नीचे, एक और सपोर्ट है इसमें 30.15 के अराउंड। ओवरऑल व्यू, कल आई थिंक फेड, परसों फेड की मीटिंग है, उससे पहले थोड़ी बहुत प्रॉफिट बुकिंग ही चल रही है राइट नाउ, बोथ गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर में। तो एक नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट यही है हमारे पास फिलहाल इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। ध्यान रखना कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ना बने, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी तो उस पे बाई नहीं होता है। लो पे सेल नहीं होता है, तो ये एक छोटा सा सपोर्ट है यहाँ पर। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल एज वेल। In crude oil open equal to high candle. Look at the current candle. 5948 open, 5948 is high. ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कंटिन्यूसली फॉर्म करते जा रहा है. इसमें भी ऊपर एफईजी है, यहाँ पर ये लगाया नहीं है, ध्यान रखना. दे जो एफईजी मार्केट इसके ऊपर गया नहीं, वहीं से मार्केट ने एक रिजेक्शन लिया है इसमें. अगर ये होल्ड नहीं होता है सपोर्ट तो फिर ब्रेक होना चाहिए अच्छा खासा. पर यहाँ तक भी आ जाता तो यहाँ से वापस सेल कर देते. एग्जैक्टली वहां पर भी नहीं आया, प्राइस एफईजी पर ही रुक गया. RRR नो वॉइस, RRR 2 में आ जाएगी वॉइस सर, डोंट वरी। वॉइस कैसे आएगी सर? कोई क्वेश्चन पूछोगे तभी आंसर दूंगा, तभी वॉइस आएगी। अब बोलता रहूं, बताओ क्या चाहते हो? एनर्जी बचाओ। नहीं तो पूछ लो, otherwise just save your kinetic energy. K equal to half mv square, where m is the mass, v is the velocity, right? चल गैस भी प्लीज, फिलहाल तो साइडवे चल रहा है। एक रेस जो रीटेस्ट बना था, सपोर्ट था, वो उसका ब्रेकडाउन हुआ था कल, वो रीटेस्ट किया था, वही एक छोटा सा रेजिस्टेंस है। उसके अलावा और कोई रेजिस्टेंस, नीचे एक सपोर्ट अच्छा है नीचे 263 का, उससे पहले और कोई सपोर्ट बनेगा तो विल सी। बाकी इसके ऊपर और कोई रेजिस्टेंस अभी है नहीं, विल सी अगर कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस बीच में बना दे मार्केट। बाकी रीटेस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट है, कल एक बार कर चुका है रीटेस्ट, फिर से नहीं किया तो फिर ये कहीं ना कहीं एक नया रेजिस्टेंस जरूर क्रिएट करने जाएगा अपर साइड पे। एफईजी क्या है? मैंने काफी बार बताया है एफईजी क्या है। फेयर वैल्यू गैप बोलते हैं डिस्टेंस बिटवीन टू कंसेक्यूटिव कैंडल्स, कॉल्ड एफईजी। मार्केट अनसर्टेनिटी को रिप्रेजेंट करता है उस पर्टिकुलर लेवल पे। टेस्ट में नेचुरल गैस हल कर सकते हैं, बट ये रिस्की है अब। कल ऑलरेडी रिटेस्ट कर चुका है मार्केट एक बार, और नीचे एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट पे आया है नहीं। दिस इज सेकेंड टाइम रीटेस्ट। तो कैंडल का ध्यान रखना, ओपन इक्वल टू लो ना बने, और क्वांटिटी थोड़ी कम रखना, नहीं तो कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस बनेगा तो तब सेल करने में ज़्यादा मजा आएगा, या फिर मार्केट कहीं पर लिक्विडिटी ले ले। ओके, श्योर। और कोई रेजिस्टेंस है नहीं यहाँ पर दूर दूर तक, वो काफ़ी दूर है एक रेजिस्टेंस 291 वाला, उससे पहले बीच में और कोई रेजिस्टेंस भी नहीं बने, तो दैट्स व्हाई दिस रीटेस्ट इज इम्पोर्टेंट। कल ही इम्पोर्टेंट था, कल मार्केट को गिरना चाहिए था, और हाई लेवल से सिर्फ रीटेस्ट करके 5 पॉइंट ही गिरा। 10 पॉइंट गिरता तो मजा आता। इज नॉट अ रेजिस्टेंस guys, दिस इज दैट इज नॉट अ रेजिस्टेंस। ये एक एफईजी, सॉरी, एक रीटेस्ट लेवल है, कल कर चुका है रीटेस्ट, आज करोगे वापस कर सकते हो सेल, बट रिस्की है, क्वांटिटी कम रखना, और कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो बने तो सेल मत करना। समझ में आया? बाकी से कोई ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट मत ट्राई कर लेना, वो ऑलरेडी रीटेस्ट ही है, ऊपर और कोई रेजिस्टेंस बने नहीं है इसमें इस रीटेस्ट के अलावा। बाकी नीचे भी सपोर्ट एक काफ़ी दूर है, वो 263, उसके अलावा कल का लो एक एफईजी है फेयर वैल्यू गैप, व्हाट इज दिस? डेटा है ना, अभी कितने बजे है? 7 PM। 7 PM पर डेटा शेड्यूल है। कल में भी ये ऊपर वाला जो है एफईजी की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ मैं, ये जो ये लेवल है यहाँ पर, कल का सपोर्ट 5990 टू 6000, इस लेवल के आसपास आए तो यहाँ पर भी एक सेलिंग का प्लान रहेगा। ठीक है, ये एफईजी को अगर मैं थोड़ा सा रिमूव कर दूं तो ये एक जोन था, अभी तो एफईजी से उसने रिजेक्शन लिया था, बट एक्चुअल में एक ये सपोर्ट है तो इसका रीटेस्ट भी पेंडिंग है। अगर ये रीटेस्ट कर दे तो यहाँ पर बेटर रहेगा सेलिंग के लिए। उस केस में कंफर्म हो जाएगा कि मार्केट थोड़ा सा डाउन ट्रेंड चल रहा है अभी। Which time frame is best for accuracy? Every time frame is best, sir, but one fundamental thing is that higher the time frame, higher the accuracy. जितना ज़्यादा बड़ा टाइम फ्रेम यूज़ करोगे उतनी ज़्यादा एक्यूरेसी होगी, बट देयर इज अ वेरी less chances that you will get the trade on a higher time frame as well. So higher time frame पे ट्रेड कम रिसीव होते हैं, बट वहाँ पर एक्यूरेसी बढ़ जाती है। जैसे जैसे आप अपना टाइम फ्रेम कम करते जाओगे, एक्यूरेसी कम होती जाती है। बाकी इंट्राडे में कर रहे हो तो 15 मिनट एंड 1 आवर इज बेस्ट, अगर थोड़ा और एक्यूरेसी चाहिए तो। कल ही देख लो कल कितने ट्रेड मिले, कल 3 ही ट्रेड तो हुए थे बस। Again, candle open equal to high in crude oil. Look at the support. Continuously open equal to high candle form कर रहा है in 15 minute time frame crude oil. For again the current candle 15 minute open 5950, high 5950, लग रहा है इस सपोर्ट को ब्रेक करा के मानेंगे 5950। ठीक है, करंट कैंडल अगेन ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी है इन क्रूड ऑयल। That is a retest, I think. पीएम होने वाला है गाइस। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होगा 6:30 पर, ध्यान रखना। वॉल्यूम शायद वही 6:30 के बाद ही आएगा, उससे पहले वॉल्यूम आना ही मुश्किल लग रहा है दोनों में ही। मार्केट में जब तक लिक्विडिटी जोन पे जाएंगे नहीं, मोमेंटम ही नहीं करेंगे लगता है। ओके 5:30 हो गया है। 5 PM हो गया ना, 5 PM ठीक है। ये ऊपर आता है क्रूड ऑयल, ये जो ब्लैक कलर का लेवल ड्रॉ किया हुआ है, ये एक रीटेस्ट नहीं मान लो, कल का सपोर्ट था। यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा सेलिंग का प्लान रखेंगे। मार्केट मुझे लग रहा है इसी रेंज में रह सकता है थोड़ी देर के लिए, अगर थोड़ा वॉल्यूम आ गया तो। ये ब्रेक डाउन हुआ तो फिर तो बेरिश ही है कंप्लीट। तो अगर प्राइस बायर्स को थोड़ा सा होल्ड करना है तो रोकेंगे थोड़ा बहुत, बट अब सेलर भी एग्रेसिव हो जाएंगे इस लेवल पे। ध्यान रखना ऊपर, ठीक है, वो ब्लैक कलर का बॉक्स बना रखा है, उससे पहले एफईजी भी है, थोड़ा बहुत रुकेगा तो एफईजी पे, नहीं तो ये ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है, अगर रिजेक्शन लेगा तो वहां से एक सेलिंग का प्लान रख सकते हैं। कैंडल ध्यान रखना ना ओपन इक्वल टू लो ना बने, सेलिंग के वक्त ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं चाहिए होती है हमें कैंडल। बाकी मुझे लग रहा है शायद अगर नेचुरल गैस नहीं आता है यहाँ से नीचे, फिर कहीं ना कहीं एक नया रेजिस्टेंस क्रिएट करने की कोशिश शायद करे प्राइस वापस, इंपॉर्टेंट लेवल रहेगा ये। इस एफईजी का भी ध्यान रखना इन क्रूड ऑयल। बाकी मिलता हूँ मैं आपसे थोड़ी देर में। के बाद वॉल्यूम आया है मार्केट में।
Powering a sustainable future. Advance your energy research. Access.
Another day and another day, we're just really going to be talking about a tech rally here on Wall Street, right? So I want to take a look, Josh, at just what moved today, what hit some records. So we're looking at a record for Amazon, a record for Apple, a record for Alphabet, and also a record for Tesla. Tesla shares rising another 6% today. I mean, this rally we've been highlighting over the past month, really 2 months now since the election, up over 100%. It just feels like this is a little bit of a numbers go up kind of rally for Tesla, where it's just every day it just continues. But one thing that's interesting, Josh, when we talk about this Mag 7 trade and what's been driving the market higher, you can see it in big red there. Not very often we've been talking about a Mag 7 rally when NVIDIA isn't doing that well. So here's a look at it over the last 10 days. And I brought a chart from our friend Julie Hyman using some Bloomberg data on NVIDIA versus Bloomberg's Magnificent 7 index. So here's the Magnificent 7 index from the election in white. You can see that clearly rallying, currently sitting at a record high. NVIDIA just hasn't been a part of this rally. And to me, I think the takeaway from this, Josh, is while we talk about the Mag 7 a lot and we talk about the group, all of these stocks move individually, and it's perhaps a reminder that even though we've been talking about NVIDIA so much over the last 18 months, and NVIDIA certainly helped this rally, it really sparked this bull market, you don't need NVIDIA to go up every day for the index to go up, for the Mag 7 index to go up, or even the S&P 500 to go up. And I think maybe that's one of the early takeaways from December is you don't need NVIDIA to be supporting this rally necessarily.
Yeah, we had a strategist on today too, Josh. We're talking about this same thing, the Mag 7. He was saying, so investors now kind of look at the Mag 7, or at least some of the Mag 7 as kind of quasi-staples, he said, right? Like when you start getting nervous about the economy, the Fed, Washington, at least some of those names, solid balance sheet, tons of cash.
Right. Yeah, no, it's something we've been talking about really over the last 10 days, right? When you look at what the 10-year has done, going back about 3 weeks now, 10 years up about 25 basis points. There's been a clear shift in the market of maybe rates aren't going to come down as much in 2025. These stocks have been a place that investors hide in that scenario. It'll be interesting to see how they move after Wednesday's Fed decision. But one other thing I want to highlight from today's action, U.S. economic outputs. We're looking at the S&P Global PMIs, their composite index. So that's in white here, hitting its highest level in 33 months, Josh, almost 3 years, largely driven. So you can see services and manufacturing separated by yellow and blue. A divergent story in the U.S. economy here. So services continue to boom, but manufacturing lagging.
So manufacturing looks like it's still having its troubles. Services, though, I mean, I was looking, economists telling their clients, that just looks solid. Which some of them were saying they looked at that, and at least some economists and strategists in my inbox today, Josh, were looking at those numbers. And for some of them, they were like, that was one more data point where they didn't really understand why the Fed's going to cut this.
Yeah, well, when you take this number, right, you can sort of extrapolate it into a little bit of what the overall economy is doing, potential GDP projections. So Chris Williamson, the economist over at S&P Global, does do that. He said you take this number from December, you're looking at about 3% annualized GDP, at least for the month of December. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That's a pretty solid print. And you look at the Atlanta Fed GDP model projecting about 3.3% for the fourth quarter. So I think you do have a good point there, Josh. The U.S. economy seems very solid. So it'll be interesting to hear if the Fed does cut as markets expect on Wednesday, sort of why they're cutting. How does Chair Powell answer that question? Because I do think that's going to be a big question come Wednesday. And that's where I want to end, Josh. We're going to look ahead to the Fed a little bit because that's obviously the key market mover of the week, I think most would argue. And I want to pull up the SEP from September. So this is summary of economic projections, what the median forecast was, and essentially lay out where people think it's going to change. So economists think the Fed probably sees this number maybe going up a little bit. Maybe GDP is a little bit better than they felt in September. The economy is doing better, as we were just discussing, right? Also probably going to see the core PCE inflation forecast come up, though. Remember, we've been talking about 3 months of sticky inflation data here, not really falling toward the Fed's 2% target. That probably goes up. You take the sum of those two parts, you probably get the median Fed funds forecast to also go up. The debate is whether the Fed is going to project 2 cuts or 3 cuts next year. This number represented 4 cuts. No one really thinks that's going to happen. But that's sort of where the consensus is going into Wednesday, and strategists seem to think anything that teeters away from that, whether it be the Fed doesn't see more economic growth or perhaps the Fed still sees more rate cuts next year or where that rate cut path is, that's sort of expected to be the market mover, not necessarily what the Fed does in December, because that cut is so widely expected at this point.
It's expected, so, and yet you have these folks who say, why though, Josh? If the economy is resilient, if inflation suggests maybe we've kind of stalled out on our progress back to Jay Powell's 2% target, if the stock market's working, why are you cutting?
It seems at this point, part of the narrative is, well, they were very restrictive for a very long time. And if we're going to work under the assumption that monetary policy has these long and variable lags, then those lags are still working their way through the economy, right? You look at areas of the economy like hiring right now in the labor market. Hiring is not really ticking higher, it's still ticking lower, and it's at an area, the labor market in general, where you're kind of in this stasis, and I'm not sure how much the Fed would want to poke the bear too much there and keep rates higher. Maybe you take it a little bit lower, some think maybe even take it a little bit lower in January, then you wait and see for a couple months and see where you're at. But right now, we're not that far removed from the labor market slowing story we were talking about at the end of the summer, right? Your unemployment rate still up from 3.7% to start the year to 4.2% right now. It's a pretty big move higher, and there are certain areas of the labor market that I don't think the Fed wants to bother with too much. And on the inflation story, there's a lot to be seen there. Some people argue short-term effects have been keeping those prints high. Maybe you get better prints to start 2025, and the Fed can feel a little bit better about it.
All eyes on Wednesday with the Fed. Josh, thank you. Appreciate it.
ओके गाइस, नेचुरल गैस में चाहो तो प्रॉफिट बुक कर सकते हो। क्रूड ऑयल देखो रीटेस्ट कर चुका है, बट रीटेस्ट करने के बाद भी ये नीचे नहीं आ रहा है। देखना पड़ेगा किस तरह से फॉल आउट होता है अब इसका यहाँ से। और लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, लाइक भी करते रहो। यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने वाला है 8 पीएम। यूएस मार्केट गोइंग टू ओपन। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया, लाइक भी कर दो। डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एज वेल। था 7 पीएम पे इम्पोर्टेंट ही है। अब यूएस मार्केट के बाद ही शायद क्रूड ऑयल मूव करे यहाँ से। गोल्ड गोल्ड का ब्रेकडाउन रिटेस्ट हुआ था, फिर न्यूज आई, लेवल बताए थे वही सेम ही चल रहे हैं। ब्रेकडाउन रिटेस्ट करके सेलिंग ही चल रही है इसमें। सपोर्ट था यहाँ पर ये 2642 कल वाला ही। ब्रेकडाउन हुआ, रिटेस्ट किया, फॉल आउट ही हो रहा है। सेलिंग में वो बने रहो। पहला टारगेट 2635, दूसरा 2628, 2628, 2625 के अराउंड एक सपोर्ट है। कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई नहीं बनेगी तो वहां से वापस बाइंग का प्लान करना। नेचुरल गैस अच्छा मूव कर गया है, प्रॉफिट थोड़ा बहुत बुक जरूर कर लें उसमें। टारगेट अभी भी है थोड़ा और नीचे। ये एफईजी कल वाला ब्रेक, अरे यार ये क्या हो गया, कल वाला ब्रेक हो जाए तो बेटर है। हम यूएस मार्केट के बाद सेलर्स बुक जरूर कर लें अपना प्रॉफिट। बाकी देखते हैं और नीचे आता है नहीं आता है। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल में जिन लोगों ने सेलिंग का ट्रेड लिया हुआ है ब्रेकडाउन रिटेस्ट के बाद, थोड़ा सा कॉशियस रहना। काफ़ी देर हो गई है, रुका हुआ है, अटका ही हुआ है, मतलब क्या कहें। यहाँ पर हुआ है ब्रेकडाउन, लेवल के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज हुई, 5940 रीटेस्ट किया, उसके बाद ऑलमोस्ट 1 घंटे से ज़्यादा हो गया। इतना देर लगाना नहीं चाहिए प्राइस को। ब्रेकडाउन रिटेस्ट का डायरेक्टली फॉल हो जाना चाहिए था। टेस्ट कर चुका है, अब आना तो चाहिए नीचे। बाकी ये नीचे वाला सपोर्ट ही मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट है। होल्ड मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो नहीं होना चाहिए, यहाँ तक गिरना चाहिए। लेट्स सी, बाकी देखते हैं क्या होता है। बाकी मेजर सपोर्ट था, ब्रेक हो गया काफ़ी देर, ऑलमोस्ट 2 घंटे के अराउंड। 2 घंटे से ज़्यादा, ऑलमोस्ट 2.5 घंटे इसने वेट कराया इस लेवल पे, बट नहीं जा पाया ऊपर। ऊपर जाता तो भी सेलिंग ही आती। यहाँ पर एक रीटेस्ट था और कल का सपोर्ट ब्रेकडाउन हुआ था। बाकी देखते हैं अब क्या करता है मार्केट, रुकता है या फिर कोई नए लेवल क्रिएट करता है। क्योंकि देखो रेजिस्टेंस कोई नहीं है, रीटेस्ट ही चल रहा है यहाँ पर। 50 लाइक्स हो गए, थैंक यू सो मच। 100 का टारगेट है। ठीक है, ये भी एक सपोर्ट है, बट मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो होल्ड नहीं होगा ये शायद। देखते हैं बाकी क्या करता है, होल्ड करता है या फिर नहीं करता है। एफईजी पे रुक रहा है शायद ये। यप। कल का एफईजी है ना, वहाँ पर एक प्रीवियसली, क्योंकि सपोर्ट तो नीचे है एग्जैक्टली 263.4, यहाँ पर एक एफईजी के अलावा एक रेजिस्टेंस भी हुआ करता था। वो रेजिस्टेंस का मार्केट ने ब्रेकआउट किया था, रीटेस्ट वहाँ पर भी एक पेंडिंग है। एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे कल आया नहीं है, तो अभी देखना पड़ेगा कि क्या प्राइस उस रीटेस्ट को भी होल्ड करता है या फिर नहीं। ये एफईजी के अलावा ना, ये एफईजी तो है ही है खैर, इसके अलावा एक रेजिस्टेंस एरिया था यहाँ पर, उसका ब्रेकआउट हुआ था, तो एक छोटा सा रीटेस्ट आप कह सकते हो। वो भी मार्केट ने नहीं किया है अभी। तो लेट्स होप लिक्विडिटी लेने मार्केट आए और लिक्विडिटी ले, देन मूव कर जाए। ब्रेकआउट किया है, रीटेस्ट किया नहीं है यहाँ पर। ये कल वही देखोगे तो एग्जैक्टली टच किया नहीं है इसने। याद रखना क्रूड ऑयल का भी है कि रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है, ऊपर करेगा तो। बाकी एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख सकते हो क्रूड ऑयल में। अब यूएस मार्केट के बाद देखते हैं। आ गया 7 बजे था रिटेल सेल्स और को रिटेल सेल्स का डेटा। दोनों ही डेटा अलग अलग आए थे। एक नेगेटिव था गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए, और एक पॉजिटिव था गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। कुछ खास मूव किया नहीं, बट उसके बाद अब मोमेंटम हो गया थोड़ा बहुत स्टार्ट उसमें। आज आज और कोई डेटा तो नहीं है। देयर इज नो डेटा शेड्यूल फॉर टुडे नाउ। यूएस मार्केट की ही एक ओपनिंग है बस। देखते हैं किस तरह से प्ले आउट होती है। हाँ कर सकते हो, बुक कर सकते हो। हाँ मैं वही कह रहा हूँ, अभी तक आ जाना चाहिए था इसको रिटेस्ट करके ना। वो नीचे एक एफईजी रुका हुआ है शायद, उस वजह से रुक रहा है ये बार बार। यहाँ पर ना ये छोटा सा मार्केट ने एक एफईजी भी बना रखा है, उस वजह से यहाँ पर रुके जा रहा है बार बार। और एक चीज़ ये भी है, इसने ये रिटेस्ट नहीं किया। यहाँ पर मार्केट को रिटेस्ट करना चाहिए था लॉजिकली। तो ऐसा ना हो कि ये लेवल को बस रिमूव करने के लिए आए हों सेलर यहाँ पर थोड़ा बहुत, और फिर यहाँ लिक्विडिटी लेने जाएं और फिर नीचे आए। इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ कि एसएल को कॉस्ट पर रख लेना। रिस्क नहीं उठा सकते अब। बिल्कुल ही साइडवेज हो गया मार्केट। जाना तो चाहता है नीचे, बट विदाउट लिक्विडिटी लिए चला जाएगा, ऐसा होता नहीं है नॉर्मली। तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग या तो इसको सीधा नीचे आके लिक्विडिटी लेनी चाहिए इन एरियाज पे, या फिर ये रीटेस्ट करके लिक्विडिटी ले। बीच में ऐसे घूमना तो नहीं चाहिए। बाकी ये लेवल तो ब्रेक हो गया, तो अब ये लेवल काम का नहीं है, ध्यान रखना। दिस लेवल इज नॉट नाउ वर्थ। बाकी काफी देर से रुका हुआ है। 50-50 हो जाएगा चांस। नेचुरल गैस ने तो ले लिया लिक्विडिटी, नेक्स्ट लिक्विडिटी एरिया तक जाएगा जरूर। इस रीटेस्ट को चेकआउट करते हैं, क्या ये रीटेस्ट होगा या फिर नहीं। इज द लेवल। ये आपका एक रीटेस्ट है, एक रेजिस्टेंस था, ब्रेकआउट हो गया था उसका। रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है वहाँ पर एक, और उसके जस्ट नीचे एक सपोर्ट है। तो दोनों ही लेवल बराबर है, दोनों जगह पे लिक्विडिटी है। मार्केट दोनों जगह पे कहीं ना कहीं रुकेगा जरूर। बाकी देखो क्रूड ऑयल में भी दो चीज़ें हो सकती हैं, मैं फिर रिपीट करूँ। ब्रेकडाउन सपोर्ट था स्ट्रॉन्ग, ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट कर चुका है, लेवल को रिमूव कर चुके हैं ये लोग अब। अगर ये डायरेक्टली सेलिंग नहीं आई तो फिर मार्केट यहाँ पे और ये इस लेवल पे जाना चाहिए रीटेस्ट करने के लिए। ये रीटेस्ट भी पेंडिंग है यहाँ पे। सीधा डायरेक्टली नहीं आया तो ये मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली एफईजी से थोड़ा सपोर्ट लेके पुल बैक दे के लिक्विडिटी लेने चला जाएगा। जैसे सेम मान लो जैसे नेचुरल गैस, सॉरी ये आपका, जैसे सेम एग्जैक्टली नेचुरल गैस में हुआ है। मार्केट यहाँ से गिरा, यहीं से पलट गया ये। यहाँ से क्यों पलटा, वहाँ पर एक सपोर्ट नहीं था, वहाँ पर एक एफईजी एरिया था। लिक्विडिटी चाहिए थी मार्केट को, मार्केट लिक्विडिटी एरिया पे आया, थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग यहाँ पर हुई, फिर से लिक्विडिटी लेने गया, फिर सेलिंग आई। मैंने पहले ही बताया मार्केट इज ऑलवेज ट्राई टू moved from low liquidity area to high liquidity area so that market moves, मार्केट को मोमेंटम मिले। तो ये यहाँ पर जो ये बाइंग है, इट इज़ नॉट अ एक्चुअल बाइंग, बस मार्केट को लिक्विडिटी लेके जाने के लिए वहाँ लेके जाया जा रहा है। लिक्विडिटी ली मार्केट फ्लैश, लिक्विडिटी ली मार्केट फ्लैश। भी एफईजी पर ही है, लेट्स सी क्या करता है अब। तो एक थोड़ा सा ना क्रूड ऑयल में काम कर सकते हैं। अभी तक देखो आना होता तो आ जाता। जो लोग सेलिंग में हैं अपना एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख लो या फिर प्रॉफिट बुक कर सकते हो। रिस्क मत उठाना इसमें। एक छोटा सा अगर रिस्क ले सकते हो, बिकॉज देखो यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग पे मार्केट कहाँ मूव करेगा वो कोई नहीं जानता। ठीक है। लिक्विडिटी दो ही लेवल पे, एक यहाँ मिल सकती है मार्केट को या फिर इन लेवल्स पे मिल सकती है। तो वहां तक मार्केट जाने की कोशिश करेगा। नीचे नहीं आ पा रहा है, इट मीन्स ऊपर जाने की कोशिश कर सकता है। बाकी ये लेवल तो अब काम का नहीं है। इस बीच वाले लेवल को अब एज अ रेजिस्टेंस सपोर्ट अब ज़्यादा कंसिडर करना मत, इसका हो गया काम। तो एक अगर थोड़ा सा रिस्क उठा सकते हो, जो लोग सेलिंग में है एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख के छोड़ दो। अगर थोड़ा सा रिस्क उठा सकते हो, बिकॉज देखो लिक्विडिटी लेने किस साइड जाएगा ये मैं भी नहीं कह सकता। ठीक है। दोनों जगह लिक्विडिटी है, हम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं या तो नीचे आ जाए प्राइस लिक्विडिटी लेने या फिर ऊपर जाए यहाँ। तो थोड़ा सा अगर रिस्क ले सकते हो तो ये एक ट्रेड प्लान कर सकते हो। मार्केट अगर नीचे नहीं आ रहा है तो फिर ऊपर जाके वहाँ पर लिक्विडिटी ले सकता है। बट याद रखना यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा, वहाँ कहाँ मूव हो जाएगा वो मैं भी नहीं कह सकता। हो सकता है नीचे ही जाए, ऊपर लिक्विडिटी लेने ना जाए, यहाँ जाए। तो इसमें थोड़ा सा रिस्की ट्रेड रहेगा। तो थोड़ा सा इसमें क्वांटिटी कम रख लेना इन ये क्रूड ऑयल बाइंग वाले ट्रेड में। काइंड ऑफ रिस्की समझ सकते हो। एफईजी है, कॉन्सेप्ट मैंने समझा दिया। मार्केट को लिक्विडिटी मिलेगी नहीं तो तब तक मूव करने वाला नहीं है। ठीक है। जो लोग बाकी सेलिंग में हैं, अगर क्रूड ऑयल में निकलना चाहो निकल जाओ, अदरवाइज कॉस्ट पे रख लो ऐसे। यूएस मार्केट में आ गया नीचे तो वेल एंड गुड, बहुत अच्छा है। नहीं आता है तो कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट निकल जाएंगे, क्योंकि अब रीटेस्ट कर चुका है, कुछ बचा नहीं है यहाँ पर करने के लिए। बाकी ऊपर जाएगा तो फिर ये ऊपर वाले रीटेस्ट जोन से देखेंगे। ठीक है। अब हम यहीं पर एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे कि यहाँ तक जाए, ये यहाँ से रिजेक्शन ले और फिर गिरे, एक लोअर लो भी कंफर्म हो जाता। ठीक है। तो ये थोड़ा सा रिस्की ट्रेड रहेगा क्रूड ऑयल का। सेलर्स ध्यान रखना, सेलर्स को क्या करना है। बाकी अगर रिस्क नहीं लेना है तो फिर वेट कर लो, या तो प्राइस को रीटेस्ट तक आने दो, वहां सेल करना, या फिर नीचे सपोर्ट एरिया पे आएगा वहां बाइंग करना। उसके अलावा और कोई अभी लॉजिकल ट्रेड बन नहीं रहा है। बाकी नेचुरल गैस में एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ अब नीचे आए थोड़ा। और बाकी अगर वैसे बुक करना चाहो तो कर लो, अच्छा मूव कर गया है। जिस हिसाब से एसएल था उस हिसाब से तो मूव कर चुका है। 1:7 मिल चुका है, 7 पॉइंट कम नहीं होते। ये दो लेवल और टारगेट रहेंगे, 266 और 263। इन दोनों में से किसी एक लेवल पे प्राइस रुकेगा जरूर। बाकी ऊपर कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस बना नहीं है, तो ऊपर कोई नया सेल ऑफ एरिया है नहीं। वो रीटेस्ट के अलावा कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस बनेगा इन फ्यूचर तो देखेंगे। ठीक है। इसका ध्यान रखना है जो बाइंग वाला ट्रेड लगाया है क्रूड में। बाकी लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। यूएस मार्केट इज गोइंग टू ओपन एट 8 PM IST।
News News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. We have a breaking economic news crossing the Bloomberg. U.S. retail sales increased at a firm pace in November, lifted by a surge in car purchases that matched more mixed spending elsewhere. The value of retail purchases not adjusted for inflation increased 0.7% after a revised 0.5% gain in October. Excluding autos, sales climbed 0.2% for a second month. Meanwhile, a measure of business activity from the New York Fed on the region's service sector slowed this month to minus 5.2, which is the lowest reading since February. Now to some other stories we're following this morning. Ukraine claiming responsibility for a rare assassination inside Moscow. It took out the head of Russia's radiological, chemical, and biological defense troops. We get more with Bloomberg's head of Russia coverage, Tony Halpin.
Lieutenant General Igor Kirillov and his assistant were killed in a bomb explosion outside an apartment building in Moscow earlier today. And he's in charge, as you say, of Russia's radiological, chemical, and biological defense forces. And the killing came a day after Ukraine accused him of ordering the massive use of banned chemical weapons throughout the war in Ukraine. So it does seem to be a case of a rare case of a targeted assassination of a top military official, and taking place as it did in the Russian capital is pretty embarrassing for the Kremlin.
And that's Bloomberg's Tony Halpin. Meanwhile, President-elect Donald Trump said Ukraine needs to reach a deal to end the Russian invasion and downplayed the value of occupied land. It's the latest signal he may push for a settlement that codifies Russian territorial gains. Speaking at Mar-a-Lago yesterday, Trump said Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky should be prepared to make a deal. He said, quote, "Got to be a deal. Too many people being killed." Donald Trump's legal issues are not fully behind him. Before he returns to the White House, the judge in his New York hush money case, Juan Merchan, has refused to toss out his felony convictions. Bloomberg's Jody Schneider has more from Washington.
Basically, Merchan, who had overseen this trial back in May, shot down the legal argument that the Manhattan prosecutors had improperly introduced evidence of Trump's official conduct. So that kind of closes off that path, but it is highly unlikely that the president-elect will face a few, if really, if any, consequences from this conviction.
And that's Bloomberg's Jody Schneider. TikTok CEO met privately with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago yesterday. The president-elect said he'd take a look at the law that has the app facing a January 19th deadline to divest from its Chinese owner or face a U.S. ban. Bloomberg's Mike Shepard has more from Washington.
Trump's signals of a warm feeling for TikTok could suggest that he may ask his Justice Department perhaps to go a little bit easier on the app as this enforcement goes into place, or perhaps he even goes back to Congress to ask for some sort of a repeal of this law. However, there is a big asterisk there.
And that's Bloomberg's Mike Shepard, who says the law aimed at banning TikTok was written to be airtight, and Congress voted overwhelmingly in favor of it.
We bless your name. In Jesus' name I pray.
A prayer vigil held at the Black Hawk Church in Madison, Wisconsin last night, just hours after police say a 15-year-old student opened fire inside a study hall, killing a teacher and a teenager. Yesterday's shooting prompted a swarm of police officers to descend on the school in response to a second grader's 911 call. Police say 6 others were wounded, including 2 students who were in critical condition. Police say the shooter was found with a self-inflicted gunshot wound and died en route to a hospital. A motive for the shooting was not immediately known, nor was it clear if the victims were targeted. We turn now to the Middle East. Israeli officials say a ceasefire in Gaza is a more realistic prospect than at any time in the past year, suggesting a long-awaited deal to free hostages and boost aid to the beleaguered territory could be close. Sources tell Bloomberg a working group from Israel is in the Qatari capital of Doha this week to reestablish relations with mediators in the event of a breakthrough in negotiations with Hamas. Turning to corporate news now, Pfizer forecasting 2025 sales and earnings that were in line with analyst projections, a step toward fending off an activist investor's claims that the drug maker is being mismanaged. And futures remain lower following those retail sales figures. S&P futures down 0.4%, Dow futures down 0.5%, NASDAQ futures down 0.2%, 10-year Treasury yield 4.40%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and this is Bloomberg.
US market is going to open in next 15 minutes. Gaza ceasefire deal expected to begin in coming days, sources briefed on the talks. अगर ये न्यूज़ है तो इट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस. लग रहा है शायद ये पहली आ गई थी न्यूज़, हमें पता अभी चल रही है. ऐसी न्यूज़ है या फिर कह सकते हो बातचीत हो रही है कि गाजा में भी क्या हो सकता है, एक सीज फायर हो सकता है. अगर ऐसा हुआ तो इट इज़ अ नेगेटिव न्यूज़ फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस. प्राइस को वापस फॉल करना चाहिए. मुझे लग रहा है शायद ये यहाँ पर जो फॉल आउट आया है ये उसी न्यूज़ की वजह से है, क्योंकि इस तरह का फॉल आउट कोई या तो मेजर डेटा या फिर कोई इवेंट हो या फिर कोई न्यूज़ हो, उसी से आता है. कैंडल कंटिन्यूसली ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बना के फॉल करे, दैट इज़ अ मेजर न्यूज़ फॉर क्रूड ऑयल एंड इट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस. वी डोंट नो ये न्यूज़ कब की है. ठीक है, फ्लैश अभी हो रही है, इट मीन्स हमें तो अभी पता चल रही है, बट डेफिनेटली ये बहुत पहले पता चल गई थी बड़े प्लेयर को. जिसका इम्पैक्ट शायद ऊपर लेवल पे हुआ है. नीड टू सी कितना फॉल करता है इस न्यूज़ की वजह से. अभी हुई नहीं है, हो सकती है, ऐसा स्टेटमेंट है. ऑफिशियल किसी ने कहा नहीं है, सिर्फ अभी भी आए हैं. एक बार रिपीट कर देता हूँ, यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने वाला है. किसी की ओपन पोजीशन है तो अपना एसएल संभाल के रखो. जिन लोगों ने ब्रेक डाउन रिटेस्ट पे सेल किया अपना एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख लो अब. ठीक है, बहुत देर हो गई, अभी तक आया नहीं नीचे. अब नहीं आता है तो फिर लिक्विडिटी लेने चला जाएगा मार्केट. बाकी एक ये ट्रेड यहाँ पर लगा रखा है, ये एफईजी पर. अगर आता है तो यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा बाइंग का प्लान करना, बट ये रिस्की ट्रेड है, लिखा भी है, तो थोड़ा संभल के. दोनों ही लेवल पे लिक्विडिटी मिल जाएगी, या तो ऊपर जाए या फिर नीचे आए इन लेवल्स पे. तो जो लोग ब्रेक डाउन रीटेस्ट पे थे वो अपना एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख सकते हैं या फिर बुक करके भी निकल सकते हैं, आपकी चॉइस है. अभी तक आ जाना चाहिए था. बाकी अब यूएस मार्केट पे डिपेंड करेगा कि वो प्राइस को और नीचे लेके लिक्विडिटी लेते हैं इन लेवल्स पे या फिर यहाँ से लिक्विडिटी लेके आया जाता है. कि मुझे नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा और एक्सपेक्टेड रहेगा, डाउन आना चाहिए थोड़ा बहुत नीचे इन लेवल्स पे. थोड़ा बहुत लिक्विडिटी है फिलहाल, अभी रुक रहा है. वो आपका कल वाला एफईजी है. गाजा सीज फायर डील इज एक्सपेक्टेड सून. हाँ, उसी को बता रहा था मैं. जो लोग व्हाट्सएप पे मैसेज कर रहे हैं प्लीज़ लाइव में पूछ लो. चैट इज ओपन फॉर एवरीवन राइट नाउ. एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल एज वेल गाइस. डोंट फॉरगेट टू सब्सक्राइब द चैनल. जिन लोगों ने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया है सब्सक्राइब भी कर दो फटाफट से. वी आर फार अवे फ्रॉम 50,000 सब्सक्राइबर्स. लिक्विडिटी है यहाँ पर.
Today, a bomb hidden in an electric scooter kills a senior Russian general in Moscow.
Advocacy groups try to sway Republican senators into rejecting RFK's nomination. Justin Trudeau is facing a fresh crisis after his finance minister resigns.
And what we know about the drone sightings that are plaguing the East Coast.
क्रूड ऑयल 5822 तक आ सकता है, आई डोंट नो. फिलहाल एफईजी पे रुका हुआ है. अब यूएस मार्केट पे डिपेंड करता है वो लिक्विडिटी लेने कहाँ लेके जाते हैं. यहाँ से लेते हैं या फिर इन लेवल्स पे लिक्विडिटी लेते हैं. बाकी बीच वाला लेवल अब काम का नहीं है, ध्यान रखना. दिस लेवल इज नॉट वर्थी. ये लेवल टेस्ट तो करना बनता है एक बार, यहीं पर हो जाता तो बेटर रहता, बट इतना आसान हो मोमेंटम तो क्या ही बात है। मार्केट ओपन होने वाला है, बता दिया मैंने क्रूड ऑयल में क्या करना है, अपनी पोजीशन का ध्यान रखना।
It's Tuesday, December 17th. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes every weekday. I'm Tara Oakes in Liverpool.
And I'm Jonah Green in New York.
When you hear LSEG data and analytics, what do you think of? Comprehensive data you can trust, exclusive access to Reuters News, industry-leading analytics and unique insights. Discover new possibilities with LSEG data and analytics.
Ukraine says it was behind the assassination of a senior Russian general in Moscow. Lieutenant General Igor Kirillov was killed in a bomb blast earlier today, 4 miles from the Kremlin. The bomb had been hidden in an electric scooter. A source in the security service of Ukraine has told Reuters Kirillov and his assistant were killed in a special operation. Kirillov was chief of Russia's nuclear, biological and chemical protection troops and was charged in absentia in Kyiv on Monday with the alleged use of banned chemical weapons in Ukraine. Russia denies those accusations.
All student survivors have been reunified with their parents.
Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes, after a 15-year-old girl fatally shot a fellow student and a teacher in a classroom at the Abundant Life Christian School in Wisconsin. She then killed herself with the handgun.
The U.S. has asked Syrian militant rebel group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, also known as HTS, for help locating kidnapped American journalist Austin Tice. Tice was captured in 2012 during a reporting trip.
From Moscow, Syria's Bashar al-Assad has given his first statement since being toppled. Published on the Syrian presidency's Telegram channel, Assad details his final hours in Syria before being evacuated to Russia. And the head of a US-based Syrian advocacy organization says a mass grave outside Damascus contains the bodies of at least 100,000 people killed by the former government of Assad. Reuters has not confirmed the allegations.
A judge has ruled that Trump's conviction for falsifying records to cover up a sex scandal should stand. Justice Juan Merchan rejecting the president-elect's argument that a recent Supreme Court ruling on presidential immunity nullified the verdict.
A 7.4 magnitude earthquake has hit the Pacific island of Vanuatu, killing at least 1 and injuring multiple people. The Democratic Republic of Congo has filed criminal complaints against Apple in Europe, accusing the company of using conflict minerals in its supply chain. Some Congolese mines are run by armed groups involved in civilian massacres, mass rapes and looting, according to UN experts and human rights groups. Apple says it does not directly source primary materials and says it audits suppliers, publishes findings, and funds bodies that seek to improve mineral traceability. China is planning a record budget deficit next year as it prepares for a possible trade war with the United States. Kamal Crimmins is here with more.
Sources have told Reuters that China is going to run a budget deficit of 4% of gross domestic product, up from 3% last year. The bigger deficit means the government will borrow more to fund more spending. It's a way of bolstering growth as Donald Trump returns to the White House, promising hefty tariffs on Chinese goods. Despite the strains, Beijing is going to maintain its growth target of around 5% next year. And speaking of trade tensions, we take a closer look at them in this week's Econ World podcast. We're diving into the transatlantic economy. That pod will be out tomorrow, and you can catch it on Reuters.com, the Reuters app, or wherever you listen to your podcasts.
Canada's Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland has quit after clashing with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Freeland's resignation creates one of the biggest crises he has faced since taking power in 2015. It also leaves Trudeau without a key ally when he's on track to lose the next election to the official opposition Conservatives. Caroline Stauffer is our bureau chief in Canada.
This is not good news.
Data already आ चुका है 7 PM पे data था. That data is already out at 7 PM. अब कोई और data नहीं है. को retail sales का और retail sales का data था, that is important. अब सीधा US market की opening at 8 PM. ठीक है, देखो ये पहुंच गया है नेचुरल गैस अपने रीटेस्ट जोन पे. ये एक पहले आपका रेजिस्टेंस था, ब्रेकआउट हुआ था, रीटेस्ट किया नहीं, तो अपने रीटेस्ट जोन पर है. नीचे एक सपोर्ट भी है, दोनों ही साथ साथ बने हुए हैं, तो मैंने दोनों ही लगा दिए फिलहाल के लिए. तो थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना, ये दोनों ही लेवल से बाइंग आने के चांसेस हैं. नीचे सपोर्ट है और ऊपर रीटेस्ट है, ठीक है, इन द सेंस ऑफ वो भी सपोर्ट ही है. डिफरेंस समझ रहे हो क्या है? एक एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट है और एक रीटेस्ट है. सर जी आवाज़ कहाँ से आती है? स्पीकर से? ठीक है, तो जो सेलर्स हैं अगर आप निकलना चाहो तो पूरा भी निकल सकते हो. थोड़ा सा और रह गया, अब पता नहीं इतना आएगा भी नहीं अब ये. 266 टू 263, 3 पॉइंट और गिर जाए तो मजा ही आ जाएगा. बाकी थोड़ी बहुत बाइंग यहाँ से भी आ सकती है इस रीटेस्ट लेवल से. दोनों साथ साथ हैं, तो अगर चाहो तो यहाँ से भी थोड़ा क्वांटिटी लगा सकते हो कम, एंड नीचे सपोर्ट पे आ जाए तो बेस्ट ही है. बाकी यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने वाला है, थोड़ा सा उस चीज़ का ध्यान रखना. क्रूड ऑयल में भी जो लोग सेलिंग में है अपना एसएल कॉस्ट पर डाल दो. यूएस मार्केट हो सकता है नेक्स्ट कैंडल पे सीधा बड़ी कैंडल बना के नीचे आ जाए, या हो सकता है यहाँ से लिक्विडिटी लेने के लिए ऊपर चला जाए. जो लोग बाइंग में हैं सपोर्ट ये रीट एफईजी एरिया से, वो लोग भी थोड़ा सा स्ट्रिक्ट रहना. ये थोड़ा रिस्की ट्रेड है, पहले बता दिया है. क्यों नहीं है रीटेस्ट? पॉइंट और है. 3 मिनट लेफ्ट यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग में. नेचुरल गैस बुक कर लिया 12 के, ग्रेट. किसी की कोई ओपन पोजीशन है तो सिस्टम पे एसएल रख लो गाइस. इफ एनीबॉडी हैव एनी ओपन पोजीशन पुट द एसएल ऑन सिस्टम. लाइक हो चुके हैं, 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट. जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया लाइक भी करते रहो. 70 पे एफईजी बनाया. हाँ यहाँ पर भी एक एफईजी बनाया था मार्केट ने, जहाँ से रिजेक्शन ले लिया. सिक्स 65 लाइक्स, 100 टारगेट है. बाकी लोग भी लाइक करते रहो, सब्सक्राइब भी करो गाइस. जिन लोगों ने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया है चैनल, डोंट फॉरगेट टू सब्सक्राइब द चैनल, हिट द बेल आइकन एंड शेयर इन योर ग्रुप्स एज वेल. 1 minute left. गाइस यूएस मार्केट ओपन हो गया है। फिर से रिपीट कर दूं, क्रूड ऑयल में सेलिंग में जो लोग हैं वो लोग अपना या तो प्रॉफिट बुक कर लें या फिर एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख लें। डोंट टेक द रिस्क, इस ट्रेड में रिस्क नहीं उठा सकते। अब दोनों जगह पे लिक्विडिटी है, ऊपर भी लिक्विडिटी है, नीचे भी लिक्विडिटी है इन एरियाज पे। मार्केट देखना पड़ेगा किस साइड पहले जाता है। बीच में जो सपोर्ट है वो जो ब्रेक डाउन हो गया वो किसी काम का नहीं है, ब्रेक डाउन रीटेस्ट ऑलरेडी हो चुका है। तो इसको नीचे आना है तो इस एफईजी को ब्रेक कर देना चाहिए। काफ़ी देर से इस एफईजी पे प्राइस फालतू का रुका हुआ है। बाकी एक ये बाइंग का ट्रेड भी लगा रखा है, एफईजी पर है, ये कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है, ध्यान रखना। इट इज़ नॉट अ सपोर्ट, इट इज़ एफईजी इन क्रूड ऑयल। तो अगर कोई यहाँ पर ये बाइंग का ट्रेड लेना चाह रहा है, इट इज़ रिस्की। सो इफ़ यू वांट टू टेक, गो विद अ स्मॉल क्वांटिटी। अदरवाइज थोड़ा वेट कर सकते हो, एग्जैक्टली किसी सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस या रीटेस्ट लेवल पे आएगा तो वहाँ पर बाइंग थोड़ा और अच्छी होगी। इट इज़ अ एफईजी एरिया, ध्यान रखना, ये क्रूड ऑयल में कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है। दिस इज़ नॉट अ सपोर्ट एरिया, इट इज़ अ एफईजी जोन। बाकी लिक्विडिटी है दोनों ही एरिया पे, जहाँ मिल जाए। ये ट्रेड थोड़ा रिस्की जरूर है। भी देखोगे लगभग 40 पॉइंट मूव किया है, 70 पॉइंट के आसपास, और ये फिर 180 120। गैस को देखोगे, नेचुरल गैस भी राइस और रीटेस्ट जोन पे आया है, वहां से सेलिंग ही चल रही है। बीच में कल वाला एफईजी था, वो एफईजी ब्रेक हो चुका है, ध्यान रखना। एंड यस, क्रूड ऑयल की कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है, बिल्कुल दिस इज ओपन इक्वल टू हाई। इसका ओपन है 5936, हाई भी है 5930 ओपन, और हाई भी 5930, दोनों इक्वल है। बाकी नेचुरल गैस में देखो, नेचुरल गैस का सेलिंग का टारगेट वैसे हो चुका है, थोड़ा सा रह गया है, देखते हैं एग्जैक्टली आता है वहां तक। तो सेलिंग वाले अगर निकलना चाहो निकल भी सकते हो, नहीं तो ट्रेलिंग ऐसा लगा लो बीच में कहीं 272 के आसपास। बाइंग के लिए देखो, सपोर्ट तो नीचे है एग्जैक्टली 263 पर, 263 262 के अराउंड एक सपोर्ट है, वहां से एक बाइंग का प्लान रख सकते हो। ये एक प्रीवियसली सपोर्ट एरिया हुआ करता था, सॉरी रेजिस्टेंस एरिया हुआ करता था, उसका ब्रेकआउट हो गया मार्केट में, वहां पर रीटेस्ट हुआ नहीं है एग्जैक्टली, कल भी एग्जैक्टली रीटेस्ट पे तो नहीं आया। तो फिलहाल थोड़ा बहुत रीटेस्ट पे रुक सकता है, अगर रीटेस्ट से बाइंग कर रहे हो तो क्वांटिटी कम रख लेना। ये सपोर्ट नहीं है, रीटेस्ट है, थोड़ा बहुत बाइंग चांसेस हैं आने के। बाकी एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट पे आ जाए तो बेटर ही है, क्योंकि दोनों साथ साथ बने हुए हैं। या फिर एक काम करते हैं ना, रुको, इससे बेटर एक तरीका है मेरे पास। को मर्ज कर देते हैं। इस पूरे को मर्ज ही कर देते हैं, तो ये पूरा ही सपोर्ट जोन है, सपोर्ट प्लस रीटेस्ट। ऊपर ध्यान रखना, ऊपर वो रीटेस्ट जोन है, तो वो मैंने मिक्स कर दिया, क्योंकि दोनों साथ साथ बने हुए हैं, सही नहीं रहेगा दोनों को अलग अलग रखना। तो थोड़ा सा नीचे लेवल के आसपास आ जाए तो थोड़ा क्वांटिटी बढ़ा लेना, यहाँ क्वांटिटी थोड़ी कम रखना अपर लेवल पे। बाकी ऊपर कोई रेजिस्टेंस तो है नहीं एफईजी के अलावा, लिक्विडिटी भी नहीं है कहीं पर। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस में मैंने क्या किया समझ गए होगे, वो रीटेस्ट भी था साथ में सपोर्ट भी था, मैंने दोनों को मर्ज कर दिया, थोड़ा बड़ा लेवल बना दिया। नीचे की एरिया के आसपास सपोर्ट है, ऊपर थोड़ा रीटेस्ट जोन है, तो ऊपर थोड़ा क्वांटिटी कम, नीचे थोड़ा क्वांटिटी ज़्यादा रख लेना, या फिर चाहो थोड़ा नीचे आने का वेट भी कर सकते हो। ऊपर कोई रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है, कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस बनेगा तो देखेंगे। बाकी जितने एफईजीज हैं, दोज आर द फर्स्ट रिजेक्शन जोन्स व्हेन द प्राइस इज मूव्ड अपसाइड। कल देखते हैं ये एफईजी होल्ड करता है या ब्रेक कर देता है। फिर से रिपीट कर दूं, जो लोग सेलिंग में है रीटेस्ट के बाद, वो अपना एसएल कॉस्ट पे ही रखना, भले ये नीचे आए ना आए, दोनों ही केसेस में। बाकी यहाँ पर ये छोटा सा एक रिस्की ट्रेड है बाइंग साइड का, अगर लोगे तो क्वांटिटी कम रख लेना, ज़्यादा मत लेना। ये एक एफईजी पर है, काफ़ी देर से रुका हुआ है प्राइस, बट ये रिस्की है, पहले ही बता दूं जो लोग ट्रेड करना चाह रहे हैं इसको। आएगा तो निकल जाना, फिर नीचे बाकी सपोर्ट जोन है वहां से देखेंगे। बाकी जो लोग नहीं ले रहे हैं क्रूड ऑयल में रिस्की ट्रेड, तो फिर दे हैव टू वेट, या तो सेलिंग के टारगेट का वेट करो, अगर हो नहीं हो तो फिर लेवल्स पे आने का वेट कर सकते हो। नेचुरल गैस का व्यू फिलहाल के लिए तो थोड़ा बेरिस ही है, बट सपोर्ट है नीचे, देखते हैं होल्ड करता है नहीं। हाँ, ये भी एक सही आइडिया है। एक सेकेंड। ये क्या हो गया? क्रूड में 4 आवर में बड़ा सपोर्ट है, छोटा कर दें फिर उसे। बताओ, बड़ा सपोर्ट है तो छोटा कर देते हैं। नेचुरल गैस में ही बड़ा सपोर्ट है, बिल्कुल। निफ्टी में भी ऐसा ही हुआ था। 15 मिनट का चार्ट देखोगे ना, बैंक निफ्टी फ्यूचर का, बैंक निफ्टी फ्यूचर के चार्ट में 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे कल मार्केट ने रेजिस्टेंस जब लिया था हायर लेवल से, कल ही ले लिया था। आज मार्केट जहाँ मैंने देखा 15 मिनट में फ्यूचर में जो कल रेजिस्टेंस लिया था, क्लोज होते होते लगभग 245 की कैंडल थी, पता नहीं कौन सी कैंडल थी, मार्केट ने वहीं से रिजेक्शन ले लिया था। थोड़ा बहुत नीचे आ गया मार्केट, उसके नीचे ही ओपन हुआ था और बड़ा ही फॉल करता ही चला गया। के नीचे ही आ गया है क्रूड ऑयल। लेट्स सी क्लोजिंग एफईजी कैंडल के नीचे होती है नहीं होती, 3 मिनट और है। किसी ने अगर ये रिस्की ट्रेड लिया था तो भाई वो एग्जिट कर लेना। अगर एक क्लोजिंग आ गई इस एफईजी के नीचे तो फिर एफईजी किसी काम का नहीं है। गोल्ड को भी देख लेते हैं, गोल्ड का क्या चल रहा है। अरे वहीं रुका हुआ है गोल्ड भी। इसने भी ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट किया, वो बीच वाले लेवल पे रुक गया ये 2635 पर। इसमें भी नीचे एक सपोर्ट है 2628, पता नहीं आएगा नहीं आएगा उस एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट एरिया पे। यहाँ पर एक बहुत बड़ा एफईजी है शायद। यप, ये देख सकते हो, काफी बड़ा एफईजी बना के बैठा हुआ है मार्केट। चांस शेयर वाली जी स्क्रीन पे नंबर दिया हुआ है, उस पर कांटेक्ट कर सकते हो फॉर कोर्स डिटेल्स। या फिर ऊपर एक लिंक दिया हुआ है, कमेंट बॉक्स में पिन किया हुआ है, उस पे उससे कांटेक्ट कर सकते हो। 70 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस। वाइट हाउस, केरबी केरबी आई थिंक इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, पेंटागन के स्पोक्स पर्सन है। वी बिलीव वी आर गेटिंग क्लोजर टू गाजा सीज फायर डील, फॉक्स न्यूज़ की ओर से दिए गए एक इंटरव्यू में ये कहा गया है। जो पेंटागन के शायद आई थिंक वही है शायद पेंटागन, जॉन किर्बी ना, जॉन किर्बी आई थिंक वही पेंटागन के स्पोक्स पर्सन। उनकी ओर से ये स्टेटमेंट आया है इंटरव्यू में फॉक्स न्यूज़ को जो उन्होंने दिया है, जिसमें उन्होंने कहा है कि गाजा में जो सीज फायर डील है वो बहुत जल्दी हो जाएगी। और ये न्यूज़ नेगेटिव ही है क्रूड ऑयल के लिए। क्रूड में करंट मंथ का है, क्रूड ऑयल का जो चार्ट है करंट मंथ का है, नेक्स्ट मंथ का नहीं लगाया। आई नो एक्सपायरी हो गई है कल ऑप्शन की, बट कल से लगाएंगे। थोड़ा वॉल्यूम अभी भी ठीक ही है। कल से जो क्रूड ऑयल है उसमें हम नेक्स्ट मंथ का चार्ट लगाएंगे, अभी करंट मंथ का ही है फ्यूचर का। कैंडल ही क्लोज नहीं करी, लुक एट दिस। एफईजी के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज नहीं करी इसने, क्या कहोगे इसे? जादू 3, जादू 4, क्रेस्ट 2, क्रेस्ट 3। एफईजी ब्रेक नहीं कर पाया, ये क्लोजिंग ही नहीं आई एफईजी के नीचे। डैम गुड, नॉट गुड साइन। देखो नीचे आना है तो क्लोजिंग देनी जरूरी है एफईजी के नीचे। एफईजी के नीचे क्लोजिंग आएगी तभी हम मानेंगे कि ये फेयर वैल्यू गैप अब रिमूव हो चुका है, अदरवाइज ये एफईजी अभी भी वहीं पर है। सेलर्स अपना एसएल कॉस्ट पे रखना, कुछ भी हो जाए। पैसे एसएल छोटा ही है उसमें, बट फिर भी। बाय करेंगे यहाँ से क्रूड ऑयल को। देखो क्रूड ऑयल में ये रिस्क बाइंग का ट्रेड लगाया है, बट ये रिस्की है, मैंने लिखा है बहुत बड़ा ये रिस्की 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 ट्रेड। देखो क्रूड में सेफ ट्रेड आपको यही तीन मिल सकते हैं, ये या तो ये ऊपर रिटेस्ट जोन पे आ जाए, पेंडिंग है अभी भी, यहाँ मिल सकता है नीचे सपोर्ट जोन से। उसके अलावा सारे रिस्की ट्रेड है। रिस्की क्या, उसके अलावा यही ट्रेड चल रहा है। ये ट्रेड काफी अच्छा था, यहाँ पर सपोर्ट था, मार्केट को जाना चाहिए था, वो नीचे सपोर्ट का ब्रेकडाउन रिटेस्ट किया था, वहां तक गया नहीं। फिर इसके बाद ये ब्रेकडाउन रिटेस्ट भी ठीक ही ट्रेड था, सपोर्ट स्ट्रांग था तो ब्रेकडाउन रिटेस्ट भी अच्छा खासा हो गया। बट वही है कि अब ये लिक्विडिटी मार्केट अगर यहाँ से इस तरह से जाके यहाँ से लिक्विडिटी लेता और फिर गिरता ना, तो ज़्यादा सेफ रहता। अब सेलर्स के पास दो ऑप्शन है, वो चाहे तो लिक्विडिटी नीचे एरिया से आके ले सकते हैं, या फिर पहले ऊपर जाके ले सकते हैं। तो अगर सेलिंग में हो एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख लो, या हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके रिस्क मत उठाना, या फिर पूरा ये प्रॉफिट मत बुक मत करो, एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख के छोड़ दो। ये बाइंग का ट्रेड लगाया है, ये थोड़ा रिस्की है, क्वांटिटी थोड़ी इसमें कम ही रखना। एसएल जाएगा तो एग्जिट, फिर नीचे सपोर्ट जोन है वहां से देखते हैं। नेचुरल गैस भी सपोर्ट रेंज के आसपास ही पहुंच रहा है, वहां पर भी एक बाइंग का ट्रेड एक्सपेक्टेड रहेगा। बता दिया मैंने, इसमें दो लेवल हैं एक्चुअली, ये मैंने जोन एक कर दिया है। दीज आर द टू लेवल्स, एक रीटेस्ट और एक नीचे एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट। नीचे डाउन लेवल पे लेवल आ रखा है, वो थोड़ा सा एग्जैक्ट है। What is going on? ठीक है, अब यूएस मार्केट ओपन हो गया, थोड़ा वॉल्यूम एक्सपेक्टेड है क्रूड, नेचुरल गैस, गोल्ड, सिल्वर सभी में। 71 लाइक्स आर डन, 29 लाइक्स आर रिमेनिंग। लाइक करो सभी लोग। Historic e-voting on one nation, one election bill in Lok Sabha for the first time. नेशन वन एजुकेशन पर सरकार कभी वोटिंग नहीं कराएगी। वन नेशन वन एजुकेशन मतलब कैसे कराओगे? पूरे देश में एक ही सेल पूरे देश में एक ही सेल है बस। एक्चुअली एजुकेशन स्टेट का सब्जेक्ट है ना, इसलिए सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट कुछ कर नहीं सकती उसमें। एजुकेशन कुछ होते हैं, एजुकेशन हो गया, पुलिस हो गया, एंड आई थिंक हॉस्पिटल्स, मेडिसिन या मेडिकल जो भी कहते हैं उसको, ये सब स्टेट के सब्जेक्ट्स होते हैं। इसमें सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट डायरेक्टली कर नहीं सकती एज पर द आर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। यहाँ पर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की चलती नहीं है। एजुकेशन हो गया, और भी बहुत सारे डिपार्टमेंट है। वोटिंग भी स्टेट में होती है, नहीं नहीं, वोटिंग जो है, इलेक्शन इलेक्शन तो हर स्टेट में होते हैं खैर, बट जो वोटिंग का राइट है या फिर वोटिंग पे कानून बनाने का अधिकार है, लॉज का जो, वो सिर्फ सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को होता है। इसलिए तुम देखते होगे जब कभी कोई किसी स्टेट का भी इलेक्शन होता है, तो उस स्टेट का कोई इलेक्शन कमीशन नहीं होता। मतलब उस स्टेट का जो इलेक्शन है, वो उसकी डेट, बाकी चीज़ें वो कोई स्टेट गवर्नमेंट नहीं करती है, वो सीधा सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ही अनाउंस करती है, क्योंकि एक ही है हमारा। तो कुछ हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में ऐसे प्रोविजंस हैं जहाँ पर कुछ पावर्स स्टेट के पास हैं, कुछ पावर्स सेंट्रल के पास हैं। उनमें से एजुकेशन जो है वो स्टेट को दी गई है कि आप अपने अपने स्टेट में जैसा ऐसा सिलेबस रखना चाहो, पढ़ाना चाहो, पढ़ा सकते हो। इसलिए देखा होगा ना, बहुत सारे अपने स्टेट के अपने अपने बोर्ड भी होते हैं। एक तो सीबीएसई हो गया, वो सेंट्रल वालों का उसके अलावा स्टेट बोर्ड भी होते हैं। जैसे आप उत्तर प्रदेश बोर्ड देख लो, महाराष्ट्र बोर्ड भी होता होगा ना, शायद होता है कोई। कोई महाराष्ट्र से है तो बताएं भाई, मुझे पता नहीं है। उत्तराखंड बोर्ड है, हरियाणा बोर्ड होता है, हिमाचल बोर्ड भी होता है शायद, गुजरात बोर्ड भी होता है। ऐसे हर स्टेट का अपना बोर्ड होता है। महाराष्ट्र स्टेट बोर्ड ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन है ना, वहाँ पर स्टेट स्टेट का भी बोर्ड है। सारे स्टेट में होगा शायद, मुझे जहाँ तक लगता है सर, हर किसी ने अपना बना ही रखा होगा, क्योंकि एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट में तो हर जगह ही होता है। ट्वेल्व में ध्यान रखना गाइस, जो लोग फिर से रिपीट कर दूं, सेलिंग में है अपना एसएल कॉस्ट पे रखे रहो। ये एफईजी पर अगर कोई बाई कर रहा है रिस्की है, मैं पहले बता दूं, दीज आर रिस्की ट्रेड, ये लिखा हुआ है, इसको ध्यान में रखते हुए बाई करना। एसएल जाएगा तो एग्जिट भी करना, बाकी अगर नहीं ले रहे हो तो फिर वेट करना लेवल्स पे आने का। नेचुरल गैस ऑलमोस्ट पहुंच ही गया है अपने सपोर्ट एरिया पे, यहाँ से एक बाइंग का एक्सप्लेन करते हैं 263.3। बाकी ऊपर जो एफईजी बने होंगे, फर्स्ट एफईजीज, दोज आर द फर्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस जोन।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. Tuesday morning trading is underway on Wall Street a day before the final Fed rate decision of 2024. That is the sound of the opening bell from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. At the open, the S&P 500 is lower by 0.4%, trading around 6,040. The Dow Jones Industrial Average opens 0.5% lower at about 43,500.
की कैंडल भी क्लोज हो रही है क्रूड ऑयल में, अभी देखो होती है नहीं।
And the NASDAQ composite is lower by 0.4%. 20,100 is the NASDAQ level, and the 10-year Treasury yield is little changed at 4.39%. We did get some economic data as the Fed begins its final policy meeting of 2024. November retail sales rose 0.7%. A lot of that was from car purchases. Leave those out, it was just 0.2%. Bloomberg's Mike McKee says it's probably not going to change expectations for a rate cut tomorrow.
Fed officials made pretty clear going into their blackout period that they were willing to cut this time. They feel they are restrictive. And if you look at the underlying credit charges in terms of like credit cards, car loans, home loans, they are barely down from when the Fed started the cutting cycle.
Bloomberg's Mike McKee. Meantime, industrial production in November unexpectedly fell by 0.1% on decreases in utility output and mining. Economists we surveyed were expecting a 0.3% increase. Our coverage of the Fed decision begins tomorrow afternoon at 1:30 p.m. Wall Street time on a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance, The Fed Decides, on Bloomberg Radio and Television. We're watching prospects for a ceasefire deal in the Middle East. Officials in Israel say a truce with Hamas is a more realistic prospect than at any time in the past year. They tell Bloomberg News a working group is in Doha, Qatar this week to reestablish relations with mediators in the event of a breakthrough with Hamas. Reuters is reporting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is on his way to Cairo for talks, and a deal could be signed in the coming days. Hamas says a hostage and ceasefire agreement is possible without new conditions. Ukraine is claiming responsibility for an explosion inside Moscow that took out Lieutenant General Igor Kirillov. He was the head of Russia's radiological, chemical, and biological defense troops. Tony Halpin leads Bloomberg's Russia coverage.
The killing came a day after Ukraine accused him of ordering the massive use of banned chemical weapons throughout the war in Ukraine. So it does seem to be a case of a rare case of a targeted assassination of a top military official, and taking place as it did in the Russian capital is pretty embarrassing for the Kremlin.
Bloomberg's Tony Halpin spoke on Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, and this apparent assassination comes after President-elect Donald Trump said Ukraine needs to be ready to make a deal with Russia. He did that at a wide-ranging Mar-a-Lago news conference, which we get more on now from Bloomberg's Bill Ferries.
It was very dismissive of the idea that the U.S. has allowed Ukraine to hit targets deep within Russia, and he said there's got to be a deal soon.
Bloomberg's Bill Ferries. Police and families in Madison, Wisconsin are still looking for answers a day after a 15-year-old girl walked into study hall at her small Christian school and opened fire, killing a teacher and another teen and wounding 6 others before turning the gun on herself. This woman, 6th grader, goes to Abundant Life Christian School.
This is sad. We always heard on the news all over the place. But we didn't think one day that can happen to us here.
She spoke with ABC News. Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes tells CBS there is a lot they still don't know about the teen shooter.
There's been a lot on social media posted by people who allege that they're her friends, describing different motives. We're trying to track those people down to talk to them and figure out what happened.
Chief Barnes has identified the shooter as 15-year-old Natalie Rupp now, but hasn't given more details about her. He says partly out of respect for her family. Turning back to Wall Street now, we're watching shares of Pfizer. They're higher by nearly 4% at the open. The drug giant said its profit forecast for next year is on track to meet Wall Street expectations. Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta has more.
And some of the cost savings that they had kind of promised to their investors are on track as well, because they're also fighting, by the way, an activist investor that is saying this is simply too expensive and the company is being mismanaged.
Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta. In a conference call with investors, Pfizer's CEO Albert Bourla said President-elect Trump is proud of the impact COVID shots have had. Bourla said he's met with the incoming president at Mar-a-Lago. Keep an eye on Starbucks shares as well. They're little changed to higher at the open. That's after the coffee chain's union workers voted to authorize a strike ahead of the final stages of contract bargaining. And Disney shares are a little changed, but they just struck a big deal for kids. Disney is working with the BBC on the first full-length Bluey feature film. It is due to arrive in theaters in 2027 and will stream after that on Disney+. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
सिल्वर 30.1 पर है, बाय करें क्या? सपोर्ट है वहां पर आई थिंक. कैंडल देख लो, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई नहीं है तो बिल्कुल. कहाँ गया सिल्वर का चार्ट? आ गई उसमें ऑलरेडी शायद ना. हाँ, लास्ट कैंडल तो ओपन इक्वल टू हाई थी, उस पर नहीं कर सकते हैं इसमें. यहाँ पर सपोर्ट पे पहुंच गया. गोल्ड भी पहुंचा या फिर नहीं, एक बार गोल्ड को भी देख लेते हैं. गोल्ड तो वहीं का वहीं रुका हुआ है, नीचे आने का मूड ही में नहीं है. एक सपोर्ट है इसके पास भी 2628 का, अच्छा खासा सपोर्ट है. यहाँ पर अब सपोर्ट नहीं लिया तो फिर वापस रीटेस्ट मत कर देना. रीटेस्ट कर चुका है प्राइस, वापस ऊपर गया तो फिर ये जोन रहेगा रेजिस्टेंस का 265657 वाला. क्रूड ऑयल भी देख रहे हो, लास्ट कैंडल भी ब्रेक नहीं करी. लास्ट कैंडल ने भी एफईजी ब्रेक नहीं किया. अभी भी एफईजी बना हुआ है. नेचुरल गैस रुकने का नाम ही नहीं ले रहा है. फिर से रिपीट कर दूं, क्रूड ऑयल जो लोग सेलिंग में है अपना हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख लो, या फिर एसएल कॉस्ट पे रखे रहो पूरा प्रॉफिट अगर बुक नहीं कर रहे हो, कुछ भी नहीं कर रहे हो तो. बाकी ये अभी भी एफईजी पर है. एफईजी के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज हुई नहीं है. जब तक कैंडल क्लोज होगी नहीं तब तक हम उसको मान नहीं सकते, एफईजी हटा नहीं सकते. नीचे आता है तो नीचे सपोर्ट लगा रखें. बाकी ये एक ट्रेड है, रिस्की ट्रेड है, ये याद रखना. ये एफईजी से लगाया हुआ है. अगर जाता है ऊपर, दोनों साइड लिक्विडिटी है, जिस साइड भी चला जाए, बट ये थोड़ा सा रिस्की रहेगा. बाइंग वाला ट्रेड इन क्रूड ऑयल. बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी सपोर्ट पे पहुंच गया. यहाँ पर एक बाइंग एक्सपेक्टेड रहेगी. ऊपर एफईजी है, दैट इज द टारगेट. ठीक है, ये एक टारगेट है बाइंग में. फर्स्ट टारगेट इसके ऊपर निकलेगा तो वी विल सी. एक सपोर्ट है प्रसाद जी, अगर ब्रेक हुआ तभी जाएगा, नहीं तो होल्ड करना चाहिए थोड़ा. 15 मिनट, हाँ मैं 15 मिनट की बात कर रहा हूँ. $30 के नीचे मार्केट ब्रेक हो गया तब और जा सकता है. फिलहाल के लिए वही एक सपोर्ट है 30.15 से $30 के बीच में. एफईजी पे पहुंच गया है, सिल्वर भी याद रखना ऊपर, एफईजी है वहां पर 30.37 से 30.47 के बीच में एक छोटा सा एफईजी बना हुआ है इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। एक छोटा सा एफईजी है ये, और रेजिस्टेंस भी ऊपर का टेस्ट हो चुका है वैसे तो। ये एक छोटा सा एफईजी है यहाँ पर। डाउन ट्रेंड में चल रहा है मार्केट, को थोड़ा सा अप ट्रेंड में आना है तो इस एफईजी के ऊपर निकलना जरूरी है, सो दैट अपने रेजिस्टेंस एरिया को एक बार फिर से टेस्ट करे और नीचे एक एफईजी बना के कुछ इस तरह का प्राइस एक्शन बिल्डअप करे। नहीं तो मार्केट है तो डाउन ट्रेंड में ही सपोर्ट से बाइंग आएगी, फिर वो वापस सेल ऑफ में आ जाएगा। तो इस एफईजी के ऊपर निकलता है तो बेस्ट रहेगा, तब एक अप ट्रेंड बनने के चांसेस रहेंगे। मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि बन जाएगा, बट एक फिर अप ट्रेंड होने के चांसेस भी हैं। अदरवाइज टिल देन जब तक इस एफईजी के नीचे है तो बेरी सी थोड़ी बहुत बाइंग सपोर्ट एरिया से जरूर देखने के लिए मिलेगी। ठीक है, तो इस सिल्वर वाले थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना, दोज पीपल हु आर इन सिल्वर ट्रेड। ठीक है, एमसीएक्स में भी ठीक ठाक मूव कर गया है सिल्वर। एमसीएक्स चार्ट में देखोगे इट इज मूव्ड वेरी वेल फ्रॉम द सपोर्ट जोन, 400 पॉइंट मूव्ड। इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि ये एफईजी निकालता है नहीं, अगर एफईजी निकाल दिया तो फिर हम एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे कि थोड़ा सा और मूव करे अपसाइड की ओर। अदरवाइज इस एफईजी से थोड़ा बहुत रिजेक्शन मिल सकता है वापस से, लेट्स सी। वाले ध्यान रखना, ठीक है, थोड़ा सा एफईजी है वहां पर एक। रॉयल जनवरी चार्ट में सपोर्ट पे आ गया है, जनवरी चार्ट में सपोर्ट पे आ गया। दिसंबर में तो अपने एफईजी पर ही है फिलहाल। ग्रेट, ठीक है, अच्छा मूव कर गया सिल्वर। लेट्स सी एफईजी ब्रेक करता है तो। It took the resistance from एफईजी जोन, एफईजी से फिर से रिजेक्शन ले लिया। याद रखना ये मैंने जो चार्ट लगाया है क्रूड ऑयल का वो करंट मंथ का ही है, दिसंबर का ही है, अभी जनवरी का चार्ट यूज़ नहीं कर रहा हूँ, इवन दो कल एक्सपायरी हो चुकी है ऑप्शन की।
News for Trudeau. It looks chaotic and unplanned, especially on a day where his finance minister was due to present a budget to Parliament. The language and the way she resigned was very dramatic for Canada. Freeland posted a surprise letter on the X platform. She said Trudeau no longer wanted her to be finance minister and had offered her a lesser position, and she thought it was in her best interest to resign.
And of course, the backdrop of this is that Trump is coming into office while threatening to tax Canadian imports.
So Freeland was around during the first Trump administration and was actually the lead negotiator for the North American trade deal that is now in place. So not having her around when Trump takes office in January is a disadvantage for Trudeau.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is on Capitol Hill this week. The anti-vaccine activist and environmental lawyer is seeking to win support from key senators who will decide whether he'll get to run the Department of Health and Human Services. Donald Trump singing the praises of his controversial pick at a press conference on Monday.
That Bobby he's a very rational guy. I found him to be very rational. No, nothing, you're not going to lose the polio vaccine.
Advocacy groups opposed to RFK are trying to influence a small group of Republican senators they believe could block Kennedy's nomination. Michael Ehrman covers Big Pharma and has been speaking with these groups.
A lot of these folks are healthcare advocacy groups. Some of them formed to try to preserve Obamacare during the Trump administration. Their concern around vaccines is if the administration were to work to discourage people from getting their kids these vaccines, there could be a resurgence of a lot of infectious diseases that could cost lives in the country.
How are they working to influence these senators?
They're trying to influence the senators through advertising and also media events in those states where those senators are, particularly Republican senators who are up for election in 2026 and those that are in swing states that may be more convincible on these issues like vaccines and fluoride.
RFK is a controversial figure, but he does have an interesting coalition of supporters on the left and right. For those PACs or groups backing him, what's their sell?
Well, RFK has said that he's not anti-vaccine, that he's not planning on taking people's vaccines away. He is interested in building around issues like nutrition, food safety. There's a lot of support from even people on the left who are interested in those issues, who are more interested in chronic disease than infectious disease, who are interested in reducing obesity in the country, and who think that Kennedy's ideas can help with that.
Kennedy's spokesperson did not respond to a request for comment. His advocates have said opposition to his nomination stems from corporate interests.
Can you comment on the drones that are flying around?
Okay, so we have a policy of not covering conspiracy theories. But when you have the next leader of the free world weighing in,
The government knows what is happening.
it's time to talk about the drones.
And for some reason, they want to keep people in suspense.
Drone sightings have plagued the East Coast over the last few weeks.
Something strange is going on. For some reason, they don't want to tell the people, and they should.
When asked if he had been briefed on the matter, Trump refused to say. So what's the deal? Reporter Joseph Axe is here to fill us in on what we do know at this point.
The Biden administration has said, on the one hand, that they're investigating these reports. On the other hand, they've said there's no evidence that there's any threat to public safety, there's no threat to national security, and they have spent some time trying to bat down some of the more far-fetched conspiracy theories that have been floating around out there. One thing they've said is that they've looked already into more than 5,000 of these reports as of the weekend, and they said just about 100 of them were actually worth investigating. So they've concluded that the vast majority of these sightings are people simply mistaking manned aircraft, like either regular planes or small planes flying at night, for something else. And they say a lot of the sightings follow regular flight paths. So they've actually tried pretty hard to kind of push back on, I think, what they view as a bit of an overreaction. But there has been a lot of frustration from state and local officials who feel, at the very least, that the federal government needs to do more.
In today's ever-evolving markets, to gain the edge in your business, you want effortless access to the data you need, where and how you want it. LSEG's Data Universe offers unmatched breadth and depth of trusted data and news, offered seamlessly with a flexible, open approach that's led by you on the cloud or on premises. Experience the advantage of unparalleled historical data and a choice across the latency spectrum powered by market-leading technology. Together, let's explore a data universe of possibilities. LSEG Data and Analytics.
For today's recommended read, a story from Nigeria. The country's anti-graft agency says it's arrested almost 800 suspects in a scheme of luring victims with offers of romance and then pressing them to hand over cash for phony crypto investments. There's a link to the story in the pod description.
For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. And don't forget to follow us on your favorite podcast player. We'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show.
सिल्वर रीच टू देयर एफईजी जोन, रिजेक्शन मिल सकता है थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ से वापस से। जो लोग बाइंग में हैं या तो कर लो प्रॉफिट बुक या फिर एसएल हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके सिस्टम पे डाल दो। एफईजी अगर ब्रेक करके जाता है ऊपर तो एग्जैक्ट टारगेट तक चला जाएगा विच इज़ 30.5153, और नहीं जाता एफईजी ब्रेक करके तो फिर यहीं से रिटर्न। प्राइस रीच टू देयर एफईजी जोन इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम इन क्रूड इन सिल्वर। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे, क्रूड ऑयल में भी कैंडल शायद क्लोज हो गई है एफईजी के नीचे, मैं गलत नहीं हूँ तो। कैंडल आई थिंक क्लोज्ड बिलो बिलो द लेवल आई थिंक। क्लोज हो गई है लेवल के नीचे एफईजी। ये एफईजी तो अब काम का नहीं है, ब्रेक हो गया एफईजी के नीचे कैंडल। एक और एफईजी है वहां पर जरूर, बट ये वाला तो गया जहाँ पर रुक रहा था प्राइस। ये तो अब है नहीं है, नहीं है। ठीक है, तो ये ब्रेक हो चुका है। एफईजी इज ब्रेक इन क्रूड ऑयल। लास्ट कैंडल क्लोज कर गई है लेवल के नीचे एफईजी के, तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग इसको नीचे आना चाहिए। एफईजी को अब रिमूव कर सकते हो, इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है। बाकी ये जो रिस्की ट्रेड था, अगर इसमें कोई गया है तो उसका एसएल जाए तो निकल जाना भाई, होल्ड मत करना इस रिस्की ट्रेड को। बाकी देखते हैं अब नीचे मार्केट के पास सपोर्ट। देखो मार्केट के पास सपोर्ट कहाँ कहाँ पर है। ये भी सपोर्ट है 5880, 5870, और उसके बाद फिर 5840, 830। ये जो सपोर्ट पहला वाला है 5870, 880, ये ऑलरेडी 2-3 बार टेस्ट हो चुका है प्राइस के लिए। जिस दिन इन्वेंट्री आई थी, याद होगा उस दिन ही था ये। उस दिन ही प्राइस ने यहाँ पर काफ़ी देर होल्ड करके सपोर्ट लेने की कोशिश करी थी। तो अगर ध्यान से देखोगे तो फर्स्ट, सेकेंड और ये थर्ड, 3 बार ही टेस्ट हो चुका है। एक ही चीज़ है जो फेवर में है थोड़ी बहुत इसके, वो कि मार्केट ने हर बार हायर हाई बनाया है। पहली बार सपोर्ट पे आया था, एक हाई बनाया था, दूसरी बार आया एक हायर हाई बनाया, थर्ड टाइम आया फिर से एक हायर हाई बनाया। तो थोड़ा बहुत तो होगा यहाँ पर स्ट्रेंथ मेरे अकॉर्डिंग। लेट्स सी, इस एरिया पे आ जाए तो बेस्ट रहेगा। यहाँ पर अभी तक प्राइस ने सपोर्ट लिया नहीं है बिकॉज, बाकी टारगेट इतना ही है। यहाँ पर देखेंगे होल्ड कर रहा है या नहीं कर रहा है। अगर कोई ट्राई करना चाहे, कैंडल अगर ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ना बने तो ट्राई कर लेना, बट ऑप्शन मत बाई करना, मिनी लेना, नहीं तो फिर मेरे अकॉर्डिंग यहाँ पर आए तो ज़्यादा बेस्ट रहेगा। सेलर्स भी एग्जिट कर सकते हैं, होल्ड करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है अब सेलर्स को भी। काफ़ी देर बाद ये रीटेस्ट करके आ गया है ऊपर। अभी भी ये लेवल पेंडिंग है, इट मीन्स दिस लेवल इज स्टिल पेंडिंग इन क्रूड ऑयल। ये ऊपर का रीटेस्ट वाला लेवल, इस पे नज़र जरूर रखना आने वाले समय पे। यहाँ पर भी एक लिक्विडिटी है पेंडिंग जो मार्केट ने अभी तक टेस्ट नहीं करी है। ठीक है, तो ये टारगेट 70 पॉइंट डन। वो जो रिस्की ट्रेड में कोई गया था वो एग्जिट कर लेना भाई, होल्ड मत करे रहना। ये नहीं कि होल्ड करो और वापस तो आएगा ही। यहाँ पर देखते हैं किस तरह से प्राइस एक्शन बिल्डअप होता है। दिस इज ऑल्सो सपोर्ट बट टेस्टेड मैनी टाइम्स। थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना इस लेवल पे। प्रॉब्लम ये है ना कि ये लेवल अगर मार्केट ने मान लो ब्रेक भी कर दिया और नीचे आ गया, यहाँ से सपोर्ट ले लिया, तो कहीं इसका रीटेस्ट ना कर दे फिर, वो भी एक कंसर्न है। लेवल भी बहुत पास पास बने हुए हैं। थोड़ा अलग तरह का प्राइस एक्शन हो तो, या फिर एक सीधा कैंडल नीचे ऐसे ब्रेक करके ऊपर चली जाए, उस केस में ये भी सपोर्ट ले लेगा, ये फेक ब्रेकडाउन भी हो जाएगा और फिर रिकवर भी हो जाएगा, एंड देन मूव लाइक दिस। बाकी नेचुरल गैस में भी ऊपर एफईजी है, एफईजी के ऊपर निकलेगा तब देखेंगे, और ऊपर का टारगेट ध्यान रखना। या ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस भी अपने सपोर्ट पे आ चुका है। ये थोड़ा सा एसएलएस का 261 265 पे ले लिया, थोड़ा जल्दी ले लिया सर, थोड़ा लेट लेते। हाई लेवल पे आई हो, थोड़ी क्वांटिटी कम रखी होगी, अब आया है ये एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट पे, पहले वो रीटेस्ट पे था। दैट इज द एसएल, एसएल जाएगा तो एग्जिट करना। टारगेट एफईजी तक का ही है। इससे ज़्यादा थोड़ा ले सकते हैं। बस कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ना बना दे यहाँ पर अब। के नीचे के भी लेवल देख लेते हैं और जहाँ पर देखो एसएल थोड़ा बड़ा हो तो वहां पर कोशिश करो हायर लेवल पे क्वांटिटी कम रखो, लोअर एंड पे क्वांटिटी बढ़ा सकते हो, या फिर अगर ऊपर लेना ही नहीं है तो फिर नीचे आने का वेट करो। बट कभी कभी प्राइस नहीं आता है तो कोई बात नहीं, बाद में आएगा तब उसका फिर वेट कर सकते हो। इस तरह से प्लान होता है, क्योंकि जरूरी नहीं है कोई सपोर्ट या रेजिस्टेंस हो तो वहां से बाइंग सेलिंग आएगी आएगी, ब्रेक भी हो सकता है वो लेवल। जैसे क्रूड ऑयल में हो गया, सपोर्ट बहुत अच्छा था बट ब्रेक हो गया। तो ये भी देखना होता है एसएल कितना है। लिमिट से बड़ा अगर एसएल हो रहा है तो फिर या तो क्वांटिटी कम करनी पड़ती है, फिर लेवल पे आने थोड़ा सा नीचे आने का और वेट करना पड़ता है, सो दैट एसएल छोटे हो जाए। Sense of risk reward is important in that case. ऑप्शन ध्यान रखना, काफी लो सॉरी लेट मूव आया है क्रूड ऑयल में सेलर्स के लिए। वो रिटेस्ट पे रुक गया प्राइस, एक्चुअली थोड़ा फास्ट आता वो रिटेस्ट के बाद तो प्रीमियम थोड़ा और बढ़ते, इवन दो नई एक्सपायरी है बट फिर भी यहाँ पर नए ब्रेकडाउन रिटेस्ट हुआ, उसके बाद सीधा ही आ जाना चाहिए था वैसे नॉर्मली। जो 2 घंटे इसने यहाँ पर टाइम वेस्ट किया है, दैट इसकी वजह से थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम हुई है। तो सेलर्स थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखें अपने प्रीमियम का, ऑप्शन बायर स्पेशली उनके लिए फिर ज़्यादा स्पेस बचता नहीं है अगर मोमेंटम बहुत स्लो हुआ है तो। 10:30 तक फिर भी थोड़ा बहुत रहने का मोमेंटम एक्सपेक्टेड है, उसके बाद फिर देखेंगे। इस लेवल को कंसिडर मत करना, रीटेस्ट हो गया इसका अब, ठीक है। बार बार रीटेस्ट नहीं करेगा मार्केट। इसका एक रीटेस्ट यहाँ पेंडिंग है ऊपर, ये इस एरिया पे, बाकी ये सारे सपोर्ट ही हैं। एफएक्स ओपन में सपोर्ट पर ही है, एफएक्स ओपन फॉरेक्स ब्रोकर चार्ट में। एमसीएक्स में भी सपोर्ट पर ही है, बट ये सपोर्ट मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो गया है, तो ध्यान रखना इस सपोर्ट पे थोड़ा लो गए तो, क्योंकि ये इतने बार टेस्ट हो चुका है, अभी होल्ड करेगा नहीं करेगा थोड़ा सा कहना मुश्किल है। फर्स्ट, सेकंड, 3 बार आ चुका है, फोर्थ टाइम है इस लेवल पे, तो थोड़ा बहुत वीक तो हो ही गया होगा, इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग नहीं होना चाहिए अब इसको। अगर यहाँ से लोगे तो मिनी वगैरह लेना, ऑप्शन मत लेना, नहीं तो ये लेवल बेटर है मेरे अकॉर्डिंग। मैं तो एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ ऐसा कुछ हो जाए, लाइक नीचे आए, एक कैंडल ब्रेक करे और फिर सीधा ऊपर चली जाए विक बना के, या फिर डायरेक्टली नेक्स्ट कैंडल रीटेस्ट हो ही ना, सो दैट उस केस में दोनों ही लेवल रिस्पेक्ट हो जाएंगे। रहेगा नीचे वाला लेवल भी टेस्ट, ऊपर वाला लेवल ब्रेक भी, और फेक ब्रेक डाउन करके ऊपर भी चला गया। कैंडल नीचे क्लोज हो गई तो अब उस लेवल को फिर कंसीडर भी नहीं करेंगे, तो रेंज भी ब्रॉड हो जाएगी। फाइव लाइक्स आर डन, 25 लाइक्स आर रिमेनिंग। लाइक करते रहो गाइस, बाकी लोग जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को फटाफट से लाइक कर सकते हैं। मोमेंटम थोड़ा स्लो हो रहा है अब।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. The suspect in a notorious string of murders on Long Island known as the Gilgo Beach killings is now charged with a seventh woman's death. New York architect Rex Heuermann is accused of killing Valerie Mack. The 24-year-old had been working as an escort in Philadelphia. Her remains were found in 2000. Heuermann was arrested last year and charged with 3 women's murders. Charges in 3 more killings came earlier this year. Heuermann has pleaded not guilty to all the charges in a case that stretches back nearly 15 years. White House spokesman John Kirby says he is cautiously optimistic about a ceasefire in Gaza. Kirby was on Fox News this morning as Israeli officials tell Bloomberg they're more optimistic about a deal with Hamas than at any time in the last year. They are reestablishing contacts with mediators in Qatar in case there is a breakthrough with Hamas. The militant group says a deal to pause fighting and release hostages is possible without new conditions. Meantime, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office is denying a Reuters report that he is in Cairo for ceasefire talks. President-elect Donald Trump says Ukraine needs to be ready to make a deal with Russia. He said that during a wide-ranging Mar-a-Lago news conference before Ukraine claimed responsibility for a rare assassination inside Moscow this morning. We get the details from Bloomberg's Tony Halpin.
Lieutenant General Igor Kirillov and his assistant were killed in a bomb explosion outside an apartment building in Moscow earlier today. And he's in charge, as you say, of Russia's radiological, chemical, and biological defense forces.
Bloomberg's Tony Halpin says General Kirillov was a familiar face at Russian defense briefings. He says his killing will be a major embarrassment for the Kremlin. President-elect Trump will still have a legal cloud over him when he returns to the White House. The judge in his New York hush money case refused to throw out his conviction on immunity grounds. But Bloomberg's Bill Ferries reports it's not clear where things go from here.
The sentencing is probably not going to happen, or it's going to be a lot of questions about whether he could face even a fine at this point, which was kind of the most likely scenario. So that's something that's still going to play out, but it is a legal setback for the president.
Bloomberg's Bill Ferries reports the president-elect could still appeal the case in New York and ask for Supreme Court review if he loses there. Meantime, the president-elect is reporting reportedly suing the Des Moines Register and its top pollster, Ann Seltzer, over her final presidential poll that showed Vice President Kamala Harris leading in Iowa before the election. Fox News reports the case was filed last night in Polk County, Iowa, under the state's Consumer Fraud Act. Trump ended up winning the Cornhusker state by 13 points. The lawsuit accuses the pollster of brazen election interference. Getting back to markets now, stocks are pulling back after strong retail sales data a day before the Fed's final rate decision of 2024. Morgan Stanley chief U.S. equity strategist Mike Wilson says the broad stock rally that many investors have been looking for has already happened.
We got the broadening out in the fall on three things. A, we priced out the recession risk, which was kind of creeping into markets. The Fed went 50, which, was a surprise and maybe not even necessary. And so that got people juiced up. And then, of course, we had the election.
Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson was a guest on Bloomberg Surveillance. One stock that's really been juiced since its reported earnings is Broadcom, the chip maker has jumped 38% in the 2 days since it reported its latest results. Right now, Broadcom's shares are lower by 6%. Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta has more.
Broadcom, we know, has had seen massive surges in the past couple of days. A lot of that talking about a partnership with Apple, despite having previously been in the supply chain with Apple as well. Broadcom also getting a bit of a pat on the back from some of the analyst community.
Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta says Ken Mahoney of Mahoney Asset Management sees this as an NVIDIA moment for Broadcom. The chipmaker predicted the addressable market for its AI components will be as big as $90 billion in the next couple of years. A new investment fund that plans to oppose corporate diversity, equity, and inclusion hiring goals is taking aim at Nike, Kraft Heinz, and Autodesk. Azoria Partners Fund says it will avoid S&P 500 companies with specific DEI goals when it opens in March. An internal memo seen by Bloomberg News says those companies fit the bill. Right now, Nike and Kraft Heinz are higher by more than 1%. Autodesk is lower by about 1%. That tracks with the broader market. Right now, the S&P 500 is down 0.6%. The Dow is 0.5% lower. The Nasdaq Composite is down 0.8%. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
रवि जी क्रूड ऑयल देखो टारगेट तो हो गया है, बुक करना चाहो कर लो, काफ़ी लेट मूव हुआ है इसलिए। बाकी ये भी एक सपोर्ट ही है, दिस इज़ ऑल्सो सपोर्ट एरिया, बट जैसा मैंने बताया मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो गया ऑलरेडी। सो एक पॉसिबिलिटी थोड़ा और नीचे आने की भी है, एक से ज़्यादा लॉट है तो ट्रेल कर लेना, ऐसा ना हो यहाँ पर फिर से सपोर्ट ले ले, फोर्थ टाइम ये आ रहा है। बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी सपोर्ट पर ही है, यहाँ पर एक एफईजी है, उतना ही टारगेट है, एफईजी के ऊपर निकलेगा तभी और ऊपर जाएगा। ये एफईजी पता नहीं दिख रहा है नहीं दिख रहा आप लोगों को। These are very small multiple effigies there, but जो सबसे nearest होता है वही सबसे पहला रेजिस्टेंस होता है मेनली। तो यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा ये एफईजी बना हुआ है, बहुत ही स्मॉल सा है। ये भी एक एफईजी है। Both are refugees are there in natural gas। ये नीचे वाला भी एक छोटा सा एफईजी है, बिटवीन 265 टू 265 to 265.7। There's a small FEG as well again। ऊपर निकलना है तो इस एफईजीज के ऊपर निकलना जरूरी है प्राइस को, एटलीस्ट इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। देखेंगे वो ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट लग रहा है मुझे। 267 267.5 एंड 268 वाला। ओके क्रूड ऑयल पहुंच गया टारगेट पे, बुक करके निकल सकते हो यहाँ पर। किसी के पास अगर किसी को ट्रेल करना है तो एक टारगेट और है ये, बाय द वे दिस इज आल्सो सपोर्ट एरिया, ये भी एक सपोर्ट ही है। 3 बार टेस्ट कर चुका है यहाँ पर, दिस इज द फोर्थ टाइम प्राइस इज ट्राइंग टू होल्ड दिस लेवल। हो सकता है थोड़ी बहुत बाइंग यहाँ से भी देखने के लिए मिले, बट मैं सजेस्ट करूंगा या तो प्राइस थोड़ा नीचे आ जाए तो बेटर ही रहेगा। यहाँ पर अगर रिस्क ले रहे हो तो मिनी ले सकते हो, नेचुरल गैस सॉरी क्रूड ऑयल मिनी। बाय मत करना इस लेवल पे, डोंट बाय द ऑप्शन ऑन दिस पर्टिकुलर जोन। इफ यू वांट टू ट्राई ओनली मिनी, अदरवाइज ये लेवल सही है ऑप्शन बाइंग के लिए। ठीक है ये भी सपोर्ट है, लगाया नहीं है एरो बिकॉज वहां पर 2-3 बार टेस्ट मार्केट पास में कर चुका है ऑलरेडी। सिल्वर भी वहीं पर रुका हुआ है, स्टिल सिल्वर होल्डिंग दैट एफईजी जोन जहां पर प्राइस रुका था सौदे पहले। रखना यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा एक छोटा सा एफईजी है, बट ऊपर वाला ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, 267 68 वाला, वहाँ तक पहुँच जाए तो बेटर रहेगा। क्रूड ऑयल देख रहे होगे थोड़ा बहुत रुक रहा है, बिकॉज एक छोटा सा सपोर्ट है यहाँ पर भी, बट मेरे अकॉर्डिंग ये थोड़ा नीचे तक आ जाए तो बेटर ही रहेगा इस एरिया तक ना। दैट इज़ अ गुड एरिया फॉर बाइंग एक्चुअली. That is also support, but this is a fourth time price trying to take the support over here. ये सिल्वर भी रुका हुआ है अपने एफयूजी पर, लेट्स सी टारगेट को हिट करता है तो ये एफयूजी के ऊपर ब्रेक करके। क्रिप्टो में ट्रेड कर रहा है तो एक क्रिप्टो करेंसी है एसओएल सोल, इसमें एक रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ है शायद यहाँ पर 221.50 से 222.50 के बीच में, वहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का प्लान होगा। डायरेक्टली मत करना, कैंडल अगर ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं बनती है तो वहाँ पर एक सेलिंग प्लान कर सकते हो। करंट कैंडल जो रेजिस्टेंस को हिट कर रही है वो ओपन इक्वल टू लो है तो डायरेक्टली मत करना। अगर ये अपना लो ब्रेक कर दे या फिर ये लेवल के नीचे क्लोज करे 221.20 तो फिर नेक्स्ट कैंडल पे सेल कर सकते हैं इसे। रेजिस्टेंस जोन पे है 3 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे। देखना पड़ेगा ये रेजिस्टेंस जोन ऊपर सिल्वर में ये 2 बार टेस्ट हो चुका है, एक बार 2 बार, तीसरी बार आएगा यहाँ पर, आएगा तो प्राइस काफ़ी अच्छा मूव कर चुका है 400 पॉइंट एमसीएक्स में। पूरा टारगेट दे दिया तो ऑलमोस्ट 600 पॉइंट हो जाएगा अप्रॉक्सीमेटली। क्रूड में अगर यहाँ पर कोई बाइंग का प्लान कर रहा है तो मैं सजेस्ट करूंगा मिनी लेना, ज़्यादा रिस्क मत उठाना इस लेवल पे, ठीक है। 3 बार टेस्ट कर चुका है, फोर्थ टाइम आया है इस लेवल पे। मैं ये बिल्कुल नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि बाइंग नहीं आ सकती, बट नॉर्मली जितना हमने देखा है 2-3 बार बाइंग सेलिंग ठीक आती है, उसके बाद फिर लेवल थोड़े से वीक होना स्टार्ट हो जाते हैं। 20 लाइक्स और बचे हुए हैं, जिन लोगों ने नहीं किया कर दो। 70 पीपल आर वॉचिंग, बताओ। कल देख लेते हैं डेटा, आज का तो हो गया। कल एक क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री है शायद शेड्यूल्ड, उसके अलावा अगर देखोगे तो ट्रेडिंग परमिट का डेटा है, ये भी इंपॉर्टेंट ही है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। एंड देन क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री, फिर रात को फेड का रेट कट आएगा शायद 12:30 के अराउंड या। तो कल इवनिंग और लेट नाइट इंपॉर्टेंट है हमारे मार्केट में। परसों इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा ओपनिंग होते ही थर्सडे के दिन। 30 भी हो गया है, वॉल्यूम अभी भी थोड़ा बहुत एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं टिल 10:30, 1 घंटा और। और रुक गया है क्रूड ऑयल। देखो कितना पुल बैक देता है यहाँ से। दिस इज सपोर्ट, कोई ले रहा है तो मिनी लेना भाई, ज़्यादा रिस्क नहीं मत लियो, ठीक है। इन क्रूड ऑयल सपोर्ट पे ही है, बट कई बार टेस्ट हो चुका है लेवल, 3 बार। बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी अपने फाइनल टारगेट पे पहुंचने वाला है। ऊपर वाला एफईजी ही इंपॉर्टेंट है फिलहाल के लिए। 267.5 टू 268.5, दैट इज अ मेजर रेजिस्टेंस। ये एफईजी निकल गया, इसको रिमूव कर देते हैं। क्लोज हो गई ना लास्ट कैंडल, हाँ ठीक है। ये अगर क्रॉस कर गया तब मजा आएगा, फिर थोड़ा बड़ा टारगेट रखेंगे। नहीं तो अभी ये छोटा ही टारगेट है, लगभग 3 पॉइंट का, 3 to 4 पॉइंट। यहाँ से मुझे थोड़ा रिजेक्शन एक्सपेक्टेड है, आना चाहिए मार्केट को थोड़ा बहुत रिजेक्शन यहाँ से। दोनों पे होल्ड कर सकते हैं, ठीक है। ये एफईजी इंपॉर्टेंट है, ध्यान रखना ऊपर वाला। प्रॉफिट बुक कर सकते हो या फिर एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख के छोड़ सकते हो। अगर इसके ऊपर मार्केट सस्टेन करता है तो फिर थोड़ा टारगेट हम बड़ा रख सकते हैं उस केस में। नहीं तो अगर यही रिजेक्शन ले लिया तो फिर कंफर्म हो जाएगा कि मार्केट थोड़ा सा डाउन ट्रेंड की ओर ही है, एंड एक लोअर लो बनने की पॉसिबिलिटी उसमें बढ़ सकती है इस तरीके से। बाकी अगर ये ऊपर क्लोज कर गया तो फिर मार्केट एक डब्ल्यू बनाने की कोशिश करेगा, तो थोड़ा सा सेलर्स ध्यान रखना इस चीज़ का कि क्लोजिंग कहाँ पर आ रही है। आइदर बुक द प्रॉफिट और ट्रेल द एसएल एंड कॉस्ट। इस एफईजी के ऊपर गया तो थोड़ा टारगेट बड़ा रखेंगे, नहीं तो नहीं। किसो मरकजी सर, व्हाई डू यू सेट द टारगेट लेटर? नहीं, टारगेट लेटर क्यों रखा हुआ है, पहले ही रखा हुआ है, एफईजी पहले ही लगाया हुआ है। ये एफईजी पहले का ही बना हुआ है। अगर एफईजी के ऊपर निकला तब यहाँ तक रख सकते हैं। सपोर्ट और रेजिस्टेंस के सबसे नियरेस्ट जो एफईजीज होते हैं वो ही मार्केट को रोकने की कोशिश करते हैं, सो दैट मार्केट जिस डायरेक्शन पर है उसी डायरेक्शन पे रहे। जैसे मार्केट डाउन ट्रेंड में चल रहा है, सपोर्ट से अगर बाइंग आएगी तो ऐसा नहीं है कि वो किसी रेजिस्टेंस पे आके रुकता है पहले, क्योंकि रेजिस्टेंस तो बहुत दूर होता है ऑटोमेटिकली। जो एफईजीज होते हैं सारे नियर पास, चाहे वो लेवल पर ही क्यों ना हो। जैसे क्रूड ऑयल में देखोगे ये सपोर्ट एरिया था, ऊपर रिटेस्ट रेजिस्टेंस सपोर्ट था, इसका ब्रेकडाउन हो गया, रिटेस्ट की तरह काम करता। उससे पहले यहीं पर एक एफईजी था जहाँ पर प्राइस रुक गया। लगाया नहीं है वो, पहले लगाया था, रिमूव कर दिया। तो अगर वो एफईजीज को मार्केट ब्रेक करता जाता है तो मार्केट मूव करता है एक डायरेक्शन पे, अदरवाइज नहीं। सकते हो, बुक करना है नेचुरल गैस में। जी बुक कर लिया 7600 नेचुरल गैस में, ग्रेट। ठीक है, इंपॉर्टेंट है, देखो इस लेवल के ऊपर जाएगा एफईजी के ऊपर तभी और मूव करेगा, नहीं जाता है तो फिर नहीं जाना चाहिए, फिर मार्केट मोस्ट प्रोबब्ली इसी रेंज के अंदर कहीं ट्रैप हो जाना चाहिए। नीचे सपोर्ट है, इतनी आसानी से ब्रेक भी नहीं होगा, तो फिर ये रेंज ही बन जाएगी मार्केट में आज के दिन। मन जी क्रूड ऑयल फ्यूचर बाई किया हुआ है 6965 से, और मैं गलती से सो गया था। ये कौन सा फ्यूचर है आपका, कौन से मंथ का फ्यूचर है, दिसंबर का है जनवरी का है, एक बार बता दो, क्योंकि दिसंबर में तो अभी प्राइस कुछ और ही चल रहा है। देखो ये लास्ट देखना पड़ेगा कि कहाँ पर है प्राइस। मेरा अभी फिलहाल के लिए जो मैंने चार्ट लगा रखा है वो दिसंबर मंथ का ही फ्यूचर है। 6965 पे बाई किया था, 6965 कब आया प्राइस यार, 6965 तो आया ही नहीं है प्राइस दिसंबर में। 7000 कब गया था यार प्राइस, भाई 7000 कहाँ चला गया प्राइस, कौन सा बाई कर लिया है। ये जनवरी लगाया सर, ये जनवरी तो है, नेक्स्ट मंथ का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है ना जनवरी का, अभी करंट मंथ का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट चल रहा है, दिस इज करंट मंथ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट। जनवरी का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट नेक्स्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ही है क्रूड ऑयल में, दिस इज अ नेक्स्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, नेक्स्ट मंथ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट। इसमें 6965 तो मेरे को लगता नहीं गया है मार्केट। सिक्स नाइन सिक्स फाइव तो भाई जून में गया था, जून से बाय करके बैठे हो गया, जनवरी में नहीं सर, कुछ लेवल कुछ और होगा, लेवल गलत बता रहे हो, प्लीज एक बार लेवल देख लो। 5965 हो सकता है, मैं वही कहूँ 6965 तो मुश्किल पॉसिबल ही नहीं है। 5965 है, हाँ, ये बोलो ना फिर 5965 है। एसएल नहीं लगाया है क्या उसमें, देखो आपका लॉजिकली तो एसएल जा चुका है ऑलरेडी। 5965 के आसपास बाई किया था, लॉजिकली एसएल जा चुका है, लॉजिकली तो निकल जाना चाहिए आपको, अभी भी होल्ड कर रहे हो तो 5860 का एक छोटा सा एसएल रख सकते हो। बाकी थोड़ा सा अगर आपको एग्जैक्टली चार्ट में देखना है, क्योंकि नेक्स्ट मंथ के चार्ट में मैंने लेवल ड्रॉ नहीं किए हुए, ये नीचे येलो कलर का बॉक्स दिख रहा है ना, इसके नीचे जाए तो निकल जाना, नहीं तो फिर और बड़ा एसएल हो जाएगा आपका। आप मुझे लग रहा है कहीं यहाँ बाई करके बैठे हो इस लेवल के आसपास जनवरी मंथ में। ओके, सो दिस इज योर लास्ट एसएल। बाकी यहाँ पर किसी ने अगर बाई किया है क्रूड ऑयल में, आई होप मिनी ही लिया होगा, रिस्की ट्रेड है थोड़ा सा, रिस्की इन द सेंस ऑफ 3 बार टेस्ट हो चुका है, दिस इज द फोर्थ टाइम प्राइस टेकिंग द सपोर्ट ऑन दिस जोन। Trying to take the resistance in natural gas, important level है।
each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
White House, we have dealt with him before, and after quite a few years, China simply is better prepared, and China, psychologically speaking, is much more prepared in dealing with him again.
Probably are fully prepared for Trump to impose.
स्कैल्प करने का सोचा था और एसएल लगाया था। अगर स्कैल्प कर रहे हो तो फिर एसएल भी लगा लेना चाहिए था। स्कैल्पिंग करने का सोचा और सो गए। बड़े रिस्क रिवॉर्ड का ट्रेड भी लिया होता तो ज़्यादा सेफ था, सोना ही है अगर तो। अभी रुक जाओ, फिर यही लेवल है, देखो थोड़ा बहुत अगर ऊपर आता है प्राइस इस लेवल तक, क्योंकि ये सपोर्ट तो थोड़ा अगर ब्रेक हो जाए तो बेटर ही है, बट प्राइस एक बार ट्राई जरूर करेगा आने वाले समय में 5980 990 को टच करे। वो लेवल अभी भी मार्केट टेस्ट किया नहीं है, रीटेस्ट है वो, यहाँ पर देखोगे एग्जैक्टली रीटेस्ट तक आया नहीं, तो वो लेवल फ्यूचर में हिट करने के चांसेस हैं। वो इस लेवल से जाए या फिर नीचे एक और सपोर्ट है यहाँ से जाए, दोनों में से किसी एक लेवल से जाए तो बेटर है, बट तब तक आपका प्रीमियम डाउन हो जाएगा, ध्यान रखना।
The EU, it's investigating TikTok, suspecting it didn't do enough to stop fake accounts and foreign powers from interfering with the Romanian presidential election last month. Now, the probe will look at whether the app failed to prevent bad actors from manipulating its recommendation system, and if it correctly labeled political content under the bloc's Digital Services Act. And sticking with TikTok here in the US, CEO Shou Chew met with President-elect Donald Trump just weeks before the app is expected, of course, to be potentially banned if it's not divested in the US over national security concerns. Bloomberg's Alexandra Levine is here, and everyone, it's a who's who of in and out at Mar-a-Lago at the moment, but Shou Chew is notable considering what Trump said yesterday about the little place in his heart he has for TikTok.
Absolutely. You know, we've seen legal blow after legal blow after legal blow for both TikTok and its parent company ByteDance this month alone, just as they've been trying to fight off this law that's supposed to take effect in January. But in pulling out all of the stops, we saw Shou at Mar-a-Lago yesterday, and to your point, he's not the first tech leader. We've seen Mark Zuckerberg go in recent weeks to talk to Trump and his team. We've seen Tim Cook as well. But the stakes are so much higher right now with the ban just over a month away, January 19th. The stakes are so much higher for Shou than they have been for really any of the other tech leaders that have visited so far.
And at the moment, it's being thrown at the Supreme Court's door. But what technically do you think of that argument?
The Supreme Court, basically, TikTok has now asked the Supreme Court to take the case because the DC court had said that they will not pause the law from taking effect, and they basically upheld the law. When the Supreme Court decides, that's going to be likely 2 days before the ban is supposed to take effect. And so you can be sure that regardless of what the Supreme Court says come January, that all these other companies that are going to be on the hook for actually enforcing it, including Apple and Google most notably, that preparations are definitely underway with getting ready for actually pulling the app off of the app stores.
And before we get into how technically difficult and logistically difficult that is, go back to what the moon music just seems internally, externally, when you do see Trump signaling that he likes the platform at least and doesn't want to offend young voters.
Absolutely. I mean, yesterday, to your point, we heard him say, I have a sweet spot for TikTok. I think you want to be able to take what he says at face value, but then you also have to take into consideration that he's stacking his team, his incoming team, with all of the most outspoken anti-TikTok crusaders that have been in Congress and across the American government. And so there's a big question about whether once he is in office and once he is surrounded by all of these people who had the knowledge of the knowledge that got the legislation and the law across the finish line in the first place, whether they may be able to convince him not to keep the platform.
Hard to know which line to discern from. Alexandra Levine, always helping us dissect it. We thank you. Meanwhile, US Citizenship and Immigration Services finalized new H-1B regulations, actually overhauling eligibility standards for the primary visa program used by most tech firms, really. The regulations issued today codify a policy of prior deference in deciding extensions of previously approved H-1B visas. The first Trump administration had dropped that policy, significantly slowing visa extensions. Now let's look at Mike Gallagher for a moment now as well. Former congressman turned Palantir's head of defense And he said that the US Defense Department needs to overhaul its procurement process for a new era of modern warfare. And he's stepping up efforts to seed startups that can help restore the country's competitive edge. Bloomberg's Lizette Chapman spoke with him. And Lizette, it really feels as though this American dynamism, this defense tech euphoria post-election is just continuing here.
Yeah, you're spot on about that. Defense tech has been on an absolute tear for the past 4 or 5 years, and it's only set to accelerate now that many of these companies have reached a critical mass, like Palantir, like SpaceX, and like some of the up-and-comers like Anduril that we get into in the story.
Yeah, let's get into the story, because ultimately you sat down with a guy like, I mean, he's a famous China hawk, just thinking about what we were speaking with Alexandra but a moment ago, and he can weigh in on TikTok. But how do you think we'll get more of a startup-friendly Department of Defense in the US? What changes can be made?
Oh, there's so many different changes that a cadre of people on both the Dem side and also the Republican side have been pushing for years, going back even over a decade, when Palantir and SpaceX actually sued the U.S. government for the right to compete to win contracts. Moving it up to date now, there are a lot of changes to the procurement process, the process of deciding what the different branches need, how it should be designed, making sure it's interoperable for the future, and then, of course, the process of selecting bidders and then ultimately selecting the winner. So that whole process, they want to see it really contracted from the years-long process of doing something like an F-35 fighter jet to something much shorter time frame that better reflects the types of warfare that change, every, not in terms of years, but in terms of months or even weeks, have we seen with the drones and AI and a lot of autonomous systems.
In your story,
so they're looking to shorten that.
Yeah, in your story, you highlight how Elon Musk called, well, the builders of F-35 warplanes idiots. I mean, he's never short on words and descriptions. But Lizette, what's interesting is about the way in which Palantir and Mike Gallagher in particular are trying to foster the startup ecosystem. How are they doing that?
Right. They're reaching out to a lot of companies through something that they expanded. They just recently expanded under Mike Gallagher, who leads global defense now for Palantir. And it's to encourage software startups that want to do business with the U.S. government to apply through Palantir's FedStart program so that Palantir can host their software for a fee and deal with all of the accreditation issues, the different requirements, all the software updates and monitoring, and keeping them up to date and current. And that's a really big deal for a lot of startups who have different needs from different every agency might have a different requirement to comply with. Now, for a startup with only 20 people or maybe 50 people, that's very hard to set up that infrastructure that takes a long period of time. They said years, and down to something shorter that they can handle. That's what FedStart and Palantir are working to do, and it's in competition with other companies like Second Front, for example, that's also looking to do that.
Yeah, trying to reduce the compliance headache. Lizette Chapman, It's a great read. Go check it out. We appreciate you on today. Let's just talk about elsewhere in the VC ecosystem. Databricks raising $10 billion in new funding, the Series J, which brings the software maker's valuation to a whopping $62 billion. Databricks stating it intends to invest this capital towards new AI products, acquisitions, and significant expansion of its international go-to-market operations. Now, coming up, some tech M&A news, also in the startup space. Grammarly acquiring Coda, and Grammarly's incoming CEO is going to be joining us next. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Bgrim entered the energy sector to support Thailand's growth. With clean energy, we empower communities and industries, aiming for net zero by 2050, creating a better future for all.
क्रूड ऑयल में कैंडल में गैप क्यों है? आई डोंट नो. गैप अप ही ओपन हुई है कैंडल डायरेक्टली 15 मिनट की. चाहे कोई न्यूज हो पॉजिटिव फॉर क्रूड, लास्ट कैंडल भी देखोगे तो ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना है कैंडल, दैट कैंडल इज ओपन इक्वल टू लो एट सपोर्ट। नॉर्मल इस तरह की कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई या गैप अप, ये न्यूज़ की वजह से ही बनती है। कोई सडनली न्यूज आ गई, कोई डेटा नहीं, कोई न्यूज। जैसे यहाँ पर देखोगे ये कैंडल गैप अप हुई, फिर ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बना, यहाँ भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बन रहा है। इस तरह की न्यूज़ तभी आती हैं, तभी मार्केट थोड़ा बहुत इस तरह की कैंडल फॉर्म करता है। लेकिन जब तक पता चलती है तब तक तो न्यूज़ का मोमेंटम निकल जाता है। जैसे मॉर्निंग पे जो फॉल आया था वो गाजा डील की वजह से आया था, हमें लेट पता चला लेकिन वो न्यूज़ ऑलरेडी आउट हो गई थी। जो कैंडल्स है ना, ओपन इक्वल टू लो, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई, गैप अप गैप डाउन, ये कैंडल न्यूज़ बेस्ड ही होती हैं, स्पेशली कमोडिटी मार्केट में तो। क्योंकि ये फॉरेक्स नहीं है, एमसीएक्स का चार्ट है, वहाँ पर भी सोचो इस तरह की कैंडल, इट मीन्स कुछ तो हो रहा है जो अभी पता नहीं चला है, क्योंकि डेटा तो कोई है नहीं। डेटा होता तो उसको हम देख भी लेते क्या आया है, पता चलेगा। देखो थोड़ी देर में अभी न्यूज़ क्या है, क्या है बाद में एफयूजी बनेगा। अभी तो नहीं बना है सर, देखेंगे जब बनेगा तो। एफयूजी काम का नहीं होता सर, इस चीज़ का भी ध्यान रखना। एफयूजी कहाँ पर बन रहा है वो इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाता है। लिया हुआ है तो ट्रेल कर लो मिनी वगैरह कुछ। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल के अलावा नेचुरल गैस देखोगे तो वही इतना टारगेट था, हो गया है। इसको ऊपर और जाना है तो एफयूजी के ऊपर निकलेगा तभी जाएगा, नहीं तो यहीं से रिटर्न। लाइक भी करते रहो सभी लोग।
With the future of AI productivity. And it just turned out that our view was near identical. We both saw the technology evolving to what we call user-centered AI, and a future world where the applications we use won't feel as isolated, siloed, rigid that we're used to today. Instead, really focused on the user, adapted to each person, their teams, their roles. So we're going to be building a user-centered AI platform of the future for focused on applications and agents for everybody.
It's a competitive space. I hear agents being named by startup, by large publicly traded business alike, and I hear of, Apple trying to integrate, trying to make my email flow easier. How are you going to compete against big tech as well as startups?
Yeah, I mean, maybe just start with the term agent. I know it's a hot term everybody is using these days. I think of Grammarly as actually the original AI agent. I mean, it's about 40 million users who use Grammarly every day. Goes through about 200 billion words a day. And one of the key things about that agent is that it works right alongside you. One of the big innovations that Grammarly has worked on is that instead of forcing you to go to some other place, it follows you into every different surface. About 500,000 different applications that have been integrated with Grammarly. One of the terms the Grammarly team likes to use, I've really loved, is the idea that they built this AI superhighway, and it's the gateway to have agents actually work with you in every other tool. But one observation is right now, there's sort of only one car running on that highway. The Grammarly tool set today, it's amazing, but what it does is just help you with your proofreading. And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to take one of the most popular parts of the Coda product, we call it Coda Brain, which is a network of hundreds of integrations into all of your backend systems, and we're going to turn them into agents on this platform. And so what you can imagine is instead of interacting with Grammarly as just a proofreading agent, you can imagine that now the suggestions that come to you will help you draft and send emails, can help you structure customer conversations, can help you update your CRM systems, and we can really bring agents right to the user. So that's one of the main things we'll be working on.
Shishir, you said how your goals of the two companies were basically completely in line. Is the goal an IPO in line as well? When you're looking at the changes made at Grammarly, new CTO from Instacart, new CFO coming from HashiCorp, you with your background at YouTube, at big companies as well as startups, it looks as though you're destined for an IPO.
I think the goal is to build an enduring company, and I think that in this sort of crazy world of AI changing everything we work on, I think there's a very small list of companies that can have that meaningful platform to really be that future of AI. I think the approach of Grammarly and now with Coda, I think we can really be at the forefront of that. And yeah, we'd like to be one of those top 3 or 4 companies that people think of when they think about the AI tools for their world.
Shashir Mehrotra, thank you for coming on, incoming CEO of Grammarly, on the combination of Coda and Grammarly. Meanwhile, coming up, payrolls processing firm Gusto is streamlining the books for small businesses as well as big. We're going to be speaking with the CEO, Josh Reeves. He's in town. This is Bloomberg Technology.
The real promise of quantum computing is that potentially it's computing all over again. We are trying to build the tools that will enable users to really transform their industries. Coming from a world that is quite far separated from venture capital, building up the network, building up the skills was an important part of that journey. I want to get to a world where quantum computing is really the way we're solving all of the hard problems.
This is going to sound crazy, but I know these.
In these incredibly complex environments, end-to-end observability is no longer optional. It has become mandatory.
Any SDM, anyone in Tamil? Yes. What's your question?
Innovation, modernization.
Which is in a bit of a correction as of right now.
Yeah, I think it does. You know, a lot of investors got out of the market before the election. And another example, don't do that, right? Don't trade on politics. And there's a tremendous amount of FOMO that came with that, and all of a sudden now you're seeing that race to the end of the year. A lot of people also who are institutional investors want to go to their clients and say, hey, we were fully invested, so you want to make that look good by the end of the year. So that's why I think you're getting this push, and it could easily take us to 6150. There's not a lot of time left, but we think we can get there.
So what happens once we do get there in the new year? Are we going to then see a pullback? And I guess how big of a pullback are you expecting?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Investors should recognize that 25 is going to be really different than 24. First of all, this rally, which has been really dramatic since July, is starting to look a little bit vulnerable. I think Josh mentioned it in the previous, you get more narrow breadth, some technical stuff, right? So going into 2025, I think investors should start to prepare themselves emotionally for, let's say, a normal correction of 8 to 12% in markets. We really haven't seen much of that. So you can prepare yourself emotionally. You can also prepare your portfolio by maybe pairing some of these giant gains that we've seen in the last couple of years. Question is, what would tip off, that sort of pullback in this environment where everyone's so euphoric?
Yeah.
And our view is, the technical sort of set up to a little bit of vulnerability, a little bit too much confidence, I think, is what you're seeing amongst investors. But I think the key point in 2025 is investors realizing the Fed really is already probably at the neutral rate. They're probably not going to have to cut very much at all in 2025 because you've got them, they kind of got the economy where they want it, 2.8, inflation sort of subdued, maybe even too sticky. I think the message in the first quarter is they're not doing anything. The market have a nice big correction. Investors should buy that correction because we're in a bull market, the early phases.
Do you expect the Fed to come out today, even if they do cut today, and then look out into the future and say, okay, we could be at a good place to pause for an extended period of time? And what would the market reception be to that?
Well, you might get that correction sooner if they really emphasize that. And I think that as much as they should be neutral related to the politics around them, they're very aware that the Trump administration is going to bring some things that are inflationary, right? Deportation being one, high growth rates. That does let the economy sort of grow, inflation sort of come up. I think they're going to want to send a message that they're going to be much more careful going forward, but how they send that message could move markets.
James, what does that then mean for market leadership? Because we've seen this rotation kind of back to some of the Mag 7 names because very much viewed as the fact that they did work when the Fed was raising rates. They did work when we were at higher interest rate levels. Is that a trade that's going to work then next year if we're not going to get those cuts that maybe the market is anticipating?
I love that question. It's been such a Mag 7 market. And in 2025, we think those stocks do well, but other stuff just as well or better. Because of the valuations, and also let's think about the second derivative of AI, which is away from the Mag 7, the companies that are using AI, invested in AI, that now the earnings will be accretive. And you can see that in technology and software. You can certainly see that in other industries, such as industrials and healthcare.
When we think about the other secondary plays around AI as well, it's been clear for chips because it seems like there's going to be enough of a consistent stream of purchases, a new baseline that gets set in for the companies that are really powering the data centers and making sure that there is enough of the inferencing technology taking place. What is the secondary play that already has some elements of monetization that investors can look to have a steady stream of revenue source?
Yeah, and I think that's a safer trade, right? I mean, we're big fans of NVIDIA. We own shares there. But here you want to sort of go off into the areas where their valuations might be better and the upside surprises might be better as well. Broadcom is a great example of that, more of a tailored chip maker if you want to look at chips alone. But if you look at a company like Palantir, obviously in the news because of great performance, really what that earnings driven is coming from is that AI investment. And you saw that earlier with Meta in this year.
सिल्वर अपने एफईजी के ऊपर निकलना शुरू कर रहा है। अगर ये गया यहाँ से ऊपर तो फिर वही रेजिस्टेंस पे पहुंच जाएगा वापस 30.53। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल भी जिन लोगों ने बाई किया हुआ है मिनी वगैरह भाई वो लोग भी अपना एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख लें, जितना चला जाए उतना बेटर। सिल्वर बड़ा अच्छा दिख रहा है, एफईजी के ऊपर निकला तो रेजिस्टेंस को हिट कर देगा। बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी स्टक हो गया, अगर ये एफईजी ब्रेक करके निकला तो फिर एक दूसरा टारगेट यहाँ तक रखेंगे। अगर नहीं निकलता है तो फिर ये रेंज बाउंड हो गया इसी रेंज के अंदर, फ्रॉम दिस एफईजी टू फ्रॉम दिस सपोर्ट एरिया। SDM, commodity groups, and also option trade like Nifty, Bank Nifty. There is no group actually. There is no group. Money SDM. For more information, you can contact on the number on your screen. भी करो गाइस, 82 लाइक्स आर डन। 100 का टारगेट है, जिन लोगों ने नहीं किया फटाफट से लाइक कर सकते हो। ठीक है, जिसको कोई लिंक चाहिए तो मैंने डिस्क्रिप्शन बॉक्स में सारे लिंक डाल रखे हैं, वहां से इंफॉर्मेशन चेक कर सकते हो। निफ्टी, बैंक निफ्टी, कमोडिटी, इक्विटी में ट्रेड करना है उसके लिए अगर धन में अकाउंट ओपन करना है उसका लिंक है। कोर्स के रिगार्डिंग अगर इन्फॉर्मेशन चाहिए उसके लिए लिंक है। स्क्रीन पे दिए हुए नंबर पे भी कांटेक्ट कर सकते हो व्हाट्सएप। ट्रेडिंग व्यू का अगर सब्सक्रिप्शन लेना है तो उसके लिए भी लिंक दिया हुआ है वहाँ पे। टेलीग्राम अगर ज्वाइन करना है उसका लिंक भी है। बाकी चैनल मेंबरशिप लेनी है उसका लिंक भी दिया हुआ है। सोशल मीडिया हैंडल भी वहीं पर अवेलेबल है, सो यू कैन चेक इट आउट। Description box for more information. लाइक हो गए हैं, 14 लाइक्स आर रिमेनिंग। करते रहो गाइस। 10 लाइक्स, 10 PM हो गया है। आधा घंटा और मोमेंटम एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते
We want to just take a look at consumer investing trends right now after retail sales look so good today. What are they looking like into 2025? BAM Ventures is going to join us in VC Spotlight. The firm's portfolio boasts some of the biggest names in consumer investing like Zola, NerdWallet, Wonderly. BAM Ventures
Where we've got
Managing Director,
Dynatrace deployed
Shane
and it's doing its
joins
root
us
cause
for now
analysis.
for more. And it's interesting that maybe
हैं। पहुंच गया अपने फाइनल टारगेट जोन पे, रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पर हिट कर चुका है ऑलमोस्ट। ठीक है, एफयूजी के ऊपर कैंडल क्लोज हो ही जाएगी शायद, ये एग्जैक्ट रेजिस्टेंस को हिट कर देगा 30.53।
early in household names like Sweetgreen, Snap, Scopely, NerdWallet, etc. And to your question, you know, it's interesting because I think valuations are what catch headlines, but we often underestimate the inputs that it takes to get to those numbers and also the equity breakdown. So for example, you know, a company that exits for $5 billion is a eye-popping amount. But when you look at the cap table and you see that a founder, you know, owned 2% of that business, they actually made less than a company where the founder owned 25% of a $500 million exit. So the valuations are often, you know, particular on the brand side may not be there. On the tech side, of course, they do have that potential. But you know, the equity outcomes for the investors and the founders, you'd be surprised to see, are often much better.
Yeah, and so you're very much trying to align oneself with the founder and with your own legal background. I'm sure you're ensuring that they maintain a lot of holding and serve themselves well by having ownership of the business as it matures and takes funding. What then about finding these diamonds in the rough? How are you deciding, okay, this is a startup, a consumer-facing startup that is at a pivot point, is about to go up and to the right?
We have this internal mantra that we say that we have to love the founder and not hate the idea. At the stage that we invest, it truly is about the founders. And you know, we love what we call the silent assassins, the folks that are focused on building their business, who know their customer, who know how people actually operate. There are a lot of things that we theoretically would like to exist or like to do. I'd love to be the fittest woman in the world, but, maybe I won't put the effort and time into an exercise regime or counting my macronutrients. And the founders that actually understand how people live and behave and what gets them to a purchase decision is really what we're looking for.
And do they do that via EQ, or are they doing that through data? What do you want to see when one founder that you don't hate the idea of comes and pitches you?
Yeah, I think it's both. And I think more importantly, it's around understanding not only their consumer, but themselves as well, what their strengths and weaknesses are. So if there are incredibly data-driven, maybe they hire a team that is very EQ and brand-driven, or vice versa. If they're incredibly brand-driven, then they hire a team who understands operational efficiencies and knows that they need to hit their margins. And so I think the most important thing we look for is a founder who understands their customers, as I mentioned, but also who knows how to hire around them.
Look, you've been at angel investing for more than 17 years. You've been in your seat at BAM Ventures for a number of years. And what are valuations like at this particular moment? How are you looking into 2025 and thinking about whether these are the right sorts of checks to be writing at the right valuation?
Yeah. I think that valuations are very specific to the sectors. Right now, you hear about the buzzwords of AI or crypto, and they can command a hefty valuation. They also are very capital intensive. I think to the point I was making at the beginning around the inputs and the outputs, a lot of times funds will back into valuations based on how much they need to deploy, and it may be detached from how much a company itself is actually worth. If you're a large fund and you need to write $10 million checks and you love a particular category and you give them $10 million, then you need to back into a valuation from there, as opposed to investing in a company they may not need as much.
It's interesting that you said crypto is sort of the buzzword. And sure, Bitcoin's been the buzzword, MicroStrategy has been the buzzword, but are we seeing more and more founders coming to you with a Web3 adjacent company now, or a consumer focus that is building in Web3 once again? Are we at that stage of the cycle?
We are. We see a lot of founders who have a Web3 component. I do see it having come back into vogue. And like I mentioned, AI is the mode du jour.
And to that point, when you're a consumer founder, is it just that you want to see AI boosting productivity internally rather than trying to back themselves into a generative AI business?
Do you mean what we look for as investors, or what founders are pursuing these days?
Yeah, what are founders pursuing? What are you seeing and what are you wanting, briefly?
Yeah, well, what we're wanting, the way that we think about AI is the way we think about the internet. It's like if a founder came to us and told us they're building an internet company. I think it's ubiquitous, it's necessary, it is the future. For us, we're really looking at the other elements that will make you a successful business, what your distribution, your team, sales and marketing. The AI itself, for us particularly, and at our fund size, is not the sole determinant of whether a company is attractive or not. And I think founders are catching on to that.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. A completely illegal, psychotic order. That's how President-elect Donald Trump is describing the decision that keeps his New York hush money conviction intact. In a Truth Social post this morning, Trump said State Justice Juan Merchan, quote, completely disrespected the United States Supreme Court and its historic decision on immunity. We get more on the decision from Bloomberg's Jody Schneider in Washington.
Basically, Merchan, who had overseen this trial back in May, shot down the legal argument that the Manhattan prosecutors had improperly introduced evidence of Trump's official conduct. So that kind of closes off that path, but it is highly unlikely that the president-elect will face a few, if really, if any, consequences from this conviction.
Bloomberg's Jody Schneider reports the president-elect could still appeal Merchan's decision. In the Truth Social post, he called the case a rigged hoax and the judge a radical partisan. On Capitol Hill, congressional leaders are near an agreement on a 3-month stopgap spending bill that would avert a government shutdown just before Christmas. House Republicans say the bill would fund the government through March 14th. It includes a swath of extras, including more than $100 billion in disaster relief, more than $10 billion in economic assistance to farmers, and a provision that would allow 15% ethanol fuel sales year-round. Current funding expires at midnight this Friday. The White House says it is cautiously optimistic about a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. National Security spokesman John Kirby was on Fox News this morning as Israeli officials told Bloomberg they're more hopeful than they've been in the past year that there could be a pause in fighting in Gaza and more hostages released. Israel is reestablishing contacts with mediators in Qatar in case of a breakthrough with Hamas. Meantime, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office is denying a Reuters report that he's in Cairo for ceasefire talks. Officials say he met today with military officers in Israeli-controlled parts of Syria. Ukraine is claiming responsibility for a rare assassination inside Moscow. Igor Kirillov was head of Russia's radiological, chemical, and biological defense troops. Both he and his assistant were killed in a blast outside an apartment building. Bloomberg's Tony Halpin reports Kirillov was a familiar face in Russian defense briefings.
He's a figure that is well known to the Russian public, and he's a figure clearly who is high-ranking in the defense ministry, and the fact that Ukraine was apparently able to kill him with such ease will raise, I think, big questions about security in the Kremlin.
Tony Halpin leads our Russia coverage for Bloomberg News. He was a guest on Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. The suspect in United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson's murder will be back in court this week. A judge in Blair County, Pennsylvania, set a preliminary hearing for this Thursday for Luigi Mangione on illegal gun possession and fake ID charges. Mangione is fighting extradition to New York to face a murder charge. Governor Kathy Hochul has 30 days to request his return. The suspect in the notorious Gilgo Beach murders on Long Island is facing a new charge. New York architect Rex Heuermann is accused of killing 24-year-old Valerie Mack, whose remains were first found in the year 2000. Heuermann was arrested last year in the deaths of 3 women. Charges for 3 more killings came earlier this year. Heuermann appeared in court this morning and told the judge he's not guilty of any of the charges. On Wall Street, stocks are moving lower a day before the Fed's final rate decision of 2024. Tech shares are weighing on the market. Right now, NVIDIA is down 2.5%, moving the AI chip giant into correction territory. Ian King covers tech for Bloomberg News.
They've said we're sold out. Basically, their earnings are essentially a product of how much they can get from their suppliers right now. So nothing fundamentally that would give anybody any pause, but obviously, as you pointed out, a huge amount of money that has been poured into that stock.
Bloomberg's Ian King. Meanwhile, Pfizer's up 4% after the drug giant delivered guidance for next year that met Wall Street expectations. Sam Fazeli is a senior pharma analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence.
This is the company that people were a bit worried about. You know, is it going to come out and give us a whole bunch of guidance that is actually below consensus? And here we are with something that's in line with consensus pretty much mostly.
Sam Fazeli of Bloomberg Intelligence. And Disney shares are up 1% after a big deal for kids. Hooray! Disney's working with the BBC on the first full-length Bluey movie. It'll arrive in theaters in 2027 and then stream on Disney+. Right now, the S&P 500 is down 0.4%. So is the NASDAQ Composite. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 0.6%. And that's news when you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Nathan Hager.
That are available. So you're earning some money back on purchases you're already making, and you're also hopefully getting a discount. The other tip that I have is to list out who you're buying for and specifically what you're buying. And that way you can be a little bit more targeted when you are shopping for gifts. But it also helps you avoid that last minute rush of, oh my gosh, I have to buy something. I'm just going to buy the first thing I see and I don't care how much it costs. The last tip I have here is to start getting creative with some of your gifts and also your gift wrapping. You don't have to go out and buy someone a super expensive gift. I actually prefer homemade gifts. And in my family, we do a lot of homemade gift giving, a lot of recycled wrapping, and it just helps keep the costs as low as possible for sharing gifts within your inner circle and also being a lot more thoughtful about the gifts you're giving.
Consumers are planning to cut back on spending in 2025. A new survey from BMO finds that more than a quarter of Americans say they plan to minimize spending in the new year. What impact could that have on retailers and the reseller market? We've got Vidyut Srinivasan. He is the co-founder and CEO of Entropy, a company that uses AI to authenticate luxury items for businesses and resellers. Great to have you on the program with us. I've been excited to have this conversation. So first and foremost, you hear a stat like that. What does that kind of translate through to the luxury part of the market where you need the authentication, where you need the buyers who are going to come in and look for discounts, look for deals?
Yeah, so in my experience, we have not seen a change. In fact, seasonally, we always see November and December to be bigger volume months. We see more volumes come through, which indicates, with the same customer base, of course, which indicates that there are more buyers happening. And in the luxury resale space specifically, it is sort of recession proof in that in a down market, people want more liquidity, so they tend to sell more. And in an up market, there's more accessible buyers. So you always end up seeing the market grow. And that's one of the reasons why it's grown double the rate of the retail luxury space.
And so with that in mind, what are some of the challenges right now that you're facing within the reseller market and making sure that you're setting up the market for the next leg of growth?
Well, one of the big problems, one of the perennial problems in this space is because of lack of regulation, you do have a lot of unauthorized, unethical, and straight up counterfeit sellers. So trust is one of the most important subconscious aspects of consumer purchases, especially in resale. So that's one of our main jobs is to add a strong layer of trust and peace of mind to every transaction. So I think the more businesses and sellers focus on adding layers of trust and eliminating the idea that you could be buying a fake product or buying an illicit good, is going to be paramount to ensuring the growth of both resale and retail markets.
What do you think is necessary? Is it consumer protections getting ramped up, or is it the advent of more technology, artificial intelligence to safeguard against some of the counterfeits, even having the opportunity to circulate on either social media platforms or just in the web for sale?
I think the latter is going really strong, and we are one of the providers of AI authentication solutions, and we work with customers in about 90 different countries. So you need great technology, but you also need distribution because counterfeiting is a problem. It's global. It is not restricted just to one continent or one hotspot. And the ease with which counterfeiters can distribute, especially online in today's digital era, the problem is getting worse and worse. A good example of that is the fact that our volumes have more than doubled, but the counterfeit rate has stayed the same as to how many counterfeits we detect, which tells you that there are more counterfeits out in circulation. And so I feel technology is one of the best ways to do it, but you also need distribution.
All these things in mind, how can shoppers just make sure that they themselves are identifying and clearly recognizing when there's the possibility that they could be engaging with a counterfeit product or a fake?
It's almost impossible for a consumer with partial knowledge to be able to make a clear determination, which is why we would ask them to rely on an Entropy certificate or look for a business that is Entropy verified. The reason being, we vet every single business we work with. So we're almost like the neighborhood watch, right? We make sure that our businesses are following ethical practices. We make sure that all of their products are authenticated by us, also because they get a financial guarantee if the item turns out to be counterfeit. So it's almost like insurance for the consumers as well as for our customers. So we'd say watch out for certificates, ask for certificates, it is important because it brings you peace of mind. It also gives you extra coverage that you wouldn't get otherwise.
Just very quickly, we only have about 30 seconds. We've been talking about a lot of luxury items, but this also extends even over into counterfeit pharmaceuticals. What changes need to be made in that industry to make sure that this is not actually impacting the health of consumers at the end of the day?
Yeah, no, that's a huge problem, and it's a growing problem, especially with the number of detections of counterfeit Ozempic and weight loss products. I think we need a twofold solution with collaboration and cooperation between government, private technologies, detection technologies like ourselves, and the consumer awareness. This is a huge growing problem, and the only way we can solve it is through collaboration.
All right. Your State of the Fake report found that the global market for counterfeit pharmaceuticals estimated at $4.4 billion. That is a staggering figure to wrap your mind around. Vidya, thanks so much for taking the time here with us for the conversation. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Brian.
Certainly. Let's do a final check of the markets here as we're taking a look at the major averages here in the U.S. We've got some declines across the board, fractional as they may be. The Dow is down 0.5%. The S&P 500 is down 0.33%, and the NASDAQ about the same on a percentage basis there. This is it for Wealth, everyone. I'm Brad Smith. Thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned for Market Domination today with Julie Hyman and Josh Lipton. That comes up 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I'll count you down to and through the market close.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Welcome to Decoding Retirement. Hi, I'm your host, Bob Powell, and today I'm speaking with Chris Cedar from Goldman Sachs. Chris, welcome.
How are you doing?
It's a pleasure to have you here. The topic of the day, Chris, is a big survey that Goldman Sachs just released. And I would love for you to start with giving us the big takeaways from that report. I think the first takeaway was this notion that the financial vortex is on the decline.
Yeah, no, appreciate the time here. Thanks for having me. We do an annual report. We survey about 5,000 individuals, so we have a very robust set of data. What we're really interested in learning is, how well people are managing what we call that kind of that financial vortex, because it's really about competing priorities in terms of that impact, how people can actually save for retirement. And this is really the first year that we've seen really a decline in people saying that things like saving for college or credit card debt or other competing priorities is actually on the decline this year. We also see that people still feel that those competing priorities are going to delay their retirement. So really one of the takeaways was things are improving, but we still see room for improvement because, again, being able to retire on time is just one of the core things that we really hope for people.
Yeah, so if memory serves, I think it was somewhere around 60% of people said that they were going to delay retirement because of these competing demands.
That's right. So again, still the majority of people feel like these competing priorities are really going to basically have an impact. And again, different time frames. But not being able to retire on time, continues to be a really core challenge for people.
Yeah, I would like to mention there was a survey done out of Stanford where they looked at how someone could improve their retirement security, whether it was by investing more or investing more aggressively or saving more. And the conclusion that they came to was that by working 2 years longer, greatly improved their chances of improving their retirement security. So maybe it's not a bad thing to delay retirement?
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think for the most part, a lot of times what you hear when people feel as though that they are behind in their savings, like their answer is, well, I'm just going to have to work longer. The problem, and we see this again through our survey results, and this has been consistent over the last several years, is that 50% of people actually retire before that they planned. And very few people, like order of magnitude 3 to 4%, are actually retiring after they felt that they were initially going to need to plan to retire. So the challenge is, yes, people think that they're going to be able to work longer to shore up their finances, but the reality is if you have to retire earlier, that has a really significant impact on your ultimate retirement savings.
Yeah, I think the Employee Benefit Research Institute study has said that it's a bad plan B to think that you'll continue working after your planned retirement date, because I think in their study they said only 50% of people were able to continue working.
Exactly. It's very similar results. We're at 50% of people retire earlier than they want. And again, there's populations within that are retiring 10 years earlier than they expected to for things like medical issues, or they're not be able to work because of some disability. So it is very difficult to have a plan in my mind to say that we're going to work longer to shore up finances. Although some people, again, if you're self-proprietor and you say, I'm just going to continue to work and I'm going to just scale it back, like those are great options. It's just not everybody has those options.
Right. So in your survey, one of the things that you mentioned, and I think the Employee Benefit Research Institute has mentioned this as well, is that personalized planning and advice can greatly improve outcomes, which in some ways is not a big surprise per se, but it's worth noting.
Yeah, no, again, I think when we talk about it, it's, people are like, oh, yes, of course, planning, like that's helpful, right? And, the short answer is yes. I think when we sort of looked at this, it was really the magnitude of all the different ways that planning aspect helped. We actually asked people, a fairly basic question, do you have a personalized plan that tells you how much you need to save for retirement and how to save and invest to reach that goal? Right, fairly basic. And basically we can sort of bifurcate all of our results based upon whether you say yes or no to that. And you look across the board and, whether it's people feeling more comfortable in how they manage their savings, they're less stressed managing their savings, they're able to navigate competing priorities and get to retirement without having to delay. There's really a whole host of reasons that plan comes into play as being beneficial. And on some level, as we talk in the report, it's not just about that plan, but it's about actions that plan is a catalyst for. So it's not so much you do that one thing and all of a sudden you're done, but really that plan is really the starting point for how do you actually manage your savings in a more intentional way, having goals along the way, making sure you're reaching those goals. That is really critical in terms of how we think about planning. And the other reason I sort of highlight it is because on one hand, while we say that, people have a plan, a lot of people don't. There's a vast majority of people who don't have access to planning resources, and that's very much core to what we're trying to, articulate and demonstrate the value of the plan, because we really think it's something that's available for all people.
Right. I mean, for most people who are 401k plan participants or 403b or 457, they have access to tools from their employer or from their, to access those planning opportunities.
Right. And it's a mix. Some do and some don't. And so some folks don't necessarily believe. They may have, features in their plan like a target date fund where we have sort of professional managed portfolios within the program. But it comes back to the planning aspect of it. Tools, yes, are helpful and people can access those tools, but we need to make sure that people can take those tools and really make a personalized plan out of that. So how do we then account for things that are going on in the individual's life? Do they have a spouse? Do they have other assets? Do they have family members that they're taking care of? All of that becomes part of it. And it's also something that is not a one and done, right? Like that changes over time. If you're 25 and you're thinking, yes, maybe that basic plan is the right place to start, but then you're in the heart of your career, you have family, you have events that you're doing, you may be part of that sandwich generation where you're taking care of children as well as elder family members. How that plan evolves and grows is really important, but I kind of come back to what's most important in my mind is having that planning mentality. I almost view it as a behavior that really will sort of evolve and grow as your life changes, but always keeps an eye towards what you need to do for the future.
Yeah. So at its most basic level, the plan might be how much do I need to save for retirement? How much do I need to save annually? What return do I need to earn on my money in order to reach that goal? Is that it at sort of its most basic level?
At its most basic level, yeah, like that's the starting point. But then what that allows you to do, it allows you to make more informed decisions. So, if something comes up and I need to, take, 4 years out of the workforce for caregiving, we talk about caregiving a lot. There's going to be an impact on your overall retirement savings. What are the adjustments that we made? Without having that information, you really can't make informed decisions about what adjustments should I be taking. Should I save more early before I go on that leave? Do I need to be more aggressive, for the next several years? So it really gives that framework to making informed decisions. And what I, fear is that a lot of people don't have that information. And so the decisions that they're making is, well, we'll solve that in the next 5 years, or we'll solve that later. And when you wait that long, all the changes that necessarily need to be made are only going to be more painful. They're going to be more impactful. So the earlier we can get to those decisions, the better we are.
Yeah, I often think that the mistakes that you make, you won't know that they're mistakes until it's too late to correct them.
The worry is that you wait till 50 and 55 and beyond to say, oh, now I really need to figure out what this is going to look like. And if you didn't really have a game plan before that, you're probably going to get into a situation where, you could be saving 20, 30, 40% of your income to ultimately get to where you need to be. And that has a huge impact. I mean, maybe you wanted to, help your grandchildren for, say, go to college or something like that. So you really limit your options when you don't basically take those early steps, because so much of it now has to be anchored and focused on retirement.
Yeah. So when you think about the advice, education, guidance that plan sponsors and plan providers are trying to give to the plan participant, they typically have eyes only on those assets and maybe not the assets that are outside of that 401k plan, Roth IRAs maybe, or traditional IRAs, or income property, other, income producing or asset, creating opportunities. What should they do in those circumstances?
Yeah, no, that's right. And, I think the 401k plans, while as great as they are sort of generally limited to what they know, which is they basically know the account that, you have access to. More services are being offered where actually there are ability to sort of integrate your plan, your finances and your 401k with other items that you have. Spousal information, hugely important. Again, whether there's inheritance in the mix, that's also obviously important. Things that you might be considering. So how do you actually get a picture where you actually have a better sense as to all the pieces? You may have a rental property. You may want to have a rental property in the future. Where the income is coming from and how that's going to basically deliver is really, we might call it the holy grail for retirement, because again, that's what we're really trying to solve for. We talk a lot about how personalized retirement planning really is, and it's really for this notion. So, someone who's 45 may look very different if they've been saving for the last, 20 years versus someone who hasn't saved or had medical issues and had to take loans. So how we actually can move people through the process is really about understanding where we are today, what decisions do we want to make to improve that over the next several years, and then as you get to retirement, it's even more personalized, because now we're thinking about spousal insurance, spousal benefits, Social Security, Medicare, co-living arrangements, how all that kind of will play out, potentially moving to another location. Very individualistic, but really requires some thought.
Yeah. So when you think about the need to be personalized and individualized, a lot of times people say, I don't have assets that would merit me going to a financial advisor. right? And oftentimes, sometimes financial advisors say, well, you don't meet my asset minimums. So, and then further, all your money's in a 401k plan, and I won't get paid to provide advice to you for that.
Yes, no, this is really a challenge in the industry, and I think the financial industry has done a great job in terms of providing services, for a certain cohort of people. And a lot of I think one of the misnomers is that, we generally think that people who have higher assets have more complicated situations. They're the ones who need the tailored level of support. And, I think as we've looked through our data, I think that we just inherently just disagree. I think we really feel as though planning and advice is something that is broadly needed within the industry. It's not so much around, if you're higher net worth, maybe it's taxes and more wealth planning aspects of it, estate planning. But, if you have lower assets, we're still trying to make sure that we can get more savings going. So maybe it's budgeting. Maybe it's really making sure that we can get, a debt management program, or, making sure we're dealing with credit cards effectively so that we can free up. In our report, which was, again, a pretty interesting number, 40% of people, or just under 40% of people, are paying the minimum of their credit card debt. So that financial instability that a large portion of people have is just not something that can really be addressed. Yeah. And so that's really where the employer plans, like these 401k plans, really can sort of shed a light on this, because it's almost a different business model when you basically bring these financial advisory services into a 401k plan, because they're designed to help everybody and they're tailored to people. So if we have to deal with budget management, let's deal with that. If we have to deal with estate planning, let's deal with that. It's a unique way, actually, of being able to provide a broad range of services to individuals. Right now, I just don't think the individuals know that those services are available through their 401k plans, and that really is a source of advice.
Yeah. Chris, maybe you could talk quickly about the notion of financial wellness programs that are being introduced by employers and the need for people to avail themselves of these services if they have them as a benefit.
100%. So your employee, I would say, and I worked as an employer, as a sponsor for a long time, most employers offer a lot of programs that individuals just don't know exist. Your first point of kind of connectivity is not to say, oh, let me see what my company offers. But the reality is they actually do offer a lot. Financial wellness programs are tremendously helpful because they help you think holistically around what's going on in your financial lives. Again, to the point, maybe it's budgeting. Maybe that's a challenge. I just can't figure out how to sort of navigate all of the sort of the growth in my, I almost call it life creep at times. Like you're sort of going through different phases of your life, and all of a sudden now you've got another 8 expenses that you really didn't think that you were going to have and didn't plan for 5 years ago. How do you deal with that? How do you budget that? So these financial wellness programs are really core. And I know education, it's, can we really educate our way through this problem? It is one of the really critical factors, as again, helping people make informed, educated decisions about their finances that can really, again, propel the next, all the decisions that they have to make along the way.
Chris, unfortunately, we have to take a short break, but first we're going to answer a reader question in a segment we call Ask Bob. And the reader's question goes like this. The Federal Reserve lowered the interest rate back in September, but I don't get the difference between the Fed funds rate and the discount rate. And the answer is simple. The federal funds rate and the discount rate are both interest rates set by the Federal Reserve, but they serve different purposes in the U.S. financial system. The Fed funds rate is the interest rate at which banks and credit unions lend reserve balances to other depository institutions overnight. The discount rate is the interest rate that the Federal Reserve charges commercial banks and other depository institutions when they borrow funds directly from the Fed's discount window. Welcome back to Decoding Retirement. I'm talking with Chris Cedar from Goldman Sachs. Chris, when we took a break there, we left off and we were talking about investments and trying to make sure that people are taking advantage of all the opportunities that are out there. Oftentimes when people start working and they enter the 401k, they start out with a target date fund, but increasingly there are new investments that people could take advantage of, alternative investments, private credit, private equity, even managed account services. What do people need to know about all these other new opportunities?
Yeah, no, the nice thing is that there's a fair amount of innovation going on in the DC space. So, target date funds have been fantastic for a lot of people. I always say that they solved a very basic question. Early days, we used to educate people on what's the difference between a bond and a stock. And, we really don't do that anymore. So people who need sort of that solution that's really going to help them manage a kind of a portfolio, target dates have done a great job. Where I think the evolution is now taking place is that we're starting to realize and that, not every person is the same. So again, not every 45-year-old, some have savings, some don't have savings, some have other aspects. So the target date fund is helpful and it sort of, provides a good resource. But then personalization is really now a big part of the equation. So how will we really personalize that experience, personalizing the investment? So again, that we can account for the fact that, again, if you don't have savings, maybe you need a portfolio that is going to be a little bit higher risk because we're right now we're in catch-up mode. And at the same time, maybe you have, again, inheritance, and all of a sudden your now savings is ahead of schedule. That's another example. Maybe we don't need to take the same level of risk. So there's reasons for us to basically say where we can push on the gas and push on the brake when we think about that portfolio to help ensure that people are actually managing their money towards a particular retirement date. So that's a really important innovation. There's lots of focus on that across the industry, but really personalizing the experience and helping to make sure that what we're doing is resonating with the person's circumstances is very important.
Yeah.
A couple of other innovations just to sort of highlight, you mentioned, again, alternatives, so private credit, private equity, private real estate. This also is an area that there's considerable focus on, again, within the industry, because, again, the focus has been, as we highlight in the report, the challenge is with competing priorities is it's very difficult to save as much as we ultimately want to save. And so, the rules of thumb is that, an individual saves really 15% from age 25 to 65, and that ultimately, plus investment returns, is what gets you to retirement savings, to have sufficient savings. And so the challenge is if we really can't get to those levels of savings, particularly at lower income levels, well, what can we do? And there really is more opportunity to have more sophisticated portfolios that are not necessarily sophisticated that the investor needs to understand, but under the hood, more multi-asset solutions where some of these higher returning alternative classes could actually be an option that actually bring basically the overall return higher. And we've calculated some numbers. An additional 50% of return on a multi-asset portfolio basically is the same as saving 1%. So again, really kind of shows that, can plan sponsors, plan advisors, can we do more to create portfolios that are going to basically be positioned for the long term? Because we know that we need to help alleviate some of the pressure on the savings side.
Yeah. I'm curious if you could address this. I'm a big fan of the life cycle finance theory, the work of Moshe Milevsky, who wrote Are You a Stock or a Bond? And some recent research by Morningstar where they looked at this notion of we need to incorporate RSUs, restricted stock units, and your human capital into the portfolio asset allocation discussion so that you're further improving the opportunity for risk-adjusted returns.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's 100% the direction of flow within the industry. So, again, when we think about sort of these target date funds, I mean, they're generally designed for the averages. There are, instances of custom target date funds where, again, maybe a workforce that is a little bit different. Maybe they have, a lower life expectancy than others, depending upon, there are adjustments that made. But when we think about portfolios, we need to be thinking more around all the other assets that they have, whether it's equity, RSUs, pension benefit that they have, other aspects, those are just coming from the employer. But again, maybe you have rental income. All of those factors really should come into play when we think about what portfolio you have. Because again, if you have, there's, different rules of thought here. Maybe if you have a pension benefit and I know that you've got a guaranteed source of income, maybe my portfolio can actually take on more risk because, I can afford that, which ultimately could help shore up some of the gaps. On the flip side, maybe it's going to be the opposite. But understanding what all of those assets are and why on some level some of those aggregating services where it can pull the full financial picture together for people is actually really important, because the more we know about all those different sources of income that are going to play a role in retirement, the more precise we can actually build a portfolio that's going to basically be individualized and really for that person's needs.
Right. So what role does robo-advice or AI play in this?
Certainly, robo-advice is going to play a really important, component. And whether we call it robo-advice or, in the 401k industry, we generally call these managed accounts. I would say they're not inherently robo-advisors, because what they're doing is they're bringing personalization, personalized investment solutions, along with the planning aspects. So how we can integrate that notion of giving people a personalized plan. Really, once you have the plan, then the question becomes, well, how do I implement it? A target date may actually be the right answer. If everything is on track, that person may not need to, pay more for, a more personalized portfolio. That could be a great option for them. On the flip side, if they're off track, if they're behind, maybe we need a more personalized solution to help get them to be on track, and it becomes more of that solution. So the reason we talk about sort of a digitally enabled process is because, particularly as you talk in 401k plans, scale is really important. Financial advisors can provide this level of service to individuals, and they do a great job. But if you had to provide it to 500 people, 600, 1,000, all of a sudden you can't really provide that same level of guidance and advice, and in particular planning. So that's where the technology really comes in, to be able to offer the service that everybody has access to, and then there's connectivity to an advisor to help talk through maybe more unique situations.
Yeah.
AI is a little bit of a different animal, because the question in my mind around whether AI and we can provide financial advice in a 401k plan with the regulations that we have to live with is harder. But certainly how we can help people navigate questions, how we can help them understand what their options are. We can help, from a financial advisor perspective, we can help craft emails, we can help prospect. I'm sure it's already in the process today.
Yeah. So I often think that saving for retirement is the easy part. Converting those assets into income in retirement is the hard part, because I have to worry about RMDs and IRMA and making sure that my money lasts a lifetime, et cetera, et cetera. Any thoughts about what people need to approach the converting assets into income question?
100%. We're very focused on, how you do that. Really, again, when you think about converting assets, again, I start with that plan, because really what you need to do first is you got to take stock, like where is all that income going to come from? And you're starting to really, it's almost like a layered approach, like so Social Security will be 100% part of that equation. Who do we need to provide the support for? Then you start to layer in, 401k savings, other savings, maybe, a checking account, maybe you have other different, maybe properties, or grandparents maybe supporting some aspects. So it's where does all that money coming from is very individual, and that's step one. And then you actually have to figure out, like, well, how am I going to actually pay for all the things I need to pay for? What's my lifestyle? So that conversion process is 100% how the industry is focused. There are many more guaranteed income versions coming into the market. I think it's still early days to see how effective they're going to be. But if you think about what different people need, there's certainly a cohort of people who are really going to benefit from guaranteed income options.
Yeah. Chris, unfortunately, time has run out. I want to thank you for sharing your knowledge and wisdom with us. It's so greatly appreciated. Thank you. Up next, we're going to answer a reader question in a segment that we call Ask Bob. And the reader's question goes like this. I received notice from the Social Security Administration that I'm subject to the income-related monthly adjustment amount for my Part B and Part D premium. What is that? Well, in essence, what's called IRMA is an additional charge on Medicare Part B and Part D premiums for individuals with higher incomes. Social Security uses information from your tax return filed with the IRS 2 years prior to determine if you are subject to IRMA. So, for example, your 2024 Medicare premiums will be based on your 2022 tax return. And you'll need to pay these additional amounts for as long as your income remains above the threshold. So if you've got questions about money or retirement, I'm here to help. Send them to AskBob@Yahoo Finance, and we'll answer them in future episodes. So that's it for this week's episode of Decoding Retirement. We hope we provided you with some actionable advice to help you better plan for or live in retirement. And don't forget, for the latest retirement news and expert analysis, check out yahoofinance.com.
This content was not intended to be financial advice and should not be used as a substitute for professional financial services.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Erica Herskowitz. House Speaker Johnson says that lawmakers are almost there on stopgap funding and expects to receive text of the funding today. He spoke at a news conference on Capitol Hill.
We do expect text today, and we are going to try. Let me answer your question in advance. I believe in the 72-hour rule. I've said that to all the House Republicans this morning. I believe we ought to try to pass this on a rule to go through regular process. We're committed to all of that. We're going to take care of these obligations and get this done.
Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, speaking on the Senate floor, says talks on the stopgap government funding bill continue and are making progress. Government funding is set to expire at 11:59 p.m. Eastern on December 20th. U.S. stocks are lower as investors digest strong U.S. retail sales data and await the Fed's next rate decision. The Federal Reserve opens its final two-day policy meeting of the year today with a decision coming Wednesday. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 0.5%, the Nasdaq and S&P down 0.33%. The 10-year Treasury yield is at 4.8%, and the 2-year Treasury yield is at 4.3%. Retail sales increased at a firm pace in November, up 0.7%, bolstered by a surge in car purchases that masked more mixed spending elsewhere. Bloomberg's Mike McKee has more.
Now, the control group is what we care about. It's what goes into GDP, 0.4%. Bang on with the forecast, and it is better than the 0.1% decline that we saw the month before.
Bloomberg's Mike McKee. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office is denying that he is in Egypt. Reuters is reporting Netanyahu is on his way to Cairo for talks on a Gaza ceasefire, citing unidentified people briefed on the meeting, and that a ceasefire deal is expected to be signed in the coming days. The BBC is reporting a senior Palestinian official said talks are in a decisive and final phase. Meanwhile, a working group from Israel is in Qatar to reestablish relations with mediators, and senior cabinet members have expressed optimism about a potential truce. The proposed deal would involve a staged ceasefire with humanitarian cases being addressed first, followed by the release of the remaining hostages, and eventually the reconstruction of Gaza. Ukraine is claiming responsibility for a rare assassination inside Moscow. It took out the head of Russia's radiological, chemical, and biological defense troops. We get more from Bloomberg's head of Russia coverage, Tony Halpin.
Lieutenant General Igor Kirillov and his assistant were killed in a bomb explosion outside an apartment building in Moscow earlier today. And he's in charge of, as you say, of Russia's radiological, chemical, and biological defense forces. And the killing came a day after Ukraine accused him of ordering the massive use of banned chemical weapons throughout the war in Ukraine. So it does seem to be a case of a rare case of a targeted assassination of a top military official, and taking place as it did in the Russian capital is pretty embarrassing for the Kremlin.
That's Bloomberg News Russia team leader Tony Halpin speaking on Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Pfizer forecasts 2025 revenue in line with analyst projections. Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta says in its release, Pfizer also said the first phase of its manufacturing optimization program is on track.
And some of the cost savings that they had kind of promised to their investors are on track as well, because they're also fighting, by the way, an activist investor that is saying this is simply too expensive and the company is being mismanaged. So the cost savings bit was really important in terms of fighting off kind of that hostile feedback from the activist investors.
Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta. Pfizer shares are ahead nearly 4.5%. The Federal Trade Commission is requiring more transparency with pricing for hotels and concert tickets. The rule doesn't bar any particular fees, but rather requires the disclosure of the full price up front. The commissioners voted 4-1 to approve the new rule. Republican Andrew Ferguson, who is slated to take over as chair in the incoming Trump administration, was the lone dissenter. Ferguson said he wasn't objecting to the substance of the final rule, which he called an improvement over the original proposal. Instead, he takes issue with the FTC moving ahead during the lame duck period. And the New York architect facing murder charges in a string of deaths known as the Gilgo Beach killings was charged Tuesday in the death of a seventh woman. Rex Heuermann was charged with killing Valerie Mack, whose remains were first found on Long Island in 2000. Mack, 24, had been working as an escort in Philadelphia and was last seen by her family that year in New Jersey. That's news when you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Erica Herskowitz, and this is Bloomberg.
There are two kinds of people in the world. People who think about climate change.
It's that simple. So we use market cap in a number of ways, and I just also want to first disclose it's different from the way the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ are calculated because they use float cap. And float cap is something that uses the number of restricted shares. They count them out so that they don't unduly influence the index. So they're actually taking the total shares and taking some out. But whether market cap or float cap, that's how we get these huge rises in value in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100. How do you think about these things?
We live in a market cap weighted world, and that's the markets is a voting mechanism, right? We are voting by making these companies larger, that they're the best companies around, they're the best equity investments. The one thing about market cap weighting, though, is it can skew a lot of what happens internally. Think about a car, right? The outside of a car is necessarily the market cap. It looks fine. But if you bring it to the dealer or your auto service company,
tires?
Yeah, you got to look under the hood to see what's going on with the rest of the market. And as long as the rest of the market, aka the engine, the oil, all that stuff, is fine, then we're in good shape. And so right now we are in pretty good shape. You're seeing all these smaller parts of the market, whether it's industrials, financials, discretionary, still participate outside of those big market cap names that are held within largely the technology sector.
So you're saying it would be dangerous if one company was like $trillion market cap and none of the other ones were even close.
Yeah, or if none of the other names were rising with that mega cap name, that's a big problem because it tells you the market's on very thin stilts.
And yet we saw that earlier in this rally in different phases in the bull market rally, but it seems like the rally is just kind of fine right now. Even small caps are finally catching up. So what do you think is going on there? Were our fears unfounded?
I think with small caps, it has been a very challenging market, right? So
it's been 3 years.
We are on perhaps pace for the Russell 2000 to make its first new high in 3 years. Yeah. That is the third longest streak in history. And you think about the constituency of small caps. It's a lot of banks, which are now perhaps benefiting from a deregulation effect. And it's a lot of small cap biotech names, which are having a little bit of a struggle here, depending on what happens with the administration. But I think a lot of investors are saying small caps are attractive on a valuation basis, and they haven't worked in so long that they're just going for it. They're moving away from mega cap growth and into these.
That doesn't
areas.
sound like the best investment thesis, though. Like it's been a while, so we're going to give you guys a chance. Here's all my money. How do you protect yourself there?
Well, you want to make sure when you buy small caps that you know what's in the index itself, because the Russell 2000, some 40 to 50% of it is unprofitable. These companies do not make money. Zombie companies. And so I like the idea, if you're to play small cap, use a different index provider. Like the S&P 600 at least has a filter for profitability. So you're going to get higher quality companies in there. Or you could use an active manager who studies small cap stocks for a living, and if they do their job correctly, they will find those winning stocks and the investment will perform well.
Is it worth the risk, though? Like, why don't I just put all my money in mega cap stocks that don't seem to stop ever?
It's a great question, and it's about diversification, right? So if I'm buying the S&P 500, I'm getting a lot of technology exposure and a lot of growth exposure. With small caps, I'm balancing it out a little bit. And I'm not going to have, the most of my portfolio is going to be in large cap stocks, right? But there will be times where those take a breather, and you'll see the more value-oriented corners, such as banks, which are very dominant in small caps, assume a leadership role. And so that can balance out the volatility of your overall portfolio.
So you said stock ETFs took in $240 billion in the last 3 months. What are you seeing for 2025?
More records broken. We are seeing record launches for ETFs, right? All sorts of providers, whether they are offering new derivative type strategies or legacy mutual fund providers now coming into the space. And as an effect of that, we're going to continue to see money pour into ETFs. Now, the difference will be, what is the pace of that? Is it just a slow billion or two every day, which is okay? Or is it going to be more like $5 billion today, which is what we're seeing now, where there's just a rush? to add exposure. So a lot of it's going to be market dependent. Year 3 of a bull market, which we are in right now, can be
we can talk about that
a little
too.
tricky. They can get a little bit of a speed bump historically. So maybe that resets flows, but I expect that we'll continue to see more and more adoption.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about that year 3 thing. And so here's a premise for the audience that in year 3, well, in years 1 and 2, you tend to see this big animal spirits rise, and then 3, things cool down. Now, the average returns are still positive, but not 1 and 2 positive. Right. But this was an unusual bull market, just in terms of what we've seen in the last 40 or 50 years, because we didn't see small caps participate in the beginning the way we usually have. And I think that has to do with the Fed and hiking interest rates the most in 40 years. There's a lot going on. But what do you think happens from here forward?
I would at least rein in expectations that we continue on this linear path forward like we have for the last 2 or so years. It does not derail the bull market.
So not double-digit growth, the next year?
It's not out of question, but at least, if you're looking for another 30%, that may be a little bit high hurdle. It does not mean you should sell everything. You should stay invested for sure. But as a cycle progresses and more variables come into play, right, the pace and level of interest rates, it can be a little bit more of a pause year, right? Maybe we're flat for all we know. And there will be winners and losers at the sector level too. Mm-hmm. There should be wide dispersion. But I am just saying maybe buckle our seatbelts here for a little bit larger of a correction. The largest correction we had in 2024 was about 8%. 2023 was about 10%. Maybe we get 15 to 16 next year for all we know.
So is there something investors should be doing right now? Should they be getting into a specific area that might
hedging
be better?
Hedging?
Yeah, I think depending on your time horizon and your risk, it cannot hurt to have some sort of plan to say, maybe I should, if you can buy put options, or you can review your current holdings and say, I have too much mega cap growth. Maybe I should sell some of that and put it into small cap or even international stocks if you're looking for more diversification. But just have a plan of when that correction strikes, or even if you're in a lot of cash, there's $7 trillion in money market funds. Maybe you say, okay, if and when there is a pullback, I'm going to take the cash that I had in my money market funds and buy the S&P 500 or small cap 600. Have that plan in place.
You and I just saw each other at a CMT event. That's Chartered Market Technicians, and that's where all the technical analysis people get together. Sid, you're laughing.
It sounds like a riot. No, I'm
okay.
just saying it sounds like a good time.
Yes,
it's a cult.
We had a great time. But there was a lot of bullishness, not only over the short term, and actually over the short term there's some mixed opinions, but over the longer term, into the end of the decade. People were talking and making comparisons with not only the 1990s, the late 90s, where we saw those double-digit returns for maybe 4 years in a row, but also the 1920s. And I don't know that period quite as well. I don't have the best data from that era. Yeah. But what do you think about this thought that we're just going to sail into the end of the decade because of AI?
I agree with you on the thoughts that are quite provocative. That was probably the word for me.
You're going to couch this, yes.
So if you think about the last few years, we had a bear market in 2022. We had a very short but deep bear market in 2020. Mm-hmm. And there was also a bear market in 2018. So that's 3 over the last 6 years, basically. That's very frequent for deep 20% drawdowns. And so I like the idea then, outside of the typical 10 to 15% correction, that we can continue to run higher into the end of the decade. AI seems to be the catalyst because of the power it'll give for productivity. But having another decade-long run is not out of the question. We saw it in the 90s, and we saw it back in the 20s. Ultimately, those turn into bubbles, and the bubbles pop.
Yes. 1930 and 2001 were not the best years for stocks.
Yeah. So ultimately, things get a little too out of hand. Everyone gets complacent, right, and things start getting a little wacky. But it seems like we're far off from that for now.
Is there an under-the-radar play that you think could come about that's kind of on par with AI or could catch up to AI?
I wonder if it's a derivative of AI. I mean, and that idea, I don't know if it's under the radar, but it's electrical and nuclear power. It's like, how do we get AI? And the typical computing power doesn't seem to be cutting it. And now there is talk of building modular reactors, nuclear reactors and whatnot, and there are stocks that are benefiting from that. They are volatile stocks right now, but that seems to be one of the plays. And maybe at the sector level, I wonder if some of the more industrial type companies could benefit from AI. Industrials have been great. Machinery stocks in particular have done really well. And so I wonder if they'll benefit somehow then us sitting at a computer typing into ChatGPT.
Yeah, it sounds like, though, AI is kind of the driver's seat here. All right, we need to take a short break, but coming up, we are sizing up the ETF universe. And on today's Who Wore It Better, we are popping the cork on asset bubbles. Stay tuned. And we are back. This episode brought to you by the number 3,500. That's the number of ETFs available to U.S. investors. Just when you thought there was an ETF for every occasion, for every style, even for every risk preference, when considering leverage ETFs, there are more ETFs on the way, as always. Todd, tell us about this. 3,500 ETFs, that's about the number of stocks on the New York Stock Exchange or on the NASDAQ.
There's almost an ETF for everything at this point. You can find the solution you'd want. Some of them will be long-term holdings for your portfolio for retirement. Some of them will be, you have a few extra bucks that you'd like to throw around. And I think the challenging part for the industry is to think up new solutions that actually fit somewhere within a portfolio. Why should I buy this ETF? And I think the latest kind of craze is using leverage on single stocks.
So there's ETFs on, multiple ETFs on Tesla, for instance.
Yes.
Long, 2 times long, short, 2 times short, etc.
What is a leveraged ETF?
It will produce, ideally, now these are complicated products. These are not for everybody, right? But the idea is they produce 2x the return on a daily basis. So if Tesla, so they'll use swap, what is called a swap.
Derivatives.
Yeah, derivatives. So if Tesla goes up 2% one day, if you hold the 2x long Tesla ETF, it'll go 4%. It can be very seductive, but the math is complicated and is very volatile.
The other thing is, so if you hold one of these 2x ETFs and Tesla moves 10%, if it moves 10% up on a very volatile basis going up and down, you could lose money in the 2 times ETF because it's rebalanced on a daily basis.
Exactly. And so now we're talking about solutions. There are issuers out there who are providing leverage ETFs that they reset monthly. Right, so if the S&P or Tesla returned an X amount on for the month, you'll get double that for the month.
And then we'll have bespoke reference dates or whatever.
Yeah.
All right. So when does it end? Like where?
Gosh,
it doesn't.
I don't know if it does. Maybe somewhere along the way something breaks for whatever things happen in the market. There's variables.
Ballmageddon in 2018.
That was an example,
kind of
right? That reset some of the expectations, especially around volatility-based products. Perhaps something like that happens. So be careful out there, and maybe that then brings about some sort of regulation. Who knows? To rein back in what's happening with all the leveraged output that's out there.
How does an ETF even get created? What's the process? Who decides?
So there are issuers out there, and you and I can start an issue if we wanted to. We draw up a plan.
SID's ETF.
I'm ready. I'm ready. Ticker SYD.
Yes.
We would then have to make a prospectus. You get a administrator and you basically submit it to the SEC. They approve it. You seed it with some money, right? Depending on how much money you want. It can be $250,000. It could be $2.5 million. It could be $200 million. And if you check a few boxes, get some connections set up, and all of a sudden you're on the stock exchange. And there are providers out there. They're called white label providers, right? It's the same thing in the music industry.
You're going to need that, Sid.
Okay.
I just checked. The SYD ticker appears to be available.
Oh,
no,
perfect.
So it's only taken in Australia, which is the Sydney Airport Limited company, which publicly traded over in Australia.
Let's trademark that.
All right.
Yeah.
This is a big part of the industry, though. These white label providers who will do everything for you. You just need the idea. Same thing as going into a recording studio, and they'll produce it for you and release it.
When a stock like Nvidia gained a lot of steam, all of a sudden were people just like, well, we have to get this stock into an ETF.
Yeah. Yep.
Into a leverage one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So there's a 2x leverage Nvidia ETF. It has about $6 billion in assets. That is massive for
a leverage. Yeah.
A leverage ETF and just an ETF in general. So that just shows you how popular. Part of that is because Nvidia has been on such a great run in performance.
Right.
But it is collecting assets.
Is there are ETFs something that you could that could be your only investment your whole life and you'd be okay?
Oh, absolutely.
Because you could track the S&P 500.
Yeah, and they're very tax efficient. They're very low cost. And so they are meant for long-term investing.
So the dangers we were talking about with leverage don't apply to something where you're just tracking plain vanilla S&P 500 with no leverage. What about smart beta? So these ETFs that try to track hedge fund strategies. Some of them work well. A lot of them haven't. What do you think about smart beta?
I think it can be interesting for a sleeve of your portfolio.
Sleevier.
Yes. Not the dominant weight.
Okay.
Right, 10% or so if you wanted to differentiate from equities. And it depends on the strategy. There's so many smart beta or hedge fund type strategies now available. They all do different things. Some of them are trend following strategies for managed futures. They'll buy coffee, they'll buy soybeans or something like that. Really out there. Some of them may buy stocks with the highest momentum. Right. Speaking of
इस नेचुरल गैस अभी तक एफईजी पर ही रुका हुआ है, निकला नहीं ऊपर, मार्केट क्लोज होने वाला है। देखो अगर ये एफईजी पे निकला तो ये एक सेकंड टारगेट रहेगा। अगर आज नहीं जाता है, कल मान लो इसी लेवल पे मार्केट वापस मिला या सपोर्ट के आसपास मिला तो फिर बाई कर लेना। ऊपर ये रेजिस्टेंस एरिया के आसपास एक टारगेट रहेगा, यहाँ से वापस फिर से थोड़ा बहुत सेल कर सकते हैं। नीचे देख लेना कौन सा एफईजी बना हुआ है, दैट इज़ द फाइनल टारगेट ऑन दैट टाइम अगर सेलिंग आती है। नेचुरल गैस के अलावा क्रूड ऑयल देखोगे तो अच्छा खासा मूव कर गया है। कल कहाँ पर ओपन होगा इंपॉर्टेंट है। नीचे हमारे पास ये अच्छा सपोर्ट बना हुआ है 5828 5838 वाला, एंड ऊपर ये रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है। तो इन दोनों लेवल से मार्केट में देखना कहाँ से बाइंग या सेलिंग आ रही है। दो लेवल्स आर गुड फॉर बाइंग एंड सेलिंग टुमारो। बाकी परसों फेड रेट कटिंग भी होगी अर्ली मॉर्निंग, मतलब कल रात को आ जाएगा, तो उस वजह से मार्केट थोड़ा बहुत किस तरह से रिएक्शन देता है तो उसका भी ध्यान रखना। बाकी मिलते हैं अब कल। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक दिस स्ट्रीम। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग टुडे सेशन। गुड नाइट टू ऑल ऑफ यू, सी यू टुमारो।
Not that we're necessarily in one, I should say. But we're going to start with a non-traditional market first. Sports franchises, the untouchable darlings of the asset world, from billion-dollar bids for basketball teams to sky-high price tags on soccer clubs. These investments just don't seem to lose their luster. But here's a twist. Are these stratospheric valuations a sign of enduring demand by the loyal fans? Or are we watching yet another bubble quietly inflate? And contrast this to traditional finance markets, where euphoria from stocks to crypto has taught us that time and time again, what goes up too often crashes back to earth. So Todd, who's wearing it better then, the iconic and enduring allure of sports franchises or the high-flying speculative drama of financial markets?
I mean, I tend to go with the sport franchises, to be honest with you. It's one of
Personally biased?
Yeah, a little bit. I always find it amazing that sport franchises, when you see a new team go up for sale, and it's spreading beyond just, say, basketball and football. You're now getting soccer, women's soccer, which is great, the WNBA. The asset values just don't go down, right? And it doesn't matter what the economic cycle is, what the interest rate cycle is. And so this is a great example of just supply and demand in the economic world. There is a very finite supply of sport franchises, whereas there's not much of a finite supply for ETFs or stocks these days. And so when there's one available, everyone springs on it and basically drives up the price.
Need a 2-time levered ETF on Chelsea or something.
I was going to say, when do all the sports teams go public so I can invest in an ETF?
So there's been attempts to do sport derivatives, right? There were ETFs that looked at companies that sponsored sports stadiums, right? There were companies involved in sport. There are ETFs for sports betting.
And you got Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, Madison Square Garden, Formula One. I mean, there's a couple of soccer teams that are public overseas. But there's a very nascent effort to get private assets into an ETF. And that's a very complicated subject.
Well, if you want to sell to the public, I would think so.
Yeah, and so I just wonder how long before we are trying to put slices of sport franchise. There's a lot of regulatory hurdles to this, but slices of the teams into the ETF.
We did it with crypto. I did it with sports.
Anything is possible. But I think it feels like a matter of time before that happens.
I do want to ask about crypto. How are you seeing the crypto ETF market right now?
It's booming. One of the greatest examples. Yeah, exactly. It is rare for a new asset class to come into the public domain, right? Equity ETFs 30 years ago, fixed income ETFs 20 years ago, commodity ETFs 15 years ago, and crypto, which I think some folks were skeptical of. They didn't know how it worked, how to buy it, is now in the safe wrapper of the ETF, has the whole financial system backing it, comes available, and it's exploding in terms of demand. The flows have been great. The trading.
And the industry almost died 2 years ago, by the way.
Oh, so yeah. And this is crypto's volatile.
The callback is just amazing.
Right. If you buy Bitcoin, Ethereum, whatever the coin, the market is, expect volatility. That's at least been the historical precedent over the last 15 years. You can add a little slice of it to your portfolio, but this is all about access. That's what ETFs are here for. Access to new markets. And so issuers are coming out with all sorts of products. You're going to get, now you have spot crypto ETFs. You're going to get buffered crypto ETFs, covered call crypto ETFs. So the whole ecosystem is going to explode. And investors will show their demand for it.
You think next election we'll be able to buy an ETF that bets on the winner?
Oh, gosh.
Just thinking of new ideas here.
I mean, the one problem with that is it's a kind of a binary event in what happens. Though there are defined maturity fixed income ETFs, so they do close after their shelf life exists, so there's somewhat of a precedent.
Defined fixed maturity ETFs. There you go, Sid.
There we go. There we go. Anyway, how do you pick a crypto ETF? Does that differ from your advice for others?
They're all very similar. They track the spot price of Bitcoin or Ethereum pretty well. Their fees are in the same ballpark, right? Pretty low cost, 20 basis points or so. There's a couple maybe low to none. So it almost comes down to what's your brand preference. Do you have an issuer, or maybe you have a friend who works in an issuer who
or where your
support
brokerage account is,
or your brokerage account, right?
That into those.
Or if you are a large investor or trader, do you need the liquidity? Do you want the one that trades the most? For the most amount of people, for most amount of traders, that's not going to matter.
So you've told us a few things that you love. You love Disney.
Oh, yes.
You love running.
Oh, yeah.
You love wellness.
Try to.
Do you think there's a spot in people's portfolios to invest in things that they love, or do you think that doesn't have a place in your finances?
I think if you feel strong about a cause, you should absolutely put a portion of your portfolio into something that you feel strongly about. Don't make it the dominant weight. And this goes for employees at companies who are getting more and more stock by their paycheck. You don't want to load the boat to one single item too much. But if you feel strongly about some sort of cause, maybe it's a healthcare company donating to some research or something like that, then absolutely, I think you should invest in it.
How do you invest in running? Just like
You can buy running
the
shoes.
You can buy Berkshire Hathaway.
There we go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
But yeah, if you
Talk
like
about a concentrated investment, Warren Buffett is very concentrated in this stock.
if you feel like you are a fan of a pair of running shoes and you start to see more of your friends wearing that pair, that brand, you might be onto something there.
That's a sign to invest.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
There we go.
Put some money towards it.
It is time to wind things down here. Make sure to check out all our other episodes of Stocks in Translation on the Yahoo Finance site and mobile app. Also, we're on all the podcast platforms you know and love: YouTube, Apple, Amazon, Spotify, Podtail, etc. That is all for now. Keep it tuned to Yahoo Finance.
Dynatrace helps that individual to augment their intelligence, so to speak, to do that for them because of the AI engine, because of the ability to deliver those tailored insights and giving clues in terms of what are the best decisions to act upon the insights.
Well, let's get over to our trending tickers of the day. You can scan that QR code below to track the best and worst performing stocks of the day with Yahoo Finance's trending tickers page. First up, shares of health insurance companies moving to the downside after Pfizer's CEO says that President-elect Donald Trump is, quote, very committed to reforming pharmacy benefit managers. Trump just yesterday had indicated at a press conference in Mar-a-Lago that he feels this way. Let's take a listen.
We have a thing called the middleman. You know the middleman, right? The horrible middleman that makes more money, frankly, than the drug companies, and they don't do anything except they're a middleman. We're going to knock out the middleman. We're going to get drug costs down at levels that nobody has ever seen before.
And then he added, I don't know who these middlemen are, but they are rich. As a reminder, I like to think of these PBMs, pharmacy benefit managers, as sort of like the agent. They negotiate the drug price between the manufacturer and the pharmacies here. And that's why we're perhaps seeing this pressure on some of these insurer stocks, because they can traditionally help achieve better costs for these insurance companies. They also, PBMs, handle reimbursements for pharmacies for covered prescriptions as well. So certainly kind of acting to Trump's point as that middleman, but it is traditionally helpful to some of these insurers, which is one of the reasons you're seeing these stocks under pressure. It was interesting. I know you pointed out, Shauna, Pfizer CEO talking about dinner that he had with Trump and RFK Jr., and specifically talking about the conversations that they had about PBMs.
Yeah, and he was commenting on that dinner that he did have recently, just saying that he was very committed to PBM reform and kind of what we have seen play out kind of on the heels of what he made the comments yesterday. What has been interesting to me is the response from the PBM side of things. When you take a look at CVS, obviously their exposure there, that's a stock that's off nearly 3% today, and CVS very much defending the role, obviously, of PBMs, of their business, and that they do act to counterbalance some of the pharma price increases and are committed to trying to make the prescription drugs more affordable in their view. Obviously, that point of view is very much up for debate and very much up for discussion, and what we have seen really from both sides of the aisle. I think there has been some sort of consensus or agreement just in terms of some of the pricing of drugs and how that is a bit too high and how that is putting way too much pressure on Americans across the board. But again, when you get President-elect Trump, his comments last night, what was said at the dinner, and then Pfizer CEO talking about it this morning on the investor call when they're reviewing their guidance, saying that he did reiterate some of those comments that were said last night, that's kind of then adding to some of that negative sentiment that we are certainly seeing across the board here this morning.
innovation, modernization, and business resilience are all top of mind for business leaders. Making one thing certain, in these incredibly complex environments, end-to-end observability is no longer optional. It has become mandatory.
November's retail sales coming in as slightly higher than expected, rising 0.7% on a month-over-month basis. Let's take a deeper dive into the retail sector and how investors can play this environment. We want to bring in Brian Gildenberg. He's Retail Cities Managing Director. Brian, it's great to have you. When you take a look at the print that we got for last month, a lot of the strength really shown in cars and online shopping. And if you strip out that strength, most of the other categories, we didn't really see much growth. I guess, what does that then tell us about what is your assessment of the consumer? Is it as strong as maybe that headline number suggests?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me on. And well, yeah, I think the consumer in general right now is still doing fairly well. That always has to be sort of adapted in the U.S. to understand that different segments of the consumer will be doing differently well than others. If you looked at, say, Costco's earnings report recently, or the great results that Restoration Hardware put up, as well as their outlook, you can see that the high-end shopper is continuing to do extremely well. And then if you look at the performance of some of the stocks like Dollar Tree or Dollar General, or those businesses where the lower-income shopper continues to be squeezed, I think all shoppers are being deal sensitive. They're being thoughtful and cautious about what they spend, but that overall the consumer is in pretty good shape. And if you look at the retail sales numbers, if you strip out this month, if you strip out automotive sales and some of the other funky, more variable stuff, they basically came in about where people thought. I also think there's some question right now about exactly what's happening with pricing in the marketplace. So these nominal reads have to adjust not just for what consumers are spending, but what price levels are. And I think as inflation cools off in the goods sector, you're seeing some wonky pricing going on in the marketplace that I think makes these numbers a little harder to read.
Yeah, Brian, I'm glad you mentioned that, because as we move through and get past the promotional season here that the end of the year always is, and even the pull forward in some of those sales as well, what happens after we get through this highly discounted period and get back to normalization of prices?
Well, normalization, I think what normal is going to look like in the early months of 2025 is an open question for a variety of reasons, not just retail pricing, but certainly, yes. I think in every year you go through this cycle where retailers have to clean up their inventory and get kind of geared up for the next year. I think in general right now, where you're starting to see the landscape, it's going to get interesting to see retailers that don't have strongly rising costs now try to get back to managing margins and prices in what I might call a more traditional way. And then that's going to vary, again, a little bit by the types of shoppers that they're able to promote and sell to. Shoppers that have more disposable income, that are feeling better about where they are, you're going to be doing different types of things with them than you are with shoppers that are really still in a recovered economy, still really struggling to make ends meet.
Brian, let's get to some of your picks here, because two of the names that you called out, Abercrombie & Fitch and Urban Outfitters, resonating, or those are two brands, two companies that do resonate with the younger audience. I'm curious, though, to your point that the divide here between in-store and online isn't what we think. What do those two companies, those two stores just represent in terms of the fact that maybe there is a little bit more, they're more closely aligned than maybe people initially thought?
Well, I think with Urban Outfitters, whose stock is now very high given their results recently. But if you look at those two retailers, yes, online's important to younger shoppers, but there probably aren't two better executors of store-based retail in the U.S. than Abercrombie and Urban Outfitters. And it's not a coincidence that those retailers are performing extremely well. I think there's a narrative out there that young people only buy things online and it's only old people that go to stores. And I just don't think data just reveals that simply isn't true, particularly in discretionary categories like apparel. Young people enjoy stores, they enjoy malls. If you were in a mall on Black Friday, you were surrounded by teenagers. And that's sort of, and the retailers that are good at that in-store experience, whether that's an Abercrombie or an Urban or even somebody like a Sephora or a Bath and Body Works, those retailers that are really good at creating that in-store experience have performing fairly well in the marketplace. So I think this narrative that young people are going to opt out of the store-based experience is one that's just oversimplified and incorrect.
Brian, we only got about 30 seconds left here. I was taking a look at a survey from BMO. They said more than a quarter of Americans plan to cut back spending in 2025 based on their data. Which retailer has the biggest risk of missing out or getting cut from household budgets?
I would say right now that the dollar store segment is one we've got an eye on. Those shoppers are under extreme pressure. And I think the other retailer that's caught in the crosshairs of that a bit right now is Target. Walmart's doing a good job of snapping up some of their shoppers in a way, and the premium shoppers are gravitating towards more premium experiences. So that's one we'd keep an eye on.
Today, a bomb hidden in an electric scooter kills a senior Russian general in Moscow.
Advocacy groups try to sway Republican senators into rejecting RFK's nomination. Justin Trudeau is facing a fresh crisis after his finance minister resigns.
And what we know about the drone sightings that are plaguing the East Coast. It's Tuesday, December 17th. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes every weekday. I'm Tara Oakes in Liverpool.
And I'm Jonah Green in New York.
When you hear LSEG data and analytics, what do you think of? Comprehensive data you can trust, exclusive access to Reuters News, industry-leading analytics and unique insights. Discover new possibilities with LSEG data and analytics.
Ukraine says it was behind the assassination of a senior Russian general in Moscow. Lieutenant General Igor Kirillov was killed in a bomb blast earlier today, 4 miles from the Kremlin. The bomb had been hidden in an electric scooter. A source in the security service of Ukraine has told Reuters Kirillov and his assistant were killed in a special operation. Kirillov was chief of Russia's nuclear, biological and chemical protection troops and was charged in absentia in Kyiv on Monday with the alleged use of banned chemical weapons in Ukraine. Russia denies those accusations.
All student survivors have been reunified with their parents.
Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes, after a 15-year-old girl fatally shot a fellow student and a teacher in a classroom at the Abundant Life Christian School in Wisconsin. She then killed herself with the handgun.
The U.S. has asked Syrian militant rebel group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, also known as HTS, for help locating kidnapped American journalist Austin Tice. Tice was captured in 2012 during a reporting trip.
From Moscow, Syria's Bashar al-Assad has given his first statement since being toppled. Published on the Syrian presidency's Telegram channel, Assad details his final hours in Syria before being evacuated to Russia. And the head of a US-based Syrian advocacy organization says a mass grave outside Damascus contains the bodies of at least 100,000 people killed by the former government of Assad. Reuters has not confirmed the allegations.
A judge has ruled that Trump's conviction for falsifying records to cover up a sex scandal should stand. Justice Juan Merchan rejecting the president-elect's argument that a recent Supreme Court ruling on presidential immunity nullified the verdict.
A 7.4 magnitude earthquake has hit the Pacific island of Vanuatu, killing at least one and injuring multiple people. The Democratic Republic of Congo has filed criminal complaints against Apple in Europe, accusing the company of using conflict minerals in its supply chain. Some Congolese mines are run by armed groups involved in civilian massacres, mass rapes and looting, according to UN experts and human rights groups. Apple says it does not directly source primary materials and says it audits suppliers, publishes findings, and funds bodies that seek to improve mineral traceability. China is planning a record budget deficit next year as it prepares for a possible trade war with the United States. Kamal Crimmins is here with more.
Sources have told Reuters that China is going to run a budget deficit of 4% of gross domestic product, up from 3% last year. The bigger deficit means the government will borrow more to fund more spending. It's a way of bolstering growth as Donald Trump returns to the White House, promising hefty tariffs on Chinese goods. Despite the strains, Beijing is going to maintain its growth target of around 5% next year. And speaking of trade tensions, we take a closer look at them in this week's Econ World podcast. We're diving into the transatlantic economy. That pod will be out tomorrow, and you can catch it on Reuters.com, the Reuters app, or wherever you listen to your podcasts.
Canada's Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland has quit after clashing with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Freeland's resignation creates one of the biggest crises he has faced since taking power in 2015. It also leaves Trudeau without a key ally when he's on track to lose the next election to the official opposition Conservatives. Caroline Stauffer is our bureau chief in Canada.
This is not good news for Trudeau. It looks chaotic and unplanned, especially on a day where his finance minister was due to present a budget to Parliament. The language and the way she resigned was very dramatic for Canada. Freeland posted a surprise letter on the X platform. She said Trudeau no longer wanted her to be finance minister and had offered her a lesser position, and she thought it was in her best interest to resign.
And of course, the backdrop of this is that Trump is coming into office while threatening to tax Canadian imports.
So Freeland was around during the first Trump administration and was actually the lead negotiator for the North American trade deal that is now in place. So not having her around when Trump takes office in January is a disadvantage for Trudeau.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is on Capitol Hill this week. The anti-vaccine activist and environmental lawyer is seeking to win support from key senators who will decide whether he'll get to run the Department of Health and Human Services. Donald Trump singing the praises of his controversial pick at a press conference on Monday.
Bobby he's a very rational guy. I found him to be very rational. No, nothing, you're not going to lose the polio vaccine.
Advocacy groups opposed to RFK are trying to influence a small group of Republican senators they believe could block Kennedy's nomination. Michael Ehrman covers Big Pharma and has been speaking with these groups.
A lot of these folks are healthcare advocacy groups. Some of them formed to try to preserve Obamacare during the Trump administration. Their concern around vaccines is if the administration were to work to discourage people from getting their kids these vaccines, there could be a resurgence of a lot of infectious diseases that could cost lives in the country.
How are they working to influence these senators?
They're trying to influence the senators through advertising and also media events in those states where those senators are, particularly Republican senators who are up for election in 2026 and those that are in swing states that may be more convincible on these issues like vaccines and fluoride.
RFK is a controversial figure, but he does have an interesting coalition of supporters on the left and right. For those PACs or groups backing him, what's their sell?
Well, RFK has said that he's not anti-vaccine, that he's not planning on taking people's vaccines away. He is interested in building around issues like nutrition, food safety. There's a lot of support from even people on the left who are interested in those issues, who are more interested in chronic disease than infectious disease, who are interested in reducing obesity in the country, and who think that Kennedy's ideas can help with that.
Kennedy's spokesperson did not respond to a request for comment. His advocates have said opposition to his nomination stems from corporate interests.
Can you comment on the drones that are flying around?
Okay, so we have a policy of not covering conspiracy theories. But when you have the next leader of the free world weighing in,
The government knows what is happening.
it's time to talk about the drones.
And for some reason, they want to keep people in suspense.
Drone sightings have plagued the East Coast over the last few weeks.
Something strange is going on. For some reason, they don't want to tell the people, and they should.
When asked if he had been briefed on the matter, Trump refused to say. So what's the deal? Reporter Joseph Axe is here to fill us in on what we do know at this point.
The Biden administration has said, on the one hand, that they're investigating these reports. On the other hand, they've said there's no evidence that there's any threat to public safety, there's no threat to national security, and they have spent some time trying to bat down some of the more far-fetched conspiracy theories that have been floating around out there. One thing they've said is that they've looked already into more than 5,000 of these reports as of the weekend, and they said just about 100 of them were actually worth investigating. So they've concluded that the vast majority of these sightings are people simply mistaking manned aircraft, like either regular planes or small planes flying at night, for something else. And they say a lot of the sightings follow regular flight paths. So they've actually tried pretty hard to kind of push back on, I think, what they view as a bit of an overreaction. But there has been a lot of frustration from state and local officials who feel, at the very least, that the federal government needs to do more.
In today's ever-evolving markets, to gain the edge in your business, you want effortless access to the data you need, where and how you want it. LSEG's Data Universe offers unmatched breadth and depth of trusted data and news, offered seamlessly with a flexible, open approach that's led by you on the cloud or on premises. Experience the advantage of unparalleled historical data and a choice across the latency spectrum powered by market-leading technology. Together, let's explore a data universe of possibilities. LSEG Data and Analytics.
For today's recommended read, a story from Nigeria. The country's anti-graft agency says it's arrested almost 800 suspects in a scheme of luring victims with offers of romance and then pressing them to hand over cash for phony crypto investments. There's a link to the story in the pod description.
For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. And don't forget to follow us on your favorite podcast player. We'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show.
We reinvent Dynatrace on an ongoing basis for you because as you deliver software, as your requirements on reliability and security continue to increase, we are here to help you with this because your customers deserve that software works flawlessly.
Let's take a look at Alphabet's owned Waymo. It's going international. The company is going to test robo-taxis happening in Tokyo. That's early next year. It's partnering with Japan's largest taxi operator and a taxi hailing app. So you might be asking just exactly what this means, the significance of this here. It's planning to collaborate here. The goal is to become a beneficial part of Tokyo's transportation ecosystem. Now, this company here in Japan is going to oversee vehicle management and also all of the servicing that's happening here in Japan. And this is just part of, you could say, some of the broader expansion plans that we have heard that's long been rumored about from Waymo, just in terms of internationally what they are looking to gain from this exposure.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because obviously they haven't committed to starting those commercial operations there yet, but they are partnering with what would sort of be like the Yellow Cabs of New York. It is the biggest taxi hailing company in Tokyo. So certainly a sign of that partnership leading to operations moving forward. And this comes ahead of a trip that executives have planned to Japan to talk through some of these partnerships. I also think it's interesting in the context, remember this coming a week after GM did announce that they are moving past their cruise division, which is their robo-taxi division that they had been working on, now scrapping that. CEO Mary Barra talking about the costs associated with that business. But cruise had been the biggest competitor in the space to Waymo, so it sets Waymo up for certainly an interesting ride ahead as we look into 2025. And the last thing I think is interesting here, Tokyo would be their first left-turning country as well, so perhaps a sign of more international expansion to come for Waymo.
Yeah, certainly, and it's great to bring up the comparison here with Cruise and what we heard from GM just last week, I believe, because it just shows the divergence that we're seeing from the approach of some of these companies.